Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker.
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Thank you very kindly. Principal Fornese, Mr. Williams, members of the faculty and members of the student body of Barrett Junior High School, ladies and gentlemen. I need not pause to say how very delighted I am to be here today and to have the opportunity of taking a brief break in a pretty busy schedule in the city of Philadelphia to share with you the students of Barrett Junior High School. And I want to express my personal appreciation to the principal and the administration for inviting me and for giving me the opportunity to see this very fine and enthusiastic group of students here at Barrett. I guess I ought to start out with a commercial, and that is tonight we're going to have a great night in the city of Philadelphia at the Spectrum. Now, I know you've heard of that new impressive structure called the Spectrum. And I know you've heard of Harry Belafonte and Aretha Franklin and Nipsey Russell and Sidney Poitier and all of these other great and outstanding artists. Well, they're going to be here tonight at the Spectrum. And I hope that each of you will go home and tell your parents to be there tonight for this great Freedom Festival. And I hope you will come also, for it will be a great experience. And by coming, you will be supporting the work of the civil rights movement. Now that I've gotten the commercial out of the way, I'll move on and say some things that I want to say very briefly. And I'm being very honest, I'm going to be brief because I have other engagements. I don't have a tradition of being brief all the time. You know, I'm a Baptist preacher, and we can talk a long time. But I'm going to really be brief today. I want to ask you a question, and that is, what is in your life's blueprint? This is the most important and crucial period of your lives, for what you do now and what you decide now at this age may well determine which way your life shall go. And whenever a building is constructed, you usually have an architect who draws a blueprint. And that blueprint serves as the pattern, as the guide, as the model for those who are to build the building. And a building is not well erected without a good, sound, and solid blueprint. Now, each of you is in the process of building the structure of your lives. And the question is whether you have a proper, a solid, and a sound blueprint. And I want to suggest some of the things that should be in your life's blueprint. Number one, in your life's blueprint should be a deep belief in your own dignity, your own worth, and your own somebodyness. Don't allow anybody to make you feel that you are nobody. Always feel that you count. Always feel that you have worth. And always feel that your life has ultimate significance. Now that means that you should not be ashamed of your color. You know, it's very unfortunate that in so many instances, our society has placed a stigma on the Negro's color. And you know, there are some Negroes who are ashamed of themselves. But don't be ashamed of your color. Don't be ashamed of your biological features. Somehow you must be able to say in your own lives and really believe it, I am black but beautiful. And believe it in your heart. And therefore you need not be lured into purchasing cosmetics advertised to make you lighter. Neither do you need to process your hair to make it appear straight. I have good hair, and it is as good as anybody else's hair in the world. And we've got to believe that. Now, in your life's blueprint, be sure that you have that a principle of somebodyness. Secondly, in your life's blueprint, you must have as a basic principle the determination to achieve excellence in your various fields of endeavor. You're going to be deciding as the days and the years unfold what you will do in life, what your life's work will be. And once you discover what it will be, set out to do it and to do it well. And I say to you, my young friends, that doors are opening to each of you. Doors of opportunity are opening to each of you that were not open to your mothers and to your fathers. And the great challenge facing you is to be ready to enter these doors as they open. Ralph Waldo Emerson, the great essayist, said in a lecture back in 1871 that if a man can write a better book or preach a better sermon or make a better mousetrap than his neighbor, even if he builds his house in the woods, the world will make a beaten path to his door. That hadn't always been true, but it will become increasingly true. And so I would urge you to study hard, to burn the midnight oil. I would say to you, don't drop out of school, and I understand all of the sociological reasons why we often drop out of school. But I urge you, in spite of your economic plight, in spite of the situation that you are forced to live so often with intolerable conditions, stay in school. And when you discover what you're going to be in life, set out to do it as if God Almighty called you at this particular moment in history to do it. And just don't set out to do a good Negro job, but do a good job that anybody could do. Don't set out to be just a good Negro doctor, a good Negro lawyer, a good Negro school teacher, a good Negro preacher, a good Negro barber, a beautician, a good Negro skilled laborer. For if you set out to do that, you have already flunked your matriculation exam for entrance into the University of Integration. Set out to do a good job and do that job so well that the living, the dead, or the unborn couldn't do it any better. Falls your lot to be a street sweeper. Sweep streets like Michelangelo painted pictures. Sweep streets like Beethoven composed music. Sweep streets like Leontine Price sings before the Metropolitan Opera. Sweep streets like Shakespeare wrote poetry. Sweep streets so well that all the host of heaven and earth will have to pause and say, here lived a great street sweeper who swept his job well. If you can't be a pine on the top of the hill, be a scrub in the valley. But be the best little scrub on the side of the rill. Be a bush if you can't be a tree. If you can't be a highway, just be a trail. If you can't be the sun, be a star. For it isn't by size that you win or you fail. Be the best of whatever you are. We already have some noble examples of black men and black women who demonstrated to us that human nature cannot be cataloged. They in their own lives have walked through long and desolate nights of oppression, and yet they've risen up and plunged against cloud-filled nights of affliction, new and blazing stars of inspiration. And so from an old slave cabin of Virginia's hills, Booker T. Washington rose up to be one of America's great leaders. He lit a torch in Alabama, and darkness fled in that setting. Yes, you should know this because it's in your own city. From a poverty-stricken area, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Marion Anderson rose up to be the world's greatest contralto, so that a Toscanini could say that a voice like this comes only once in a century. And Sibelius of Finland could say, my roof is too low for such a voice, from the red hills of Gordon County, Georgia. And the arms of a mother who could neither read nor write, Roland Hayes rose up to be one of the world's great singers and carried his melodious voice into the palaces and mansions of kings and queens. From crippling circumstances, there came a George Washington Carver to to carve for himself an imperishable niche in the annals of science. There was a start in the diplomatic sky, and then came Ralph Bunce, the grandson of a slave preacher. He reached up and grabbed it and allowed it to shine in his life with all of its scintillating beauty. There was a star in the athletic sky. Then came Jackie Robinson in his day, and Willie Mays in his day with their powerful bats and their calm spirits. Then came Jesse Owens with his fleet and dashing feet. Then came Joe Louis and Muhammad Ali with their educated fists. All of them came to tell us that we can be somebody, and to justify the conviction of the poet, fleecy locks and black complexion cannot forfeit nature's claim. Skin may differ, but affection dwells in black and white the same. If I were so tall as to reach the pole, or to grasp the ocean at a span, I must be measured by my soul. The mind is the standard of the man. And finally, in your life's blueprint must be a commitment to the eternal principles of beauty, love, and justice. Don't allow anybody to pull you so low as to make you hate them. Don't allow anybody to cause you to lose your self-respect to the point that you do not struggle for justice. However young you are, you have a responsibility to seek to make your nation a better nation in which to live. You have a responsibility to seek to make life better for everybody. And so you must be involved in the struggle for freedom and justice. Now, in this struggle for freedom and justice, there are many constructive things that we all can do and that we all must do. And we must not give ourselves to those things which will not solve our problems. You've heard the word nonviolent and you've heard the word violent. I happen to believe in nonviolence. We struggle with this method with young people and adults alike all over the South, and we have won some significant victories, and we've got to struggle with it all over the North because the problems are as serious in the North as they are in the South. But I believe as we struggle with these problems, we've got to struggle with them with a method that can be militant, but at the same time does not destroy life or property. And so our slogan must not be burn, baby, burn. It must be build, baby, build. Organize, baby, organize. Yes, our slogan must be learn, baby, learn, so that we can earn, baby, earn. And with a powerful commitment, I believe that we can transform dark yesterdays of injustice into bright tomorrows of justice and humanity. Let us keep going toward the goal of selfhood, toward the realization of the dream of brotherhood, and toward the realization of the dream of understanding goodwill. Let nobody stop us. I close by quoting once more the man that the young lady quoted, that magnificent black bard who has now passed on, Langston Hughes. one day he wrote a poem entitled Mother to Son. The mother didn't always have her grammar right, but she uttered words of great symbolic profundity. Well, son, I'll tell you, life for me ain't been no crystal stad. It's had tacks in it, boards torn up, places with no carpet on the floor, bare. But all the time, I's been a climbing on and reaching landings and turning corners and sometimes going in the dark where there ain't been no light. So, boy, don't you stop now. Don't you sit down on the steps because you find this kind of hard, but I still going, boy. I still climbing. And life for me ain't been no crystal stair. Well, life for none of us has been a crystal stair, but we must keep moving. We must keep going. If you can't fly, run. If you can't run, walk. If you can't walk, crawl, but by all means, keep moving.
Good morning, everybody. That was a speech that actually I'd never seen before either, Lead. Uh, Pretty good speech. There's some themes that, that are apropos, especially over these last 24 hours in John Galt land. Uh, Number one among them being the mind is the measure of the man. So that's pretty much what I took from this speech. That and don't be ashamed of your skin color. Too many of us are. So we're going to move on. This is about well, it'll be self apparent once I've played it. Oops. Let me rewind it a little bit.
I don't believe they care anything about black people, but they think they're impressing white people because they know white people have anti-blackness. They know white people bond over anti-blackness. So these other groups of people, I think they think that they can get in closer with white people if they say anti-black things or try to talk about how their family members are so anti-black. And they're being discriminated against too. Remember when COVID hit and the Americans, especially Donald Trump, blamed it on the Chinese turned around and blamed it on the Africans rather than stand up for themselves and stand up to the Americans and say, you're lying. That didn't come from us. They turned around and blamed it on the Africans. And Africans had the lowest numbers of COVID than anybody. The whole continent of Africa, as large as it is, they had the smallest number of infections than anybody. But the Chinese blamed it on the Africans, didn't have the guts to stand up for themselves. Now, right now, the big thing in America, well, one of the big things in America is mass deportation, right? A lot of that is geared toward Hispanics or Latinos, the people coming out of South America, Latin America. A lot of that mass deportation is for them because every time a group comes up that Donald Trump is targeting this group or that group, those Latin American countries are going to be involved in that. El Salvador, Venezuela, Guatemala, Mexico, Cuba, they're going to be at the top of the list. I just saw a video that said that there was a visa restriction or something on all 54 African countries. Well, Africans are not the big immigration groups. They're here illegally too, but they're not the majority. But the majority of illegal immigrants to this country are coming from Spanish speaking countries. And for some reason, people in the United States are trying to make them into some big ethnic group, but they are not really that. Those people are culturally diverse. They are from countries who have different forms of government and economic systems. So they even speak Spanish differently because when I taught at a middle school in Georgia, we had children from all over the world in our school. And one of my classes, we decided we were going to have an international food day, which turned out good and bad. But anyway, the Hispanic children were talking about the dishes that were popular in their country. And they were all talking about, what is it, burritos or something like that? And they were talking, well, you don't make it right in your country. Well, you don't make it right. And then they were arguing about which one spoke Spanish the wrong way. They were speaking it too fast, or they were calling certain words the wrong way. So they don't bond over their culture the way America would like you to think they do. They are not a unified group like we are in Black America. We come from a source. And some people now starting to say they were already here and all of that, but I still don't know what their culture was separate from the Africans. I don't. I don't know what their language was. I don't know what their customs and traditions were, but I know what the ones who came out of Africa were. So I'm just saying they for all that talk about we're native and we're this, I still don't know what their culture was because they ought to still have their language. They ought to still have their own music styles. Then they start trying to claim what the people who admit they came out of Africa did. And then they start saying, well, you didn't come out of Africa. We were already here. So then it gets into a circular argument. But back to my point, we still have a unifying culture. We still have a unifying culture. We have a history and a culture and experiences that we recognize in each other and validate in each other. If somebody says, this happened to my family in Georgia, somebody in Texas is not going to say, well, no, that's not what happened. They're not going to say that because they know they're probably telling the truth. So we have a unifying culture. White people do not have a unifying culture. So they bond over their anti Blackness. I have said this before. They can be the most dorky, nondescript white person in the country or in a town. And they can go to a party. But if they go to that party dressed up in blackface, everybody's going to be happy and that person's going to be the hit of the party. It's going to be so funny. if they say something about black people or start mocking black people, it's going to be so funny. That's a unifying feature for them because they don't have a unifying culture. I still don't know what their culture is for real, but they bond over anti-blackness and trying to mimic black people. By way trying to take our culture and make it theirs, except for the black face. But they want to do blackface. They want to tell racist jokes. That's how they bond. It could be a racist joke because I taught at a school in Georgia. I taught at two middle schools in Georgia. One of them was 98% white. And the big thing with them is to tell a racist joke, a nigger joke. Let's put it what it is. Let's just call it what it is. That's their big thing. They can be dumb, they can be stupid, they can be broke, they can be degenerate, but if they tell a nigger joke, that's gonna put them at the top of the line with that particular group of white people. And I don't think it has anything to do with their economic status. I think they all think that way. And that's how they climb up in society by validating their anti-blackness. So when I saw on a YouTuber's channel the other day about some Mexican children or some Latinos in California spelling out a racist statement in their gym, because that's all they bond over too. And this person was talking about, I'm thinking, well, aren't you married to one of them? So you would know how they are better than anybody. But my point is that these people, all of these other groups of people bond over anti-blackness. Latinos and Asians can bond over anti-blackness. Indians and white people can bond over anti-blackness. Africans and Africans bond over anti-black Americanness. So we are able to unify cultures over their hatred for us. So that is why I continue to say to you, we are commanded to love one another. If you don't like somebody, stay away from them. If you don't like black women, don't date black women, don't marry black women. If you don't like black men, don't date black men, don't marry black men. And do that with the understanding that if you don't like any black man or any black woman, there's something wrong with you. Leave them alone. You don't have to get out here and trash them because all you're doing is giving the other groups fuel to turn on black people. And then you're going to be the main one wondering, well, why they talking about black people? Hell, because you talked about us first. That's why. That's why. So anyway, y'all, we are commanded to love one another because all these other groups of people are bonding over their hatred for us. And listen to Sister Deborah on the Redirecting channel. She does come from the scripture. She sticks with the scripture. And sometimes the stuff that she says is scary. I acknowledge that. But she's anointed to speak the prophecy, and the prophecy will be fulfilled. So it will behoove us to listen and take heed to what she's saying. He who has ears, let him hear. Let him hear. Because now everybody else is panicking, and we ought to be centered because we have put in our time. We have been good citizens and we have been good stewards. And we are commanded to love one another. Let us not forget that because that's what's going to save us in the end. Okay, y'all, let me know what you think about this video. Thank you for listening. Give me a thumbs up, leave a comment, and as always, have a great day.
Some very wise words. Agree with her or not, she's getting a lot of it right. And if you have doubts about that, feel free to hit the link. I might talk to you about it, I might not. I've got news stories mostly tonight. And then probably towards the end, I've got some stuff that's more either political philosophy or something along those lines. But what I wanted to start about is something that's near and dear to my heart, being a former Navy man. It's called war planning and classified information out in the open. Apparently, President Trump's amateur crew are learning on the job, and their first lesson is don't do your military strikes and invite a reporter to the group, the planning group. I, I would think that would be warfighting 101, but hey, you know what? Like Trump said, it's the only mistake they've made in 2 months. I have to admit, this kind of made me laugh. And I'm just going to go over this briefly. Unfortunately, there's no AI reader uh, attached to this yet, but it reads excerpts of a signal chat published Monday by The Atlantic provide a rare and revealing look at the private conversations of top Trump administration officials as they weighed plans for U.S. strikes on Houthi targets in Yemen. That chat, which was created by National Security Advisor Michael Waltz, included the following users, among others. Um, I actually listened to the guy who wrote the Atlantic article, who was actually a part of this Signal war planning group. And there were some names he didn't include because one of the egregious errors they did was list actual assets in Yemen by name, basically risking lives. You never want to, you know, reveal your intelligence sources, over an unclassified platform. So on that were Vice President Vance, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, CIA Director John Ratcliffe, MAR, the initials of Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Mar, the God of War, TG, the initials of the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, Scott B, appearing to be Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, SM, the initials of White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller, who was actually like the hammer of the group, so the report goes. Susie Wiles, White House Chief of Staff Steve Witkoff, Special Envoy to the Middle East and Russia. President Trump has downplayed the inadvertent inclusion of the group of, or in the group of Jeffrey Goldberg, the editor-in-chief of The Atlantic, claiming officials did not share classified information. Well, the time and place of the strike is classified information, at least in the military I was in. The new revelations Wednesday, however, led to mounting calls by Democrats for Mr. Hegseth to step down, saying he behaved recklessly and could have endangered American troops. Below is a reproduction of the chat with annotated analysis from our reporters. And I'm not going to go through the chat. If anybody wants the link, I can gift this article to you. But The Atlantic has a podcast, and I think that podcast came out Sunday afternoon. So I actually heard Jeffrey Goldberg, the guy who was the editor who was included in the chat. I actually heard him talk about it, to one of his reporters. And it wasn't earth shattering. And this isn't the end of the world as far as, military blunders go. But I suspect that this is probably, a sign of things to come. And you know what? I'm going to give him a little bit of grace. You kind of learn on the job. But I would think Hegseth has been in the military before. So he should have an idea of what communication security is. So I'm particularly surprised at him. But, is it time for me to say I told you so? Maybe, maybe not. But this essentially is Trump's, Biden and Afghanistan, that kind of, attached to Biden at the hip. This one's not going to be that easy to just go oopsie and move on from it. So next article, Trump administration abruptly cuts billions from state health services. I've not read this story. It's got an AI reader, so I'm going to depend on the AI reader to save my voice.
Trump administration abruptly cuts billions from state health services. This article is by Apoorva Mandavili, Margot Sanger-Katz, and Jan Hoffman, and read by an automated voice. The Department of Health and Human Services has abruptly canceled more than $12 billion in federal grants to states that were being used for tracking infectious diseases, mental health services, addiction treatment, and other urgent health issues. The cuts are likely to further hamstring state health departments, which are already underfunded and struggling with competing demands from chronic diseases, resurgent infections like syphilis, and emerging threats like bird flu. State health departments began receiving notices on Monday evening that the funds, which were allocated during the COVID-19 pandemic, were being terminated effective immediately. No additional activities can be conducted and no additional costs may be incurred as it relates to these funds, the notices said. For some, the effect was immediate. In Lubbock, Texas, public health officials have received orders to stop work, supported by 3 grants that helped fund the response to the widening measles outbreak there, according to Catherine Wells, the city's director of public health. On Tuesday, some state health departments were preparing to lay off dozens of epidemiologists and data scientists. Others, including Texas, Maine, and Rhode Island, were still scrambling to understand the impact of the cuts before taking any action. In interviews, state health officials predicted that thousands of health department employees and contract workers could lose their jobs nationwide. Some predicted the loss of as much as 90% of staff from some infectious disease teams. The reality is that when we take funding away from public health systems, the systems just do not have the capacity, because they're chronically underfunded over the decades, said Dr. Umair Shah, who served as Washington State's health secretary until January. The news of the cuts was first reported by NBC. The discontinued grants include about $11.4 billion from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, as well as around $1 billion from the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, known as SAMHSA. Congress authorized the money for state public health programs as part of COVID relief bills. The funds were indeed initially used for testing for and vaccination against the coronavirus, as well as to address health disparities in high-risk populations. But last year, the money was also allowed to be put toward other pressing public health concerns, including testing and surveillance of other respiratory viruses, an array of vaccines for children or uninsured adults, and preparedness for health emergencies. On Tuesday, Andrew Nixon, a spokesman for the Federal Department of Health and Human Services, said in a statement, "The COVID-19 pandemic is over, and HHS will no longer waste billions of taxpayer dollars responding to a non-existent pandemic that Americans moved on from years ago." The Trump administration's cancellations of grants and contracts throughout the government has led to numerous lawsuits from states and nonprofit groups, which are still in their early stages. The health grants in question were authorized and appropriated by Congress, and their termination may lead to new lawsuits. Several states said they were exploring legal options. We will continue to assess the full impacts and are in touch with the Attorney General's office and the 49 other states facing similar challenges, Governor Maura Healey of Massachusetts said in a statement. The surplus funds had been a boon for cash-strapped public health departments seeking to modernize their creaky systems. For example, Alaska had been applying some of the funds toward purchasing lab equipment and updating electronic records, so that state epidemiologists would no longer need to fill in patient details manually. Other states were building systems to link surveillance data from hospitals and labs to health departments. Antiquated data systems hampered the response in many states to the COVID and MPOX outbreaks. We had the opportunity to update some of these things that desperately needed to be updated to have a more efficient public health response, said Dr. Ann Zink, who stepped down as Alaska's chief medical officer in August. But now, with grants cut, the project will remain unfinished, and the tax dollars invested so far may go to waste, she said. In some states, the funds have also helped study chronic diseases, whose presence increases the risk of severe outcomes and death from the coronavirus. The funds from SAMHSA were not earmarked for COVID programs, and they were intended to address mental health and substance use issues. The pandemic led to widespread loneliness, boredom, and anxiety, factors that contributed to a surge in overdose deaths that reached just over 111,000 in 2022, up from about 70,000 in 2019. The peak overdose numbers dropped to about 87,000 in the 12-month period that ended in October, according to the most recent federal data. Some of the sharpest declines were in states such as West Virginia, Michigan, and Tennessee, all of which strongly supported President Trump in the presidential election. Brian Hepburn, the executive director of the National Association of State Mental Health Program Directors, said many states had also applied their funds to build out their 988 suicide lifelines and other crisis services. But states understood the funding was subject to time constraints, so few used it to fund ongoing services, he said. In Colorado, COVID-era supplemental funds supported about 60 programs, including those for crisis response teams, services for adults with severe mental illness and for young adults with early onset of psychotic disorders, and peer support counselors for people in recovery from drug and alcohol addiction. Colorado had committed its remaining $31.5 million in grant money to support the providers of these services. In so many cases, these are life-saving programs and services, and we worry for the well-being of those who have come to count on this support, said Danette R. Smith, the commissioner of Colorado's Behavioral Health Administration. The grants from SAMHSA were scheduled to expire in September, but some COVID grants from the CDC were meant to last until 2026 and 2027. States were preparing for the grants to expire then, but to have it happen early and with no notice is obviously extremely disruptive, said one state public health official, who asked not to be identified because they were not authorized to speak to the media. Some states, like Kentucky and South Carolina, rely heavily on federal funding to run their health programs, while others, such as New Jersey and California, depend on it less. Still, most of the people and data systems that track disease outbreaks are funded by the CDC. The abruptness of the decision left no opportunities to transition people into other means, no opportunities even for a state government to say, in our next budget cycle, we're going to add X number of positions, said one official with close knowledge of the impact, who asked not to be named because they feared retaliation from the Trump administration. There's millions of dollars that have been spent that essentially the projects will never be able to be finished, the official said. This is just like throwing money out the window. It's a total waste. Teddy Rosenbluth contributed, reporting.
One question I actually have, all these savings, all these cuts, which are actually paper cuts to use upon, Congress allocates money, the executive spends it. That's essentially how American government works. What I'm curious to know is, where is this money currently that they're not spending? They're not cutting, they're not spending it. And is it just sitting in a bank account somewhere? What's being done with these funds? I've not heard that. What the plans are. $5,000 checks, is something that's been floating around, but I'll believe that when I see it. And, essentially, well, what can I say? I kind of have problems with, just cutting a check, instead of doing with that money what Congress, our elected representatives, intended it to do. So there's still some items of interest to discuss, in my opinion. But maybe that's just forthcoming. Maybe Trump Elon, they're putting their heads together and mulling what to do with the money. Next story, ghost guns.
Breaking news at the Supreme Court. The court upholding restrictions put in place by the Biden administration on so-called ghost guns. Those are kits that are used to make homemade weapons that are difficult to trace and have been used to get around background checks. They're often found online and are easy to assemble. Now, this is a rare decision from this conservative Supreme Court, upholding a tighter gun control law. Gun manufacturers had argued that the former president's team overstepped its regulatory powers. But this morning, the court said it had not. NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett is with us on this. Laura, good morning. So maybe not such a surprise, given that a couple of years back, this court, just back in 2023, had kept this in place, had refused to block these restrictions while litigation continued. What's your big takeaway?
It's interesting. This is a split decision, but not by that much. In other words, it's not a 5-4 like we've seen on some high-profile gun cases. Instead, it's 7-2, with at least some of the conservatives joining the more liberal camp. And we should know it's a case about guns, but it's not a case about squarely the Second Amendment in the way that we typically think about it. It's really a case about the technical definition of a firearm, whether the ATF had the ability to regulate these kits. As you mentioned, they make they're untraceable, which means they can be on the black market, which is why the Biden administration had targeted them. It's also a kit that had been used by Luigi Mangione, the suspected killer for the United Healthcare CEO. So it's gotten a lot of high profile attention recently. But again, it's really a technical case about whether it meets the definition of the firearm. And because it does, the Supreme Court saying today that the regulation can be upheld for now.
And so those restrictions put in place, they had been in place while this was being litigated. So in practice, does anything change?
On the ground, no. But obviously, gun rights owners had wanted to try to get this overturned in order to expand their rights. But at least, again, for now, it doesn't mean that down the line something could change. But at least for now, they will stay illegal.
Yeah, and broader implications if something like this is brought again.
Yeah, and they could be. But again, this is just about the ability to regulate them on the market as opposed to the broader right to a firearm, which was not at issue in this case.
Which could maybe be different with this conservative Supreme Court.
Exactly. And more cases down the line to come, obviously.
Laura Jarrett, thank you very much. Yeah. And that concludes this NBC News special report.
Well, I don't actually have much to say about that. The Supreme Court has spoken. I kind of wondered, I noticed there was a little pink assault rifle there. I wonder if they make the, I kind of wonder whether they make ghost guns in pink. But guess I could always hop on to the dark web and find out. So next story, Trump announces 25% new tariffs on imported cars. So there goes my plans to buy a Saab. And I don't know. I don't particularly like this format. Let's try this. Trump announces 25% tariffs on imported cars and parts. So, if you need to get your 2020 Beamer fixed, parts are going to go up for it. Measure is intended to bring car factories to the United States, but could excuse me, increase prices for consumers significantly. The president said the tariffs will start next week. We are going to tariff our way to prosperity. Oddly enough, I watched an interview earlier today, and the question was asked if you can tax your way to wealth or being wealthier. And I'm wondering if you can tariff your way to it. I know, there's some plans on the back burner to replace basically anyone making, I think it was $150,000 or less, basically getting rid of income taxes, federal income taxes. I don't see how that works, but I'm not Ryan. I don't really do this sort of stuff. It hurts my brain to actually have to sit down and calculate this sort of stuff. But it seems to me that if things cost more generally, all income taxes, if they get rid of income taxes, all that's going to do is be offset by higher prices. So, I apparently American history is not a good enough lesson. Tariffs were literally gotten rid of in 1913 because they caused wealth disparities. I mean, to a point to where there were revolts in the streets. That is the history of tariffs in the United States. So, bringing factories to the United States, I don't, I don't actually have a comment. Maybe it'll work, but probably not. President Trump said on Wednesday that he would impose a 25% tariff on all cars and certain automobile parts that are shipped to the United States, a measure that could encourage companies to open up more U.S. factories, but will disrupt supply chains and most likely increase prices for American consumers significantly. Mr. Trump said the tariffs will go into effect on April 3rd and will apply to cars and trucks, as well as key parts like engines, transmissions, and electrical components that are shipped into the United States. And I assume that means from Canada and Mexico. Oh, there it is. That includes vehicles from American brands whose automobiles are assembled outside of the country, including in Canada or Mexico. Now, I'm wondering, does it make it cheaper to just buy your car right off the factory line, go to Mexico or Canada and buy your vehicles there? So that's that story. Hey, Tom.
Hey, how's it going?
Pretty good.
Let's
see. There's an echo.
A lot of people buying used cars. An echo. Hold on. Let me fix that. Sorry. That should have taken care of it. Sorry about that.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm not that optimistic that a 25% tariff is going. He must be talking about domestic car companies bringing operations back to America. I see no reason why, Porsche would bring a factory over here if there's not one here already. The Japanese have factories here, or manufacturing plants here. BMW does. Used to live not too far from it in upstate South Carolina. So I'm kind of curious as to, the people who want to be here are already here. So I'm kind of confused by that, by this strategy. Any thoughts on that?
Well, they're making lots of parts here now too.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know.
But I don't see a sea change.
Car person probably would know better.
Yeah, well, we'll Ryan, we'll engage Ryan's tax brain to see if he has thoughts. I think he was lurking out there somewhere.
Yeah, he said they both end up in government coffers, taxes and tariffs. So,
yeah, I actually, for once, I would welcome him to the panel. That's a joke, Ryan. That's a joke. Let's see, what else have we got here? Oh, how are you doing, Tom?
Oh, me? Yeah, just the same as always.
Excellent, then. You're doing it.
No, I'm just tired.
I know the feeling. I got a little bit of a nap though.
I've been working a lot lately, so.
Oh, are you?
Couple big projects. Extensive website redos and stuff, and
you're not doing your planning groups over Signal, are you?
No. No, that's a big mess.
I don't know. Again, having been in the middle of these classified information, it'll be a typhoon for a few days, for about a week. By next week, we'll be talking about something else. These sort of mistakes, if the president's not pissed off, and who knows, he might be, but if he's kind of saying, hey, only quote glitch we've had in 2 months. I think this will probably wind up going away. Hexeth is kind of on a chopping block, but I don't think that's going to go anywhere either.
It all goes away.
There's some things that don't, but this one's, nobody got killed, so it'll go away.
Yeah.
Now this actually kind of disturbs me and kind of interests me a little bit more than usual. Trump is trying to gain more power over elections. And this is, essentially, another little, assault on the. Well, he's testing his boundaries again, and every child, that's part of growing up. You want to test the boundaries, and Trump is good at doing that. Hey, Virgo, still at the hospital?
Hi. Yeah,
Are they going to release you tonight, or are you going to have to spend a day there or something?
I don't think I'm spending the night.
Oh boy.
Are you okay?
Well, there'll be no Yangling for you.
I told them they should have brought me a Yingling if they wanted me to pee quicker. I'm fine. It's just I'm very anemic and my blood type is very rare, so it was a problem finding blood for me. But they did all kinds of. I just got through CAT scan, and I hate that little machine. They put something in my IV that made me feel like all warm and stuff. Some contrast bullshit. Mm. And I'm starving. I haven't eaten all day, and I want something to eat. And they won't let Joe go get me something to eat.
Well, wait, they've constrained him? What he ought to do is just say, go get something to eat and bring it to the room and just eat it himself.
You hear that, babe?
It's a joke. It's a joke. A little bedside manner here.
No, that's what he should do. I agree with you, Stanley. That's the joke.
Well, no, I mean, you don't. He's not going to go against. I mean, is there a reason you can't eat? I would imagine during a blood transfusion, you might not want to put new stuff into your bloodstream.
Well, they said in case I need a procedure.
Yeah, that's
exactly.
Because they're checking out my gallbladder too, which is weird. I don't
Does
know.
it hurt when they check it?
No, they just took the CAT scan.
Well, let me tell you something, and this is slightly off the topic, but Pope Francis almost died because he aspirated, coughing. He had a bronchial thing, and so you don't want. Yeah, they want to keep your tummy empty, at least for now.
Well, if I'm gonna go, I want a nice cheeseburger to go.
Oh, you know what? Shit, you're making me hungry now. Damn it.
They'll know a lot. They'll know a lot more when they see the results of that scan. So,
yeah.
Well, you've had this procedure before. I mean, the transfusion part. How do you usually feel afterwards?
I actually feel a lot better.
Mm-hmm.
Because when you don't have enough red blood cells, you feel weak.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, believe this or not, every now and again, it kind of runs, at least in part of my, it's a maternal side of the family thing. And occasionally, now I've never come anywhere near, they'll just go, hey, you need to take some iron pills for a while. But occasionally I've gone through it, but never to a point to where, anywhere near, your level. Now, I think
Yeah.
my sister's had transfusions before, but it's kind of rare. She hasn't had to do anything like that in a while.
Yeah, I have no RH factor. That's another
Oh
thing.
my
Like,
lord!
yeah, none. So it's not.
Did you? Is this?
I'm
I
O
hate to
negative.
interrupt you, but when you're done, I have a question about the RH factor. Did you ever have trouble giving? During when you were having kids during your
Yes,
gestation, that RH is pretty important.
yes. Um, my my body treated my kids as like a foreign object. So
Oh wow! Oh
yeah,
wow!
so my kids are miracles, you know.
Hmm.
And put it like this, Stanley. If I would have gave birth to every single pregnancy, I would have about 7 kids.
Well, you're in
Well,
the very best place you can be,
Mm.
to get that handled. So,
What is your iron? What is your HCT Virgo? You
My
see that in your blood test?
my blood
HCT,
test,
your
it's
hematocrit.
it's a six
Is it
something.
really? Oh, your
Yeah.
hematocrit is a 6.
Hmm.
It's not like a 40, 39, something like that.
No, it's 6.
I think you're probably talking about your PB or what is
My
the
my
number? Your
hemo my hemo hemoglobin.
your ferritin. What is the ferritin level?
Oh, no, Ryan, you're asking me stuff that you're thinking
paging
I'm an
Doctor
accountant, not a doctor.
paging Doctor
Oh,
Manioni.
no, they don't give you that stuff. I thought maybe they gave you that stuff.
Ryan Manioni, phlebotomist.
No,
Next
listen.
Urban
on
No,
phlebotomist.
USA.
no.
We need you
I
to the
have.
emergency room stat.
Well, I didn't know if you had to look at your blood. I have to give my blood every 2 weeks because I make blood all the time, 24 hours a day,
And
7 days a week.
you're supposed to be at a 13. Like 13 is like normal,
No,
it's
so
average, and I'm at
okay.
6.
I don't know what mine is. I have to look at my test. But I have so you're anemic
Hmm.
and I have too much iron.
Oh,
So
you have too much iron.
my blood clots, right? So I have to get my blood drained. I have to get a phlebotomy every other week. So they try to
Oof.
Oh
make
my
me
lord!
anemic. Yeah. So they try to make me anemic because I have a gene mutation that literally it's a type of cancer, right? And what it does is it says, "Hey, bones, make blood and don't stop making it
What's
ever."
your blood type, Ryan?
A minus. So,
A
but
Oh,
negative?
you can't even give me blood.
no. Well, I can't give anybody blood. Like I give blood every other week and they have to burn it because it's mutated and shit. It's yeah, it's messed up. So, but it's not it's a gene mutation. So, but it's interesting because you're very how you feel. They try to get me to feel that way. They try to make me anemic,
Mm.
which they try to get all the iron out of me because it causes clots and shit.
So can I
So
call you Iron Man now?
Oh God!
you can call me
Really?
you can call me lack of iron man because
Call him Iron Head.
no, but no, but it's the opposite issue. So the fact that you have, but I know what it feels like because when they take blood so many times in a row, because sometimes I don't have to give it, then I get real. It's exhausting.
It
Makes you
is,
really weak.
and then thank God they don't have to keep poking me because I got the IV thing in me. But
Yeah.
they give me the blood, and then like
What's your
they have to
condition?
wait 2 hours and like check me again, and then if it's not up, they gotta give me more blood. And the more blood they
Yeah.
gotta give me is the worse because, like I said, I'm O negative, and I and nobody can give me blood. No one on this earth can give me blood unless they're another O negative, and it's hard. My daughter, Poor thing. She had to come in here and give blood.
Oh my lord.
Yeah.
But
It's
she
very rare.
this but so much she can give,
Yeah. You can only give a pint every 60 days unless you have a condition like mine, and then it just it just always makes blood. So, but
Yeah.
unfortunately, so, but it's a you'll recover from it, which is good. How often does it happen?
Um the last time I was hospitalized was
Yeah.
about 2 years ago, and I was in the hospital for a month.
Oh shit.
Yeah,
Wow.
so it gets, but this time I caught it right away, and I felt the symptoms, and I you know
Yeah.
did something about it. I mean, the last time when I was hospitalized for a month, I mean, I got like, oh my God, so many blood transfusions. I lost count. It was just like every day, blood, 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 blood. I'm to the
Yeah.
point where I just want to become a vampire and start just like biting people.
Yeah. So you have too little blood. So it's so interesting. I don't know. The body is really a complicated thing, man. I mean, I'm glad I didn't go into medicine or some shit, but I tell everybody get your blood test because it tells everything. There's so many things they can tell from it. It's crazy.
That's why I crave
So
blood. That's why I crave blood. Like the bloodier the steak, the more I love it.
nice.
I love
So,
liver.
I thought you didn't like things like blood pudding
Well,
or
yeah, I
blood
don't. No,
sausage.
I don't like the blood sausage because it's all dry. Ugh, how can I put
What
this
about
without sounding disgusting? Like the wet blood. Like I crave blood.
what about liver? You like liver?
Oh, I love liver. I
Yeah.
love spinach. So maybe it's not blood I crave. Maybe it's stuff that's high in
The
iron.
iron.
Hmm.
And it's sort of funny because my sister and I mean, we were eating, that sort of stuff. I can remember being like 4 years old and liking it. But
Hmm.
again, we're just slight, it's an occasional problem. And, it's so funny because my wife was not that big a fan of red meat other than hamburgers, I guess. And, probably around about the time, I started, eating her diet, that's kind of when I started having, I'd have to take, just like a daily supplement, that sort of thing.
I
What an
tell
iron
you this.
supplement?
I tell you this much,
Yeah.
Stanley. If you put some beef tartare in front of me, I'd probably eat it all up.
I'm not mad at that.
Well, iron's
So,
definitely fucks with your energy. I'll tell you that much. But I'll give blood. My iron will go down to 42. It's usually 45 to 53 for most persons, right? And 2 weeks later, it'll be at 50 again. Like boom, back up. And
Mm.
yeah. So, and it's really weird because like I could just go in and lift weights, right? Because you have all this iron in your system. It's almost like I'm on steroids. And I could always go in and just lift weights and like crazy and just no problem, and I wouldn't even get sore or anything. And I found out, about a year ago that I have a condition that's why, and I'm like, holy shit. So, but anyway, so I'm anemic a lot. I just was curious as to what your condition was. That's all. So you have the opposite issue as me,
Mm.
basically.
all
Opposite
right.
issue.
Well, any thoughts on the tariffs while you're here,
It's another
Ryan?
tax. It's a tax. I mean, it's just another tax. It's the money siphoned off from the consumer, right? I mean, it's paid by foreign countries, but ultimately the consumer pays, and it goes to the government.
Well,
So
see,
it's
that's
just,
what I'm kind of curious about. His plans t- well, Trump's plans, or the floated idea to cut federal income taxes for people making $150,000 or less, that's going to be offset by higher prices, or at least
Sure.
cut into.
It's part. So some people, and he's one of them, I believe, has an idea that we should do away with all federal income taxes, all of them, eventually, right? And just tariff people. He's mentioned it before. So,
Right. Well, the ultimate goal is to neutralize or dramatically shrink government. That's actually, the end game here. And the problem is that cow, is it cows out of the barn or horse out of the barn? You're not going to do that. And this idea of austerity measures and that sort of thing, you wanna cause a revolution, do austerity measures. Sam
well,
Brownback of Kansas uh, will be the result.
they have to do some austerity. I mean, in pieces,
Well,
right?
you know what? Austerity,
But not all at
trimming
once.
the fat, streamlining, getting rid of redundancies so, everything's more efficient. I don't call that austerity. I call it, working smart, to, for want of a better term. Okay, but the do without, which is kind of more in line with the term austerity, Americans aren't going to go for that. And
Well, when I
you
say it,
know how that works.
I would.
Take their benefits, but don't take our benefits.
Well, what I mean by it is like we have to get the federal debt under control, and so and if they just cap the spending for 5 years, they could do it, or 10 years. Like in other words, don't increase the budget every year like they do. Just keep it the same for 5 years, right? Make it or 10 years, whatever it takes to get our debt back in line. And once the debt's back in line, they can go back to normal. But when I say austerity, I mean
Well, why
just
would you go back to normal in your scenario? Why would you want to go back to normal? You're just going to create the problem downstream 30,
well,
40,
when I
whatever,
say normal,
number of decades.
I mean back to 2019, like prior to COVID. Since COVID, there's been an explosion in government debt to GDP, right? So if we get back to 2019, government will be 15% of GDP again, approximate cost, and we're in line with getting back down to. I mean, in 2019, I think we were at like 17 trillion, right? And we're at 30. We're double that now. So it's just way out of whack between. They blew these two guys that are both in their 70s blew the budget out of the water, right? Biden and Trump just went nuts. And we just got to get it back in line. So just don't let government grow every year for 5 or 10 years and we'll be okay. So,
Oh, speaking of the future,
yes.
I forgot to include that story. It might be. We're going to look at ground news because I finally got off my ass and
That's
got
a
a subscription to it.
great
But
news source.
I want to see. Vance went to Quantico today to do time on the rifle range. So the former Marine, so he knows at least the rudiments. Of course, he wasn't a combat Marine; he was a photographer or something. But
Yeah.
every Marine is an infantryman. That's the nice thing about the Marines. So
Stanley, I tell you what that I think you're going to really like about ground news. And I had a
we're
service
gonna
like
get
that.
to it. As a matter of
Well,
fact, it's next on the
the
agenda.
craziest thing,
And I want Uncle
I
Fatty to come up here too, if he can.
I found myself just looking at the news with such cynicism after I got a different service, and I was like, these fucking news people are criminal because they both just conflate, and both of the stories are it's so spun up. They spin so much, it's crazy. But I found
What
myself
do
comparing
you
news articles.
use?
It was called All Sides Media, and
Mm-hmm.
it literally was bipartisan. They had Democrats and Republicans, people from that, and then they both would compare articles. And the funny thing is, then I'd read like the legislation they were talking about, and the legislation was real. It made sense. And then both news articles on the right and the left were super spinners. And I'm like, these news agencies want to piss us off by spinning so much to the right or the left. Whereas the legislation was pretty, like, there'd be something that was a piece of legislation that was like means tested. It made sense. It made sense for the left and the right. And they were both they came to terms on the bill. And I'd read the bill and I'm like, okay. Then I'd read both articles on the left and the right, and they both would just spin the shit they wanted to tell you. And it just made me very cynical to the news because I'm like, these fucking Fox and MSNBC should be in jail for this shit, you know. But it's
Right.
really a good
I'm
service.
trying to, and if anyone in the audience knows, my son does have Apple News because apparently, if you got an iPhone, you got Apple News. Is there a way to access it from either Windows or from excuse me, from an Android? I haven't gotten on the Apple cart. Now, if I'm lucky, you know, uh, if my son gets a new Apple, maybe he'll give me his old one, which will be the father becoming the child.
Well,
I
you can
used to
get
give him my old phones. You know,
you
maybe
can
he'll
get
give me his old phone.
if you have an old phone, you can just activate the. You don't
I
need
don't
the
have an
cell
old
service.
Apple.
Oh, okay. Because you
No,
can get the
I'm
internet on it.
hoping my son will bless me with his iPhone. I'm kind of kidding about that. I like Pixels. So, but
You can
anyway,
get them. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Well, Vance is, you know, the Marines are the gold standard in our armed services for marksmanship. So he should be able to shoot.
absolutely.
You know, they train at 500 yards. The Army, I think, is a little over 300 yards. The Marines do it in a variety of positions. They also spend 3 weeks as opposed to like 90 hours or something for the Army. But he should be able to shoot. Aim small, miss small, man.
I was
You probably
also
can.
going to ask you because you probably would know, oddly enough, better than me. Are the Marines still like considered special forces, just like everybody in the Marines, or parts of the Marines, or not just the recon parts and you know the snipers and stuff, but um, I thought at one point just the Marines were considered special forces. Is that
I don't know if they're considered quote unquote special forces because I think the Marines do have special forces.
they do?
But
They have
but
recon.
yeah, but every Marine, regardless of their designation, has those basic skills. You know, it doesn't matter whether you're a typist or, you know, even a guy in the, you know, broadcast journalism field. You have all of the Marine training, and you know, in terms of marksmanship and a number of other skills, just to be a Marine. It does not matter.
Well, I'm going to say, and I was a naval officer, the Marine I've never met, and I'm sure they're out there, but every Marine officer I've ever met was just like, um, they were just outstanding. There was just like, you know, I knew a guy who was a retired major. Actually, I don't know that he retired. Um, and I think he wound up going back in and, you know, some personal stuff and all that, but he was recon. And this dude was a stud. He was like 6'3", you know, oh 05, I'm sorry, oh 04, just fucking, you know, he looked like just give him a gun and he's going to take out, a company of the enemy just by himself. So Marine Recon, those guys, they are the Marine version of the SEALs, but it's
Mm-hmm.
I think a slightly different mission, and I don't know what it is. But yeah, those guys are a different breed.
Yeah, my brother was a staff sergeant, and he, you know, they set a standard, and it is unbending. It is, it's very, very, very. This is the way it's going to be done, and it will be done. There's no
or else,
yeah,
and they definitely tell you about it.
Yeah, I'll tell you about it. All right.
My uncle is a Marine in Vietnam, and he still flies the Marine flag in his yard. I'm like,
oh yeah,
he's definitely a jarhead from Jump Street.
Yeah, most
So-
of them
come
are.
on now. I occasionally fly the Navy flag on my little
Yeah,
gentrified
sure.
my little soccer mom flagpole hanging off the house.
Yeah. Well, he
That
loves to fly
that and the Georgia
flag.
Tech flag. It's
Mm.
in rotation. Navy, Georgia Tech,
Mhm.
American flag around July 4th.
Yeah, I think he's gonna get the Marine Corps the symbol. You know what I mean, like the little anchor going through the world. I think
Yeah.
he'll have that on. He'll have that on his headstone. I guarantee it. Guarantee it.
Well,
Yeah.
my
He will.
wife's uncle was a master chief in the Navy, and he had like I can't remember because it's been years since I've even seen his grave, but he had a Navy symbol, or maybe it was a master chief petty officer, insignia on his gravestone. And he was a corpsman in in Vietnam. And
Yeah.
Uncle Bob, you know what? He
Yeah.
was the nicest guy, but god damn it. He just looked like, yeah, I'm nice, until you piss me off. He was a
Yeah.
great
Yeah,
guy
sure.
though. He was a
Yeah.
fisherman.
My
So
brother he looks like he was chiseled out of a rock. He's in his hair is still the Marine haircut. He's
yours is too.
well, his is much more severe than mine, and
It's much
he
more
also
bristly.
he's got it's much tighter and much less high. He also has those bulldogs everywhere. The
Oh, really?
mascot.
Devil
Yeah,
dogs?
yeah. He's got those everywhere. He's got little ceramic.
Come on, devil dog.
Yep. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And so he and I, especially when I was out there, our favorite thing to do is to go out to the range. The sheriff's department out there has an open shooting range for the public in a box canyon. And if I could impress him with some marksmanship, I knew I had done quite a thing. He's very much, and all the things I just told you about the marksmanship versus the Army, that's because I was informed by him of how Marines train for marksmanship as opposed to the other branches of the service, which it's just a different application. It's not their quote unquote better, but that's just what they're there
Yeah,
for.
well, I mean, the Marines technically take beaches, and the Army occupies.
Well, here's a good story. I had a brother that was a Ranger and an MP in the Army.
Oh, really?
And I asked him one time, what would happen if you two got in a fight? He goes, "Oh, he was an MP, man. He was, trained to hand combat and disarming people. He'd beat me up real easy." And I said, "That really strikes me as funny to hear a Marine say that." He goes, "Oh, you see, Tom, they don't send the Marines in when they want a bunch of people beat up. They send the Marines in when they want a bunch of people killed. I
That's
could
right.
kill him real easy, but I probably couldn't beat him up.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Totally different mission.
Yeah,
You
he's
know,
like,
it's like if you pull your gun, that means there's a good chance who you're aiming in center of mass. The intent is not to defend or
Right.
disarm.
Yeah.
It's to neutralize.
I've never forgotten that. No, I could kill him real easy, but I couldn't beat him up. And I was like, and what did you want for Christmas this year? What can I get you?
DiCapriono, how does the audio sound on the panel? Everyone's audio?
This is unbelievable.
Is it mine that's bad?
No, I think DiCapriono, sometimes if you're on a phone, your phone will make everyone sound, the the Borg out or whatever the term is. Everyone's audio sounds fine to me. DiCapriono, it may be your phone, because it's happened to me on my phone, and I'm not on my phone. So let me do this story, and then we'll move into ground news, and hopefully Uncle Fatty will have time to come up. And I've never used it before, so apparently we have a couple experts to help me get used to it. I literally just signed up this afternoon. It looks good, but we'll get to explore it, and y'all can bring me up to speed on what I need to be looking at. It doesn't look like rocket science, but since I've got experts here, why not use the expertise? So Trump is trying to gain more power over elections, and I want to talk about this. It's a longish article, but this is actually important to me, because there are federal election rules which Congress sets. I think states actually control the mechanics of elections, and an executive order from the president making a requirement instead of going through Congress is troubling.
I would agree.
Trump is trying to gain more power over elections. Is his effort legal? This article is by Nick Corasaniti and read by an automated voice. President Trump pushed on Tuesday to hand the executive branch unprecedented influence over how federal elections are run, signing a far-reaching and legally dubious order to change U.S. voting rules. The executive order, which seeks to require proof of citizenship to register to vote, as well as the return of all mail ballots by Election Day, is an attempt to upend centuries of settled election law and federal-state relations. The Constitution gives the president no explicit authority to regulate elections. Instead, it gives states the power to set the times, places, and manner of elections, leaving them to decide the rules, oversee voting, and try to prevent fraud. Congress can also pass election laws or override state legislation, as it did with the Voting Rights Act of 1965. Yet Mr. Trump's order, which follows a years-long Republican push to tighten voting laws out of a false belief that the 2020 election was rigged, bypasses both the states and Congress. Republican lawmakers in Washington are trying to pass many of the same voting restrictions, but they are unlikely to make it through the Senate. Here's what to know about an order that provides the latest example of how Mr. Trump is trying to expand his presidential power. What does the order include? The order's most eye-catching provisions are the requirements of proof of citizenship and the return of mail ballots by Election Day. But the order, which threatens to withhold federal funding from states that do not comply with it, includes a range of other measures. It seeks to give federal agencies, including the Elon Musk-led team known as the Department of Government Efficiency, access to state voter rolls to check for consistency with federal requirements. It aims to set new rules for election equipment, which could force states to replace voting machines that use barcodes or QR codes. And it instructs the U.S. Attorney General to hunt for and prosecute election crimes. Is this legal? Probably not all of it, legal experts say, and voting rights groups and state attorneys general are already signaling that they will file challenges. Several experts predicted that provisions of the order might well be found unlawful, though they said that others, like directions to Mr. Trump's Attorney General and other cabinet members, fell within legal bounds. It's an attempt at a power grab, said Richard L. Hasen, an election law expert at the University of California, Los Angeles. The president has been seen in the past as having no role to play when it comes to the conduct of federal elections, and this attempt to assert authority over the conduct of federal elections would take power away from both an independent federal agency and from the states. What parts might be challenged? A central question surrounds Mr. Trump's attempt to use the Election Assistance Commission, a federal agency that Congress created in 2002 to help election officials with their work, to enforce the proof of citizenship requirement. Currently, Americans may register to vote in federal elections either through their state or by using a federal form created by the EAC. The form includes a box that registrants check to attest, under penalty of perjury, that they are U.S. citizens, but it does not require documentation as proof. The executive order would force the EAC to change that process to require a passport, state identification that includes citizenship information or military identification. Legal experts dispute that Mr. Trump has the authority to force the agency, which Congress designated as independent, and which includes 2 commissioners from each party, to.
Okay, I want to point out that birth certificates were not part of documentation required. Very crafty. He's assuming that birthright citizenship is basically going to go away, I guess.
To take any action.
Maybe
He
not.
can ask
Stanley.
nicely, said Justin Levitt,
I'm sorry, what?
It may not be his goal. It may be that you have a photo ID is what he really wants. Maybe.
Okay, well, in a lot of cases, and I know this from going into the military, a birth certificate proving that you were born within the born in the United States was definitely proof. Actually,
birth certificate.
probably the best proof of citizenship.
Yeah, and look, I don't. Either way, he shouldn't be doing it. It should be in Congress. But I don't have an issue with
to be
Congress
honest
doing
with you, Congress can influence federal elections. Definitely not state elections. But the Constitution is fairly clear on this one, and the executive interfering in it.
Yeah, that's wrong. He shouldn't be doing it.
Yeah, that's like more than wrong. That's like pretty much unconstitutional. And what worries me is the conservatives, at least a couple of the conservatives on the, and I think Roberts too. They are for a unitary executive. They buy into that theory, and this is one of those things that I need to go back and reread on the actual theory because it's considered novel. There is nothing in the Constitution that suggests. As a matter of fact, if you go and you read history and you kind of read Article 2, having a king in hereditary power, those were 2 things that were just like they weren't even on the table.
Yeah, it was about dividing power was the key.
Exactly.
To the whole fucking thing, right?
I'm just really curious because I will go back and reread later on today.
I think these executive orders, man, are just. I mean, and I've hated them since Bush, right? Because Bush is the one that started to really run with them.
It's not the executive orders, at least at this point, as much as the intent behind them. It's obvious that Trump is trying to, test the limits see what he can get away with, because he has a Supreme Court that might be amenable to some of this. They're probably not going to let him get away with the election stuff. He's not going to get away with the birthright citizenship, though I'm a little less sure. Basically, what Trump is going to do, and I actually think the intended goal, is there's some things in that China shop he and his fellow bull are doing. They want to break things to a point to where successor administrations can't fix it.
Well, that's kind of look there. This is where we are now, and I'm telling you, every 4 years, if they change parties, they're going to build a wall, tear it down, build a wall, tear it down. This is what
No.
we're facing.
What Trump's goal
That's what we're doing. We're already doing that.
Well, Trump's goal is to make it impossible to rebuild. There's certain things with the administrative state. If you break it, it's going to take like a lot of money to refix. And that's basically the goal. And you know what? It's almost like a war. You're going to go in and you're going to level a city, and to rebuild that city, they're going to have to move heaven and earth to do it. And, going to a higher, more 30,000 foot view, it's masterful. Do Republicans?
It's disgusting, though. It's terrible. If this is what we're doing.
Not if you're now. See, you tend to look at American culture and sociology through an economic lens. I tend to do it through a historical lens, and this is masterful.
Well, and it may be masterful from a strategic standpoint, right? But my problem is as a country, we got the other countries in the world looking at us, and the wall I use as an example for a reason, because he decided to build the wall. He's building this stupid wall, and then as soon as Biden took over, he stopped the wall, started selling off the steel that was sitting there that wasn't erected. Then Trump gets in, he starts buying it back and building the wall again. I'm like, we look like fucking idiots to every country in the world doing this dumb shit. Back and forth, back and forth. And they set this up so we wouldn't zig and zag every few years. And here we are zigging and zagging like lunatics, and it's all done by executive order. So I just think it's nuts, man. I mean, we got a closed border, but 2 years ago, we had a wide open border. And we're going to close it, open it, close it. I mean, it's fucking crazy. All executive order bullshit, too.
Stanley, I have a question. You mentioned the elimination of birthright citizenship. I'm curious. I don't know is the reason I'm asking. What would replace that mechanism, do you think?
You mean to make citizens?
Yes. Non-naturalized, born in America citizens. Would it be,
I think what would have happened is your parents would have had to, or at least one of your parents would have had to, it's almost like a hereditary thing.
I got you.
If your parents were not naturalized, or I guess it would be more or less a grandfather thing. But if your parents or your one parent, at least one parent, wasn't a U.S. citizen, you might be, you might not be.
I've noticed a bigger and bigger and bigger push for the requirement for people to have a passport, which is, a far superior method of identification in terms of documentation and other things. And I was just wondering if it would be something like that, where it's not just, a birth certificate.
Well, I hadn't thought about it, but I mean, most people who are just garden variety, born here Americans, I don't have a passport.
Yeah, they don't get them.
Now, at one point, I had a military ID, which functions as a passport if you are in the military. But
I think domestic air flight is starting to move toward passports in terms of your check
well,
when you come
the
through.
problem is why would you need a passport to travel domestically?
I understand. That's why it's concerning to me.
Okay. Look, to be honest with you, I'm a birth certificate person, but I grew up under, a 14th Amendment, means something movement. I think, if Trump wins that fight, basically it's going to be almost a hereditary thing. If your two parents are not, or your one parent, say you're a single mother who comes here or something like that. If you have two parents that are not American citizens and you're born here, you will not be a U.S. citizen. If you have one parent that's a U.S. citizen, that probably will be something that'll have to be adjudicated. I could see circumstances where, well, what if it comes down to something like slavery? And now I'm throwing this out here and it's half a joke, but you know what? You inherit your your mother's status. What is it? Partum ventrum something or another. I can't remember the Latin term. But hey, if your mother's not a citizen, if your mother's a citizen, you automatically inherit it. So that would be interesting. That's almost a novel right there. I could think of a comic novel where something like that could be written about.
Well, it's one of the reasons I bring it up is here in Texas. When say you move to Texas and you get a driver's license, you are issued.
All right, I'll be. Oh, hey Stanley, I'll be back. I gotta go make coffee for the wife. All right, see you. All right. See you guys.
Right.
See you, Tom.
See ya. You're
Crack
issued
that whip.
You're issued a paper sort of voucher for your driver's license because they have to make your driver's license, with all the metadata and things in the strip and all the other information that's on your real driver's license. And they mail that to you, which I've always found extremely disconcerting given the security of the average mailbox. But if you are required, you need a photo ID to travel from certain places. Now, the Texas airports all know what this is. And so they're like, okay, yeah, you're fine. But if you fly to another place, they're not quite so forgiving. And so in that instance, I'm traveling with my birth certificate, my social security card, and my voucher. So I'm just, I guess you have to have the real ID compliant, and Uncle Fatty mentions the star that's on.
Yeah, Virginia has one of those, and I don't know that Georgia does. I'll have to check. So
many people I know are getting passports just for the identification purpose of it. Because it is kind of the gold standard for identification.
If I have to leave my monastery to go get a passport, I'm going to be mighty pissed off.
Yeah, they're not cheap either.
That might be a source of revenue.
Yeah.
A country increases GDP because everybody has to get a passport. Your papers.
Yeah, I would like to see your papers, please. Anyway,
you know what? That just sent a chill up my spine. I've watched too much Hogan's Heroes in my young life.
Yeah.
Let me see your papers.
Yeah, those Germans weren't quite as efficient as the rest of the German army, but the notion that a birth certificate, this is a certificate that says I was born here, wouldn't be enough,
Right.
is very, very disconcerting
Disturbing.
to me. Yes, because what about orphans? They don't
Right.
necessarily know who their parents are, or adopted children. They don't necessarily know. In many cases, it's sealed by a court. In addition to the fact, I personally, my parents misplaced my birth certificate. They had my birth record, which is different than the certificate. It's like a medical document. And so I had to reapply for that. And my birth certificate is like when I was 18 and I had to go, the NCAA wanted it or something. And that's when everybody went, uh-oh, we really don't we really don't have that. And I had to go to the Board of Health in the county I was born in, which was fine. It was just the next county over. But yeah, that's very, very, very disconcerting.
Well, that's an interesting fact Uncle Fatty brings up. The passport office was defunded. How does that work?
Yeah.
Well, I guess it's about to be, I bet it is about to be moved into the White House.
Well, I know in Collin County here, their district clerk got together with some of the House of Representatives guys and petitioned to be able to issue passports. Typically, it's done at a post office or some other federal type place, but maybe that power, so to speak, will start to be delegated to the states to a certain extent for the federal government. I don't know, but again, just the notion that here is my official birth certificate issued by the county of record, that's not enough.
Right. Well, I can tell you right now, and this is kind of like a niche opinion. As a descendant, an American with, a legacy African heritage, let me make it all sound, flowery. Having states decide citizenship runs, my epigenetics are tingling.
I can recall
my epigenetic spidey sense.
Yeah. I can recall a time in the not too distant past when people were demanding birth certificates from someone as if it was the gold standard. Perhaps you recall that as well. It was a presidential candidate, I think, was being required to show his birth certificate by many people.
Oh, are you?
And so now it's not.
Hold it.
Now it's not good enough.
Yeah, that I didn't even connect that dot. Yeah, that is weird.
Anyway, it's just, yeah.
No, Trump is, yeah, again, I'm going to put on my optimistic hat, which looks kind of like an Easter bonnet, oddly enough. This will all blow over. And mainly because the reason I think this is this whole signal disaster. I'm comforted to know that these people aren't that bright. You may look bright. You may wear a nice suit. You may have slick back hair. But I'm not convinced that Stephen Miller is that bright now.
Well, yeah.
Malevolent, yes. Evil has its own, and I don't know. I don't know if I'm being hyperbolic or not. He does have that, slithering look.
Reptilian cunning is what I think you're looking for.
Yeah, Stephen Miller looks like he should be in a Harry Potter movie or something.
Or
He's
Bond.
a Bond villain. I also have to say that every time he speaks, I always expect one of those comedic Hogan's Heroes German accents.
Yeah.
Halt!
$1 billion. Yeah.
All right. Well, this is my introduction to ground news here, and both my ground experts, but you're a media expert, so and it's fairly simple. Kind of like the looks of it. A lot of stuff in the center here. Let's see. Can I expand that? So essentially, Trump announces 25% tariff. That story. Now, E.T. is in Entertainment Today.
Tonight.
Oh, I'm sorry, tonight?
Yep.
That can't be true. The Epic Times. Okay. Yeah, I know what the Epic Times is. I don't have a subscription. God damn it. I might have to get subscriptions to all these motherfuckers. So Epic Times, I know. Wow. That's more centrist position wise than I thought it would be. So and Tom, you actually are a media expert. What do you think of ground news?
I've had zero interaction with ground news.
Because see, I can't afford like LexisNexis and some of those sort of things. That the big boys use.
Yeah.
And since I want to be a fake Ron Burgundy, this seems like a good idea. Something that I can go, well, hey, we can look at several sides of this. See, this is let's see, Afton Bladette. I don't even know what that is. Trump. Oh shit, this is in German or something. That's no, that's Russian. Amerikanska, or some like. Oh my lord, that's in a totally different language. How does that Polish? I bet that's what it is.
Well, there have been other attempts in the past to amalgamate news reporting across the board. This one looks like it's a little bit more comprehensive, but but just because it was required, and we had the highest level possible of AP News. I'm pretty steeped in AP, but
is AP even on this? I see CNN. I don't see AP at all.
No, I don't either.
That's interesting.
I don't either.
Which in my, I don't know anything about this, but AP's about as neutral as you can get.
Yeah, it's what it says it is.
Right.
It's the Associated Press. It's those stories. Yes, there are dedicated AP staff, but I would say the majority of the reporting is done by people from independent stations and newspapers that contribute to the AP. So it's, for lack of a better term, all across the board. My chief objection to the AP is that in the last 10 years or so, it has become way more tabloid entertainment-y than I would like it to be. But, you don't know how many mornings I sat through and went, yeah, okay, I get it. Taylor Swift did something. Can we get to this stuff I want to try and report this morning?
Well, the one thing that kind of disturbs me here is essentially it looks like the New York Post is considered center right. I think that's fucking ridiculous. I think the Sun is definitely farther right than its position. Of course, this is just a crude graphic, so I guess I shouldn't go overboard with it. But Le Figaro,
what is here?
God damn
I think
it!
the
Nobody
chart
told me I had to dig out my high school French book.
Well, the chart above, I think, you got 424 total news sources, 68 lean left, 53 lean right. They say 96 are center. So bias.
Yeah, they're not showing everything.
Distribution is 45% center. But you know, if I said it once, I'll say it a million times. All news is biased, all of it, in some regard, because the stories are created by humans,
Right?
and humans are biased, so they pick what's in the story, what's not in the story, what's most prominent, what's not most prominent. They pick the stories themselves. So all news is biased. I'm sorry. It just is.
Huh. This is interesting. So Trump announces 25% tariffs on all cars not made in the United States. The left, President Trump announced 25% tariff on all autos not produced in the United States. Auto industry contributes 1.2 trillion annually to U.S. economy, which may face severe consequences from this tariff. White House press secretary Caroline Levitt, who, by the way, is very good at her job. I have to give her that. Caroline Levitt stated tariffs could complicate the supply chain for automakers, as they often source from abroad. Glenn Stevens, Detroit Regional Chamber, expressed concerns about potential failures. Okay, that's the left perspective. So the right perspective, and there looks like some little, what is that? Tariff announcement prompted starkly contrasting narratives, with left-leaning outlets framing the action as a crackdown that rattled markets and risked a trade war. Right-leaning coverage conversely highlighted the potential to revive auto industry. Don't see how that works. While both sides acknowledge 100 billion revenue projection, the phrase Liberation Day, used to characterize the tariff implementation date, was reported neutrally by left-leaning sources but amplified by right-leaning. Ultimately, the division reflects broader ideological differences. Let me ask you a question, and again, you being, steeped in this stuff, if I were to report this story on this channel, would you recommend that I look at left and right, or is that just kind of getting down in the weeds?
It just depends on what you want to put out there. I would always probably go center. That's just me.
Well, there's not enough. It says not enough unique coverage to create a summary. There is a right perspective, and then there's a bias comparison.
And you could also take a little column A, a little column B. I know in our news reporting, say if there was a story from the State House or the Dallas City Council, and we had a quote, an audio, what we call an actuality from somebody on the right, we also get one from the left to keep it balanced. And CBS News Radio does that super well. They generally, if they have a national news story, they get one from one side, one from the other side. But it's part of that bias. It's what do you want to put out there?
I see.
It's up to you. You're the editor-in-chief of Stanley versus the World. So,
oh, that's a scary thought.
Yeah, that's the truth.
Let's see. Well, you can
just be the news anchor. The news anchor is normally
that's what I've been in. That's what I'm dreaming of becoming.
Yes.
The Walter Cronkite of the John Galt urban landlord landscape.
Well, at the big news outlets like CBS Evening News, Walter Cronkite or Dan Rather was also the editor-in-chief of that that broadcast. So, because you don't have to read it. You can have all the producers and editors and everything else. At the end of the day, you can just blow by a story. Now, if I'd have done that in my
What's up,
job,
man?
I'd have been in big trouble. But I would never have done that. But I was just Ron Burgundy in it anyway. We had a piece of software that the stories. If I wasn't doing like a weekend when I did everything by myself, which is a bitch, there's an editor there that's putting those stories in each segment, and I would really never argue with them at all. I just would go with what they had and read it and be done with it.
What's up, Grandpa Fatty?
Not much.
Well,
I had a Tonka
go
truck
ahead.
when I was a little kid, a little dump truck, Tonka truck, right? It was Bob Schieffer's truck.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, really? Oh, you gotta. Why? Was he just a news dump?
He was the guy that was on the news every night, Bob Schieffer, and then it was Dan Rather.
Wow, that's pretty neat, actually.
Old Bob. Oh, yeah. The old 60 Minutes. We used to go down to
I
Grandma
don't
and Grandpa's
know that
house.
much about Bob Schieffer.
Yeah.
He was Face the Nation for years, right? He just seemed like a pretty good guy. So.
Those old timers, they were really concerned about just the facts, no emotion, no individual truth, right? Just the information, just the facts.
You guys remember Roger Mudd?
A little bit.
Oh my Lord, do I? He was, even as a kid. Yeah.
Well,
absolutely,
Roger Mudd is a direct descendant of Samuel Mudd, who is the guy that got sent to, a war prison for splinting James Wilkes Booth's leg.
Right.
And then subsequently released because there was an outbreak of smallpox or something. And being a doctor, he was instrumental in saving a whole ton of lives and stuff at this particular prison, and they pardoned him for doing that. And he really got a raw deal anyway. I won't get too far into that, but he really did. At the time they were naturally quite concerned with what had happened, and were
but
pretty harsh on him.
Hippocratic oath and all that.
Yeah.
He didn't necessarily know what was going on at the time, too, right?
Roger Mudd, though, was a direct descendant of Samuel Mudd.
Nice.
I did not know that.
Yeah,
he seemed like a really cool guy. Who I also liked? Eric Severide. He always
legend.
just struck me. Yeah,
sure.
So
even
Martin Downey Jr.,
Huntley and Brinkley, for crying out loud. I mean, all of those guys were all about the facts, and they would give you the facts. They would almost, bend over backwards to give both sides of an issue. That was a time in the United States when they would do in prime time a whole hour on an issue, an important one like education or the war in Vietnam or whatever it is.
Right.
And, they weren't messing around, you had guys like Cronkite that were in battle in World War II. I mean, these were newsmen. These were guys that would go down if there was a mine collapse in West Virginia. They went down there in a suit and tie with a tape recorder. I mean, these were newsmen, broadcasters, and Walter Cronkite said it. He felt that network news should be run at the cost to the network. He said that this should be a public service in exchange for the license that we have to earn, millions or billions of dollars off of all of our affiliates. And he said the second that you require news organizations to get ratings, to turn a profit with ad revenue, you will have the most tabloid journalism, and it will appeal to the lowest common denominator.
Let me ask you.
I wonder what ended up happening.
Well, he was right, but let me ask you a question about C-SPAN. Isn't C-SPAN more or less that model? Though I notice, at least on their podcasts, there'll be a commercial or two. What do you think of C-SPAN?
I think C-SPAN is.
Because I mean,
it is.
supposedly it's paid for by cable providers, or I don't know the specifics of the model, but supposedly they are along that model.
They're kind of that model. They're to me they're more documentarians than they are reporters.
Like going to the encyclopedia.
Yeah, I mean they'll have the national book review and an author will speak. They really don't report on it, and they show all the activities in Congress, but there's not.
But see, that's about as neutral as you can get, though. That's my point. I mean, if you put a camera, in a committee meeting, there's no reporter there. You are literally listening real time, and that's about as neutral as you can get.
Well, that's the difference. That's the difference. Is there is no reporter there. That's why I say they're documentarians more than journalists or reporters. There's no one asking a probing question or highlighting facts beyond what's been said, because as we saw during those hearings a week or two ago, the things that are said in Congress aren't necessarily a deep, informative story, and those things are biased. So, that they're outstanding documentarians, and I think they do a tremendous public service. Don't get me wrong, but I wouldn't call that news as much as I would newsworthy and documentarian type stuff.
More of a source, really. I'll use grounds more for finding 2 or 3 articles on the same thing, but then figuring out where their source is coming from, especially if I want to play a video on somebody's live feed or present something backstage for somebody, depending on if I want an article. But the sourcing really is, in my mind, the sourcing is everything. Credible cited sourcing does not begin with, well, I'm pretty sure, and I heard it on the internet.
Yeah.
So at least having the sources to go through them and having the diversity, like I said, Al Jazeera, for the most part, keeps popping in my stuff as a very neutral.
Well, Al Jazeera, you remember when they kind of first burst into the cable scene?
For sure.
That was actually one of the first things I learned about it. They were horribly neutral.
Yeah.
and the funding for it, just the name, really caused issues, and I used to actually watch it. As a matter of fact, if I recall, during the Bush's invasion of Iraq, wasn't Al Jazeera? That's about when it popped up, right?
Yeah, second Desert Storm.
Yeah, I remember watching Al Jazeera and seeing nothing wrong with their coverage.
Yeah, because it was about the information and not about the spin or the story. And yeah, they'd pull the fluff piece and show the hurt kids and the settlements and the appeal to emotion. That is news.
And I tend to lean left in kind of the way I look at the world, but it's kind of a the older I've gotten, and I'm not even sure when I was in the Navy, I was as much into Edmund Burke. Edmund Burke kind of pulls me back towards the center. If I start listening, that balance between Payne and Burke, believe it or not, there was actual tension there. Being between those 2 poles is kind of how I see myself. And as a black guy, that is a little bit of a weird reference. But you know what? I'm an American.
Well, one of the big reasons, like C-SPAN would never crack the Watergate case.
Right.
The investigative journalism, the things beyond what you're told, those things are done by, an informed public that requires an actualized press. And, we just have to be careful because so much of it now is I tell people, the news is more lazy than it is biased. It's going
Well,
for clicks.
is it lazy? Is it lazy or is it just underfunded?
Both.
And I have a background to that question.
Both, because the underfunding drives the laziness. If you're if you're underfunded, you're going for the quickest, most inflammatory click. They want the clicks, and
Right.
you don't need to give I mean, some stories are not that sexy, but you can make
Right.
them sexy if you
Right.
if you just
You want to boost your algorithm? Type in bad or gets owned in caps.
Well,
in your title.
The world to explode tomorrow. Women
Right.
and children hurt the most.
Yes.
Let me pause right quick. Hey, you okay, Virgo? I saw your camera turned on and off. You okay?
Hey, Stanley. I'm fine. I'm
Hey.
actually leaving the hospital right now.
What? They're booting you out?
Oh,
What'd you do?
What do you mean what
Did you
I
curse
did?
out?
Go down, spill some
Curse
donuts
out
out
a
of the
nurse.
cafeteria.
She cursed out a nurse, and they're going, "You can no longer."
They're
Can
getting
you eat
Virgo
now?
out of here. Well, can we stop at Wawa?
Oh,
I'm
oh
gonna
shit!
stop.
Now, Mr. Virgo's gonna be pissed. I put a cheeseburger in your ear.
No, I'm not getting a cheeseburger from Wawa. I'm gonna get a breakfast sandwich, a sizzly.
All right. Well, you can eat now.
Yeah, I mean, they wanted to starve me to death.
Is that what they wanted to do?
I think
Virgo,
so.
I'll tell you this story about my wife one day. I well, shit, I'll just tell it now. No, I'll save it for later because it's a little maudlin. It'll ruin the mood. But
I
the
thought it was.
upshot was her doctor looking at me with wide eyes, going, I'm trying to save her life. I was worried about, some esoteric stuff. And I've never seen a doctor look at me like that before. Like, motherfucker, you cretin. I'm surprised he did. I'm surprised he didn't toss me out. You fucking midwit. Get the fuck out.
The good news is I only had to get one bag of blood.
Well, that's a good thing.
One
How'd
bag.
it taste?
I wish I could have tasted it. I could have bit right through it. To be honest with you, so I can get up out of here. But
You
the
said
bad
you
news
wanted to
is
be a vampire.
I got gallstones now.
Oh, shit.
Is that an old people thing?
No, not really. But I mean, I've only known it maybe middle age. You are middle aged.
Yeah, but they gave me medication to see if they could
Does
break
it
up.
hurt?
No, I didn't even know I had them.
I see.
They
Now
gave
they're
me
gonna
medication.
they're gonna put you on a diet, right?
Hold on. Yeah, sorry.
They're gonna put you on a diet though, right?
Well, they better not.
Because
You know I
you'll
have to
ignore
have
it.
my foie gras.
Yeah, right. You raise your own foie gras ducks. You got ducks and geese specifically under that mango tree.
Don't talk about the mango tree. That mango tree.
How's Mr. Virgo holding up?
He's okay.
All right. Well, tell him I said hello.
Oh, well, he went to use the bathroom, I guess.
He's
Getting on my
probably,
goddamn nerves.
you know what? That man is with you in a hospital. Did you not hear the ladies' night? You better be thankful for your man and follow his leadership.
Yes, I better listen to Mr. Virgo.
Is it merit based?
Huh?
Oh, is that merit based, or is that just a?
You know what? I was in the chat for a while, kind of making sure, being the lawman, and I fell asleep and woke up, and it was still going on. I'm fucking 60 years old, and I'm not that old fashioned. I fell asleep in 2025 and woke up in 1895.
It happens.
Out on Defusky Island, no doubt. it was like I woke up and my great 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 grandmother was telling my great 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 grandfather she would follow his leadership, because he grew good collard greens. It was like, that's the merit.
Man, I got to tell you this one. This one's been bothering me. I got into it with a red hat here last fall, right before the election, and one of his main gripes against Kamala is
so.
that.
Well, hold on one sec. Red hat versus red shirt. Was it like is that?
Yeah.
Star Trek. First to get killed.
Right.
Bad joke. Sorry.
True though. No, he was completely bent out of shape because Kamala made a remark about having so many members of her family that they had so many collard greens she had to soak them in the bathtub. Now, any self-respecting person would never, ever put their collard greens in the bathtub. And this was a major contention point for this guy.
Now, I will have to say that I could see that scenario. Now, if you don't have like a wash tub, like a metal wash tub,
sure,
that might be the biggest container of water, and people made way too much of that. And actually, it was the black people on the John Galt urban landlord landscape who don't understand living in the country. All these motherfuckers are urban people. You know what? If you live out in the country, you know what? Those greens get boiled in hot water at some point. It's not the worst thing you can do to get the bugs and the dirt, the grit and all. I heard those collard greens. It wasn't like she was fucking cooking them in the bathtub. They were just, what do you do in a bathtub? You wash stuff.
And if you watch the clip of it, it's like a 3-second clip where she's in some setting and makes some off-color remark about, this guy had so many folks in my family that we had to put them in the bathtub, like a joke. But no, right. I mean, this was dead 100% serious. That was the main reason why he just completely could not accept her as being president.
Well, there were other reasons.
No, not for this guy. I mean, that was the one.
Was he black MAGA or?
Oh yeah. Good friend of mine.
Those motherfuckers are the worst.
That he just could not get beyond, and I'm just like, dude, look it's a joke. Like, learn how to take a joke.
Well, you know what? You should have asked him. Well, how did you wash your greens? I bet that motherfucker buys his greens in a bag at the Publix.
No, I want to lay up in the
bag. If you actually grew greens in your garden, you would get it. And I've never actually grown collard greens, but my father has. I have an aunt. Well, she's deceased now. But my mother's Aunt Rose, my father and I and, the kids, we would go visit Aunt Rose, great Aunt Rose, every week.
Yeah.
We go from Savannah over to St. Helena. And my father had a fucking, it doesn't sound big, but he had a fucking acre garden. That's that's big when you're not, you don't have farm equipment. We tended that shit by hand. And it was an awesome experience. But you know what? You cut some collard greens out, you split them up, and you know what? I could see washing them in a bathtub. They're
Yeah.
going to be boiled.
Especially
So,
you use the shower head and spray them off and everything. And
oh yeah, absolutely.
not to get the fur all wet.
It's the city folk who don't understand country ways. And I'm a city folk too, but I've lived in the country. I haven't. I know how things are done. Yeah, that red hat was.
Just need to loosen
And
that strap up a little bit. Get a little bit of blood flow up there into the brain.
well, actually, the reason I'm beating this dead horse is just to piss some people off in the audience, because I'm in the mood to do it. So, anyway, most
My
Americans
great grandpa was a
now-
commissioner, and when they did the kind of northeast addition onto the city, Pennsylvania Avenue continued off of 4th Street out to 20th, and he bought the corner on 1601 Pennsylvania, bought the whole block. So, growing up, Grandma had a quarter acre, and they owned half of the block still, and sold the other half to the church for parking in their little buildings and stuff. We'd go down every Sunday, and that was honestly one of the best things that I could have ever had growing up. Is just being around the gardens.
You know what?
Sure.
My wife, bless her heart. I one day came up probably with the drunken idea that, you know what? I hate the shrubbery out in front of the house. I'm thinking about turning the whole front lawn into a garden.
You've been doing rooftop gardens up here.
Well, no, we lived up in the mountains, 1-lane gravel road. You have to move way over to the side, to let another car pass. And no, I didn't do the whole front yard because that would have been a little too much. The HOA probably wouldn't have allowed it. But where the shrubs and the little like ornamental plants, no, we ripped those up. I tilled it, and we had a garden for years. And me and my son and my wife, getting out there, and it wasn't a big affair, but it was awesome. There is a difference when you go and you pick your own, I don't know, bell peppers, or you pick your own, you're taking rosemary right off of it. There is a huge difference in the taste. And even if there's not that much of a difference, it's the satisfaction of knowing that, hey, there is a fruit to your labor, literally. And I was joking with London, who I haven't seen. I wonder, guess she's been busy. I asked her the other day, because she's a fan of gardening, and I asked her, are you a vegetable gardener? And she likes flowers. And you know what? I see no purpose to raising roses. You know
Man,
what?
I don't know though.
All that
I've
work.
got some prize roses. I've got some really nice big dahlias, dinner plate dahlias. And
Dahlias. Oh, nice.
some, oh God, I got all kinds of crap out there. But roses are awesome. I love doing roses.
Yeah, but see, I'm not. If I have to do all that work and I can't put it on a plate at the end of the season, I'm kind of like, yeah, it looks pretty, but you can't eat it.
Well, I figure by the time fall runs around, I get at least 20, 30 nice bouquets. And I'll pick them and
sell 'em?
and stun them off and pick all the buds and get the long stems.
Mm-hmm.
Take all the little half sprouts and crack the leaves and get them all to sprout right, and fold them over and get 6 or 8 big long stems off each one.
Well, what do you do with them once you've done all that? I'm sorry, you do what?
Give them to the chicks. Nothing better than a bouquet of roses on a Wednesday.
Okay, well, you
for
know
no
what?
reason.
if that's what you're reaping from what you're sowing, okay.
You know,
Oh.
takes, either way, it's all money, one way or another.
Oh, red pill night.
Right?
Stanley versus the world.
Buy me a house.
All right. So most Americans think immigration should be decreased. Now, this actually interested me, given that birth rates are low. Any
And
thoughts,
it's slowing down,
Tom?
yeah, for sure. And this kind of ties in too with the fact that women are getting more jobs and getting more executive
But
jobs.
they've been for decades now,
right? What's more likely to happen when a gal gets a job, especially in an executive career? She tends not to have children or as many children, which is kind of the whole push to get the woman back into the kitchen with their shoes off and all that BS.
Let me ask you a question about that, though. What if she doesn't want to?
Well, ortho bros, they don't really care what she wants to do. She doesn't really have the right to choose.
I think, social pressure, that sort of thing, which may or may not work. It really does not thrill me to say, hey, you have to you have to be
well, Andrew Tate-ified.
Social pressure is one thing, like gentle prodding is one thing, but it really sounds like a dystopian sort of what's her name's novel. Damn it. And I actually have the novel and have never had the courage to read
Ayn
it.
Rand?
No. The lady who wrote the TV show, Maiden's what is it? Maiden's Tale? Handmaid's Tale.
Handmaid's
Tale. Oh yeah. 1984.
Um,
I'm more of a Doctor Who guy myself.
Yeah, well, where you're basically, and I guess I have to read the novel or watch the TV show now. I'll read the novel. It's probably faster.
It's worth a read for sure.
Really? Margaret, what's her name? Margaret something or another.
Yeah, I'm spacing it.
But I don't know. I just don't. I don't like the idea because I don't think the whole women should follow their men. Just to me seems
to me as a marriage counselor, it's totally ridiculous because really we come together as individuals.
I won't say ridiculous. I just think things happen naturally. There were, that you have to sit down and you have to read something or you have to negotiate, who's following, and you have to do YouTube shows about women not following enough.
Yeah.
To me, that just honestly, it just seems lowbrow. I'm just gonna call it, it's like, it just does not seem very sophisticated.
You got a bunch of jaded dudes telling a bunch of other jaded dudes what women want. That doesn't usually tend to work out. Being jaded is a choice. Just because we got dumped doesn't mean that we have to live our whole life being a pissed off asshole.
Well, I don't think you have to do any of that. I just think you actually have to think
Just
how it looks.
Yeah,
well, I think you have to actually excuse me, I think you actually have to sit down and kind of, and I'm sure someone must have actually sat down and thought about, well, if I were a woman, how would I feel? It's almost a matter of like, I don't know. I think
we don't put each
let's
other
go
in.
back to something. Is it
shoes.
Plato? Is it Plato or one of those guys talks about relationships where there's always a lover and the beloved?
Yeah, that's Plato-ish for sure.
Yeah, relationships always have someone who is more dominant. And I think, thinking about my relationship, I mean, I just assumed
Yeah.
because men just naturally tend to be a little bit more risk takers. That's part of the reason they don't live as long as women.
Yep.
However, it happens naturally. It's not something that, I don't know. To me, it just seems contrived. When people do whole shows about leading and following and all that, it just seems contrived.
And presupposed. There's always a presupposed
Right,
condition to that
right,
ideology or the thought process, whatever it is, the theme, right? That
right.
just isn't really a manageable expectations. I think everything is about managing expectations. All of our communication, everything we do is asserting a boundary, defining a consequence. One way or another, all communication is a management of an expectation. I'm expecting you to think or understand how I'm feeling, at the very base minimum of it. So with relationships, we don't put ourselves in each other's shoes very often. That's the
Well, going back to something
huge,
I
huge
talked
key.
about earlier, one of the things in the Black manosphere, specifically the manosphere in general, and Black MAGA spaces like this one, they want to blame everything on feminism. And the
Or
problem,
something else, one way or
feminism,
another. Yeah.
well, feminism was more a symptom than a cause.
Yeah. And all of
I
this
mean,
is.
it might have become more a cause in the 70s, but you go all the way back to, you'll hear people say, repeal the 19th. I'm like, what? This back and forth between, you know, in my opinion, feminism started back, roundabout after the Civil War, maybe before, but when you start hearing, um, well, it would be before because there was interaction uh, right
Yeah,
around the time
is.
the 15th Amendment came out. There was a huge, uh, you know, uh, back and forth with black men getting the vote. White women were kind of pissed off about it. Um, so there was an interplay, but essentially, and it's been a while since I've even thought about it, so I have to go back and get my ducks in a row. But this following and leading thing is just fucking disturbing. Almost in a way, it's almost dystopian.
Well, and that's, if
And speaking of dystopian, hey Dave,
what do you say, Deacon?
What up? What up? What up, Patty? What up, Tom? What
How's it?
up? What's up, Stanley? How y'all doing?
what's the good word?
I seen a video. I
Is
seen
it
a
something
video
we
on
can
Facebook.
show?
Huh?
Is it something we can show?
Yeah, I don't see why not. It's some kids. It's just a bunch of kids, but
Drop the link.
people would say like this is how it all started. Hold on. Let me throw it in the
Ooh.
back here. It's on Facebook.
Nice.
I don't. You know what? I have a Facebook account. Um, every now and again, I'll get an alert. Like I have cousins that like to talk on Facebook, and I usually ignore them.
All right, I threw the link in the back. But
Okay.
they say this is what causes the guys to grow up jaded. And
Hold
then
on one sec. Oh wait, I think John actually showed this, but let's have a look at it. Let me see, can I figure it out?
did he? Because I don't know. This is
You know what? John shows so many short videos and goes on weird rants that I usually watch until I can't. That they all kind of blend in. So let's see what this young lady has to say.
Hey, I'm going to have to check out here.
All right, Tom. It is. Get you some rest.
We'll see you fellas later.
Yep.
all right.
All right.
All right, bye-bye.
I will in a minute as well. I got to get going to work, but I
Damn
got
it.
5 minutes. I can chop up with you, Stanley.
Okay,
But
well, let's see if I can get this.
yeah, it's got to play from the beginning because I don't even know if it's the right
Let's
one.
see. Sound is on. Oh, unmute.
It's a wrap.
I don't think this is it.
It's a wrap.
Okay. Oops.
Yeah, that's not the one, I think.
Okay, hold on one sec. Let me try this again. Because I have no clue what my Facebook login is, and it looked like it was going to play it. So get rid of. Yeah, my technology sucks. Hold on one sec.
Yeah, it's all good. It's just that I think this is what Jade's meant from the beginning. Yeah, that's it. You gotta play it. Gotta play it from the beginning. But this is like the
Let's see here.
this is the ground level of why some guys can grow up and not have any respect for these chicks because they never gave them the respect.
Yeah, and I don't agree with that.
It doesn't justify it. It's just a bird eye view of it.
Well, but the problem with that is I remember back when I was a kid, uh, girls. I remember uh, a girl named Frances. We kind of, had our little second grade words back and forth. And then we became like second grade girlfriend and boyfriend. It was actually kind of beautiful. I mean, we were friends for years. Not like anything sexual, anything. We just kind of, after we hashed out our little you stink, no, you stink, we became friends. It kind of lost track of each other in high school. Um, I used to run into her every now and again in college, but things have become much more toxic, and I guess the secret sauce is when did it go awry?
Yeah, right around the time that they told you that you have to die for a woman's honor and throw your coat in the mud puddle. Bullshit.
Well, that was called chivalry, and that
Yeah,
started
all that.
way before 1619. So
And
what
then
do
the
black
the
people
simp the simp enforcement,
what do black people have to do with this?
everything, because the pop was the simp enforcer. He would be the one to say, "Oh, you pissed my daughter off. I'm gonna whoop your ass." And, you know, you guys broke up, and it's all your fault. You cheated on her,
Going
but
too fast.
they backed up all the bullshit because it was a female. That's what happened.
Okay,
People
I
on
you're doing a truism like I don't know history stuff.
well,
Well, no, I think it's more like I mentioned yesterday, like the societal norm, the expectation that's unmanageable.
Okay,
The
well
thing
let
that's
me
out
let
there
me
that's
go ahead and stop you here.
yeah.
The part about this the part about laying coats over puddles and all that stuff, that was never much of American history. That was much more European stuff. And it got kind of revived or tried to be repeated from Charleston in the South, South Carolina colony. And Southern, the plantation class used to try and imitate that gentility. I think that's a word. So, but it was always artificial. And I mean, it's still kind of, Southern gentlemen, all that stuff. They're remnants of it. And I actually adhere to it, a little bit. But let's not ever pretend that it was a black thing.
no, I'm not making it a black and white thing. This is
Okay, well
man and
then I must
woman.
have I must have misunderstood you. My bad.
No, this is just men general. Well, you have to
No, I don't
quit.
agree that it was men in general.
Well,
I got that
no,
on the share screen if you want to just share it rather than trying to keep logging in.
Yeah, thanks, Patty. I would appreciate that.
Oh
There's
yeah,
a
you
point
know
to be
what?
made.
I'm gonna hit this wall because I'm trying to think and do technology at the same time and doomed to fail.
You need a portion.
I need my son here to do this shit for me.
You need a background, a producer.
Yeah.
You know what? Our producer has to get her sleep.
No, she's not on the clock 24/7. Yeah, you need
And
a
I should know how to do this. And you know what? Facebook on my phone works. I've never used it on this computer, so I have to like remember passwords and stuff. And all that stuff is saved on my phone. So let's see there you are. Thank you, Uncle Fatty. Mr. Technology.
Yeah, this is.
And I promise I'll get Facebook working on my laptop.
Yeah, reshare it with audio.
Yo, Elise, you be my Valentine? No, you ugly ass boy. Yo, Colin. Can you be my Valentine? Can you be my Valentine? Hell no. My bad.
Let's start with it's not a Valentine.
You be my Valentine? No. Yo, Bria, you be my Valentine? No, please. No.
Okay, what's wrong?
Oh, let it keep playing. Let it keep playing. There's more. There's more to it. Just keep playing.
I'm just wondering, is this Ruthless's nephew?
Well, I'm trying to figure out what's wrong with this. I mean, if
Go
you
for it. Hey,
walk
there's a freeze frame on here because he's like, damn, she dogged me out, and this is what she looked like.
If you walk up to a high school girl, and I'm assuming this is high school, with a camera in her face and say Valentine and get that shit wrong, why should you say yes?
Cherish, can you be my Valentine? No. Please? No. Please, I'm lonely. No. So it's a no? Yes, it's a no, Brian. You want Bobby candy?
Yeah.
You want Bobby candy?
Okay,
Okay, yeah. All right. I got you.
It's almost over.
Yeah, let's put these poor young ladies on the spot.
Stanley, stop it. It doesn't matter if there's a camera there.
Dave,
you always find it out. Don't find it out.
Dave,
let's just talk about the topic.
You're gonna let me finish this with
God
my
damn
criticism. With my criticism, why would a woman want some little boy shoving his probably secondhand iPhone in their face, mispronouncing the name of the holiday? What would induce them to say yes?
Bro, I'm so sick of you, man. We got to do the dance.
Yeah, motherfucker, because I will ask questions.
Let's not do the dance.
Hey, no. Dave,
you did this shit yesterday. Come on.
Oh, no. We're going to do it every day because I'm going to keep asking questions every day. I'm not going to stop. No, seriously, at least get the holiday name right.
Oh, man.
The problem is not the problem is not the women, it's the guy.
No, we're gonna go all the way to fucking East LA with it. All right, I get it. All right. He missaid.
Yo, Elise,
come on,
you be my Valentine? No, you ugly ass boy. Yo,
That's definitely Ruthless's nephew for sure.
Damn. Okay, the point is that even if the camera's not there, the effect is still the same.
Well, I mean, it's probably the spasmatic kid that's always up in the girls' faces and like flicking boogers at him and shooting spit wads at him because he's like all ADD, hyper sexually impressed.
That theory, even if the camera weren't there, is the sort of truism, the storm clown.
Damn right.
It is truism, the storm clown.
Cover the whole thing.
It's a counterfactual. It's a counterfactual that you can't prove.
Okay, all right. Well, let's go with this. I'm not.
The camera is there, and I'm gonna be honest. And I'm a 60-year-old black man. If they were my daughters, I would be happy with that response.
Yeah.
Well, let me pivot.
Who is this goddamn clown shoving a face, mispronouncing his holiday, and asking you off the cuff like that? I would not want my daughter around that idiot.
Well, let me pivot this whole.
And I think it's pre-staged, by the way. This isn't. It didn't seem that spontaneous to me.
You do the lawyer thing where you find the quickest way to dismiss.
Yeah, motherfucker.
I know.
Do the lawyer thing. It's called Socratic method.
No, it's not. Socratic method is when you understand my argument, you can repeat my argument, you can break it down, and then dismantle it.
No.
You just dismissing it is not the same as the Socratic method.
The bottom line with the Socratic method is finding, using questions and letting the person being questioned solve their own problem. That's what I'm doing here. My question is, why would you let your daughter, what would you expect your daughter to say when put on the spot like that?
No, thank you, because they told us that women were sugar
spice. Now, your problem is they found alternate ways of saying no thank you.
No, you want to think of them as being something that you can respect, but then they don't behave in a respectful manner.
Say, no, thank you, sir. No, thank you, sir.
Like, no, I'm not interested. But the nuclear rejection can stun a young man.
You know what?
Are we just going to ignore that?
This is not 1855 Chantilly.
No, nobody's suggesting that. You do the Galt thing. That's what that is right there. That's irrelevant.
Girls were fine. I don't see a problem with their reactions.
They could have been a little harsh on the kid, but he deserved it. A little spaz, running around. Hey, you know, the girls are like, this is the 15th or 20th or 30th person that he's asked today. I've seen him ask everybody already. Why would I be the jackass to say yes?
Goodness gracious. You guys can understand women in ways that I can't, because I think they're human. And I think they should.
Oh, whoa.
And I think they
know they're human. I know women are humans. That's why they reacted the way they did. They're humans in 2025, sir. And by the way, let me
make it to 43 and never figure it out.
Before
we can't teach them where they went wrong.
Before I welcome the Admiral, let me make this joke. This is going to be John Galt's son in about 8 years or so, fucking going around shoving a phone in girls' faces, basically saying, I want to lead you. Happy Valentine's Day. I expect you to follow because I am that nigga.
I don't think the camera in their face would make a difference. I think their reaction.
You know what? If you don't understand that camera shoved in their faces on possibly a live doesn't make a difference, then you don't. It is you, sir, who don't understand women.
And it's you who don't understand technology, because it may not have been a camera.
It's not a technological argument.
It could have been a pair of glasses.
Nature argument.
It could have been a pair of recording glasses that doesn't have a red light.
Okay,
I understand. That is very hidden.
I understand your desperation to squirm away from the basic humanity that I'm pointing up. If you want a woman, you don't shove a phone in her face. Or
I understand the suitcase up under your bed that has the tape,
or a book, or
that
anything.
You want to put the tape on because it's new and shiny. You just got it back from the cleaner.
Where were Uncle Fatty's roses? You don't fucking shove an iPhone. If you want a girl, the last thing you want to do, you want to romance her. You don't want to do that.
You want to get a hold of her.
Someone should have told that little boy, if you want a girl, go and just talk to her without a goddamn recording device.
How do you know it wasn't a pair of glasses?
Motherfucker, I know women.
It wasn't a pair of glasses and not a recording device.
Okay, dude, what was that phone? How did these women become ensconced on Facebook? Someone recorded them. It was that little pudgy John Galt boy. It was John Galt's son.
Yo, Stanley, not every recording device is bulky.
Okay,
dude,
and I'm looking at
in your face. Not every single one. Some are discreet. Some are pocket pins. You don't know what it was. You're assuming.
Whoa. In the video that we just watched, what was discreet?
His pocket pin that recorded her reaction. His pocket protector with the pocket pin. And it recorded her reaction.
Didn't I see a phone?
She had a phone. He didn't have a phone. How you know?
You know what? I'm sorry. Apparently, I'm old and blind.
You're doing the old guy thing. You're assuming it was a phone. Maybe it was a high-end camcorder over the shoulder.
Deacon
a bazooka camera. Come on, man.
Mr. Deacon Dave, I'm right on this.
God damn it, Stanley. It's the way you could dismiss something before you even get to the point.
Oh, no.
You're good at this shit.
I
appreciate it.
I dismissed it because I'm still dismissing it. I'm not wrong.
The reflection right there.
I'm not even close to wrong.
Fatty, don't encourage me.
Hey, Admiral, what's up, CKJ?
What's going on, Stanley?
Oh, nothing much. I'm just doing my usual get off my lawn shtick.
Hey, Deacon Dave, you got a daughter?
Hey, you got a hey, Dave.
Yeah,
CK, you're. Let me see. Can I fix your microphone right quick on this end? Because you are a. Both of y'all are fathers of daughters. Now that I think of it.
Yeah, my daughter's 18. She goes to college this upcoming fall, I believe.
Nice.
And I had a conversation with her the other day. I said, I know she.
One sec here.
She's
Dave,
super
give me
innocent.
one sec here.
Yeah.
Try it now, Dave. I'm sorry, CK.
You hear me?
Yeah, it's still buzzy.
I don't know what's wrong.
Just drop down and come back in, because I want to hear you. I want to hear this conversation, sir. I've never had a daughter, so
best thing that ever happened to me.
This is what I'm saying. You don't have to be protective of them just because they're girls.
No, well, okay, that's not my point, Dave. That's not my point, Dave. I'm saying if I had a daughter, I would train her not to. I want a certain standard that she should have, and pronouncing the holiday right would be the start. And just randomly going, because it did seem a little staged. So maybe, there was a script, every girl should go no and all that stuff. But let's assume that was real, and that's a stretch for me anyway. No. If that boy came up to you recording or anything, let's have a standard, young lady. And your future boy or future boyfriend or whatever should have a standard. And you know what? You don't have to bring him here to meet my shotgun. Let's start with you as the front line of holding a standard. That's what I expect. Don't be even talking to someone who can't pronounce your holiday right, and not at least like bringing Uncle Fatty Rose. Will you be my Valentine? Yeah, That was
Get a hold of her
that was
girlfriend. Pass
that
the
was
girlfriend a note that says, "Do you like
that
me?"
was
And have her pass it to
that
her.
was well, you don't have to go that old
Oh
fashioned, but
yeah.
goddamn, know how to talk to a future woman.
Know how to talk to it. He's 13. We're 14. I don't know how these kids
That's
are. The
even
kid.
worse. Hey, you know what? I'm Dave.
Know how to talk to a
Dave,
girl.
Dave.
Where is
I'm
the
telling
fucking
Dave
manual?
that
Right.
we have. Oh, your manual is
Where's the
your mother
manual?
or father.
Oh, okay. So wait. Let's bring it down. Let's bring it down. Now.
No, no,
Let
no,
me help me
no.
understand this.
I'm kind of at a advantage to you. I had both my parents. I remember like it was yesterday. Like, even my mother would be fucking horrified if I did some shit like that. Seriously. I can hear her voice. You did what, Stanley? Hurricane Dolores would be spinning up. You embarrassed me like that? Oh, motherfucker. Yo, Hurricane Dolores. It'd be like, oh shit, I better wash a dish or I better mow it. I better find a way to ameliorate. And there would be no physical punishment, just hearing the tone of her voice. God damn it, I disappointed this woman. So maybe I'm at an advantage, but there is no way she would tolerate some shit like that. And that, you know what? My father wouldn't even have to get involved. My mother would be literally, her word would be horrified that you embarrassed me like that.
That kid showed up at my house. My son would pull out the shotguns and start cleaning them.
So, Dave, I'm old man card. And I'm kind of being, somewhat joking about it, but I'm horrified at that young man. He
My
is
brother's
going
kids
to
are that age.
he's going to wind up in the chat of the John of Morning Roast, complaining about women not being worth a shit because they won't accept his advances.
Hanging out with lasagna down on the corner, picking up chicks for 50 bucks an hour. Poor kid.
CK, let's try your test. What you got to say?
Can you hear me?
It's still fuzzy.
I don't know what's going on, Stan. It might be my end.
Well, you're dry. Yeah, if you're going to work, it could be, where you are.
What it is.
Let's see.
Or
Let's
Bluetooth
try
or
this.
something.
Try it now. Wait, it sounds better. Try it now.
Does it?
Yeah.
Yes.
There you go.
Absolutely. So ask away.
No, I was asking him, Dickie Day, does he have a daughter? Is he here? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, he's still here.
Yeah, I'm getting ready to work. But yeah, I got it.
Now you sound like you're in a hallway.
I think he said he's getting ready for work.
I'm just getting ready. Yeah.
There you go.
Okay, Deacon, you got a daughter who's 18 on the way to college. What would you do if she had been in that video? And hypothetically, of course.
I would evaluate how she responds to a young man approaching her, because you don't want to encourage the bit to develop. You know what I mean? You shouldn't take joy in nuclear rejecting, and
That
somebody.
wasn't nuclear. That was not nuclear.
Get your ugly ass away from like the first girl, as if she's hot shit or whatever. I think that
Well,
was
let me
part
ask
of
you a question. Were you the 13-year-old boy asking those questions?
Oh
Because
no, I'm not. I'm
you
not.
seem
I think my whole
you seem to be taking it mighty personal.
I knew it would go this route because like the plight of men is just like hilarious. I know, I get it, but there is a learning process to how to talk to women. But at
Okay,
this
and you
age,
know what? You know what? The learning process starts where, Deacon Dave?
childbirth.
No, it
At
starts.
home.
It literally starts with your mother setting a standard. Now, I that's a loaded statement, and I understand what I just said. I understand how you're going to come back, but maybe not blame the little girls. Maybe blame it on that little boy's upbringing. I don't think the girls were nuclear at all.
Hey, play the tape again, Patty. Play it from the top. Just first 5 seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Stanley has
God damn it,
shared.
you've been saving this since Valentine's Day, haven't you?
I thought it was like that. Oh, okay. Maybe this is how it started.
He was going into the situation to go viral.
Man, what happened to giving the little heart candies with the little message, "Be my Valentine"?
Hey,
What happened to that?
He
Come
should
on now.
because he got to be on his square. He should have all his ducks in a row and shit. And go buy us some candy.
I'm definitely saying this is a phone
Let's start off as a trick.
from the top.
I mean, what we do?
Yo, Elise, you be my Valentine? No, you ugly ass boy. Yo,
Yeah, that's
you be my Valentine? You be my Valentine?
yeah, so that's it.
Right there, you can see the reflection of his phone in her phone.
Okay, yeah, my bad. She's probably filming his. She's probably filming his lame ass.
I'm telling you, these kids live their whole life on a camera. They don't ever turn their cameras off.
Okay, and Fred, oh Fred, really? You do you really think this? Vibranium? Come on, Fred, do better. I'm not. I am perfectly willing to criticize women when they're at fault. Okay, but if men are supposed to be the leaders, then you know what? I'm going to criticize this future man's approach. He is literally, if he is a leader in training, he's influencing their responses by being a goddamn clown. If you want a serious response, and this girl's kind of cute, if you want a serious response, we'll treat her seriously. Period. And if you think that's vibranium, then I guess it's vibranium. Treat a woman like she has a brain, and you will not get. You might get a bunch of no's, but some woman who just doesn't care about looks and demeanor might say yes.
I used to say, if you're not getting smacked, you're not asking the right questions.
Well, that's a little farther than I would go.
You know?
No, and that's a good. She seems like a really nice looking young lady.
Oh, well, yeah, they all do.
And all I'm saying is treat her with respect. And this leader follower bullshit, the first thing should be a respectful leader to a potential follower. Just because you're some motherfucker with a pocket pen does not mean this woman is automatically contracted, to be your follower. It's ridiculous. To I see nothing wrong with these young ladies' reaction.
You be my Valentine? No.
She had nice hair. That motherfucker's losing
And he's
all
walking around with
kinds
his shoe untied. You see that? His shoe's untied. He's going to trip over himself.
You be my Valentine? No, please. Love you. Why won't you be my Valentine? Cherish.
Why won't
Can
you be my
Valentine?
Valentine?
Please?
Take her for an
Please, I'm lonely. So
her hand up because she doesn't want to be filmed.
There's dude wearing a bear t-shirt, fake rolly, ripped pants.
Yeah. And I'm sure this is some comedy video or something, so you can't take
Yeah, it's content. It's a good place to start a conversation.
Yeah.
Oh, is that what you did? Well, you started
I,
when you started a
I'm not
conversation.
trying to identify with the young man. I'm just saying, like, there are guys who experience this camera,
So,
no camera.
so
They
now
don't
you're
respond
defending
well to this projection. They don't. And then there's
now
some
you're
who come out of
defending
it.
yourself.
Huh?
Look, all I have to say is I know let's call it a system. The and I think home training in America at large, it's worse in some demographics than others. We have certainly lost that. And I never, God damn it, I'm 60. I can think back to when I was 20 and I didn't give a fuck about these sorts of things.
Yeah.
But I will, you know, to, I spent a day being roasted because of my son's girlfriend choice. And I'm going to weave this into this. I'm going to try and connect some dots. I might be successful, I might not be. But my son growing up, I remember back like after his mother died, um, I would be like, hey, let me look at your homework. Let me check it. That motherfucker would get upset. He's like, I don't need you to do that. And I'm like, I'm trying to be your father here. So I made a bet with him because but the problem is I was the same way. My mother was an English teacher and she once came to me in high school. Well, wouldn't you like me to read your paper? And I'm sure I was Stanley in saying, no, I'm good. And I know I thought I'm a better writer than you. You know, now that's a little arrogant, and thank God I didn't say that because Hurricane Dolores would have spun up. That would have been the end of me. And she would have told my father, and that would have been it. So, teenagers, don't always speak your mind to your parents. My point is that through example or talking, over the years, when my son telling me about his personal life, because I've never been that curious, as a parent, when something's awry and you need to get involved. But if your son, he keeps his own counsel and he's never fucked up. Okay, his grades, the bet about the homework was like, okay, if you don't make all A's, I'm going to get involved with your homework. Well, motherfucker was so spiteful. It's like, fuck you. Here's my all A's. Now leave me the hell alone. I respect that. I was like that at some point and probably still am now. You do what you say you're going to do, I'm good. Okay. Um, don't fuck up and you can go where you want to go. Don't fuck up. I've never put a net nanny on his computer or his phone. Now, I know him well enough. If something's amiss, if something doesn't smell right, I'll check into it. I've gone into his room and opened a drawer too, but he's never given me huge signs. I was just impressed that motherfucker. I know he had girlfriends in high school. He was never particularly talkative, and I had tight enough control. I knew where he was most of the time. That he came to me and said, "Hey, you know," and he came to me. I didn't go, hey, you got a girlfriend? Chuckle, chuckle, chuckle. No, he came to me and declared, hey, by the way. And you know what I didn't ask him? Because god damn it, I was kind of glad. Well, god damn, a girl, motherfucker. I know you're not, and I don't. Not that there would be a problem with that, but you know what? Hey,
Listen, but you want grandkids eventually.
okay, but here's the deal. You know what I did not do, John Galt? Just take a guess, Deacon Dave. What did I not ask him?
Was he sexually active or was he gay? I don't know.
No, I don't give a fuck. He
Well, which
came
one?
from. I did not ask the race of his girlfriend.
Oh yeah, that's the last thing that matters.
Okay, motherfucker, and this is the crux of my problem with the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. Y'all accuse me of being a racist and overemphasizing race when my son in college comes to tell me that, and he texted me as kids do these days. He didn't even call me, god damn it, but he texted. I didn't ask what race she was. Do you know how I know what her race is?
You heard her in the background.
No, motherfucker. He sent me a picture of a couple picture of them. If I didn't have to ask him because I am patient enough. All things get revealed in time. I know my motherfucking son. Dude, I raised him from 8. I have been a single parent. I've known him forever. I was the first person to hold this child. I held him before his mother did. And the story is, and this is a true story, he was kind of crying. I put him up on my shoulder and started saying, hey, it's going to be okay. Motherfucker fell asleep. How could you not fall in love with that child? I've always loved my son more than myself. So that he came to me, and the other thing I know he's serious, that he bothered he bothered to tell me. I know he's serious because I know my son. I didn't ask what race she was. Why the fuck would I care as long as he is happy and successful? I didn't ask if she was pretty or ugly.
I
He's
bet you
happy.
after a year.
He bothered to tell me, which is a huge thing for my son because he keeps his own counsel, to use an old-fashioned term. So I know her race because the motherfucker sent me a picture. I didn't ask, he told. And who gives a fuck what she looks like? And she's not ugly. Y'all, motherfucker, I'm not done yet because I'm on a roll. I am that N-word right now. All I'm saying is that this weird form of Asian excellence, I never fucking talked to my son about any excellence other than his. Are you fucking kidding me? I would go to my son. Shit, I came up with that Asian excellence point based on a Vivek Ramaswamy tweet. And by that time, my son was already in college. Y'all make up shit on this goddamn Urban Landlord channel to fit your own very narrow narratives. Y'all are the racists. Okay, and if you motherfuckers can't figure that out, I thank you for celebrating Stanley and his son. We deserve it. We are better than y'all. Don't raise hey, whoa. Not you, Deacon Dave. They know who I'm talking to. Not you, Deacon Dave, or you, Uncle Fatty, or DiCapriono, or anyone. They know, and Freddie, definitely not you. They know who I'm talking to. The other thing I want to say is, motherfucker, I'm a black man with a son, not at Harvard, but when my son fucking graduates, and he goddamn will if I have to fucking take the test for him. I did not raise my son to clean your fucking hotel rooms. Okay. Scraping. I've never had to decide whether I should tell my kids about the dead body in the basement. Okay. I'm a different sort of, let's use the word, please forgive me, folks, Uncle Fatty Dave. I'm a different sort of nigga. I'm a nigga who does not give a fuck what other niggas think about. I am goddamn me. Motherfucker, you better step lightly, Mr. Galt. Hey, guess what?
Oh shit.
Oh, the shit's not gonna start because it's my show and it won't.
Let me tell you this: the Parenting with Dignity program was an awesome program. It's Matt Bledsoe, it's Drew Bledsoe's dad, and he does this Parenting with Dignity program, parentingwithdignity.com. And his basic point is that, you know, society in general is going to raise our kids. Our goal is to guide them, to give them the tools that they need to be able to use critical thinking skills, to, you know, define consequences and define boundaries, and how to treat each other nice. And I could see partly in that movie where those girls, you know, it was school time and they were kind of spurging out. But
well, let me interrupt this to address Stank D. As much as you preach how great black people are, Stank D, tell me they're not great. Prove that they're not. So as much as I preach, no greater than any other demographic, but certainly no worse. Now take your idiot stankiness and do better.
Hey, Stanley, you know I clipped you yesterday, right?
No, everyone fucking clips me. You know what? I'm the poorest motherfucker who winds up on other shows. Clip me for what, Deacon Dave?
You was talking to Snake. You told him that black people got this problem where they believe that everybody is related based on skin color. I am not your fucking brother. I said, man.
Oh, well, see, this is the other thing. I meant that. I'm not his fucking brother.
Yeah, so I played it for somebody who's a very, very critical. I mean, he's critical of how I think. He's just on top of whatever I say.
Well, I'm not critical of how you think necessarily.
No, but this guy, I'm speaking
maybe
of.
it's
He's
what
more
you think.
So he listened to it and he said that, who is this guy? He's a coon. And I said, this guy has his own mind.
Wait, hold it. A coon.
He called you a coon. So I'm wondering if I should welcome you to the family. Was your rant?
Yeah. You know that's not true.
But
See,
we're trying to figure out if that rant was anti-black.
And since John is here, let me make another point. There is not a goddamn thing about my point about having a baby mama or three. That is basically a limit on freedom, as how I define it. And the thought, Mr. Galt, that you swayed my opinion is ridiculous. Okay.
Just a little bit.
Okay. No, I don't think so. And the only reason I say this is because y'all, in your ignorance, make a lot of assumptions. And when I finally say something that like agrees with you, it's like, oh, we changed him. Oh, we changed him. Motherfucker, I was me before you were you. And your little drunken I am that nigga shit doesn't impress me. Okay, I can barely hear you.
Yesterday was a great stream. I think everyone felt happy for you, man. Like everyone really relieved for you, man. Seriously.
Why would they be relieved, and why would they give us
we see all these ghetto women and be like, oh my God, what if Stanley's son?
Dude,
one of these
you know
ghetto-
what? If y'all actually thought my son was in danger of, marrying, what's her name? The one y'all used to show. I raised him better. And the thing that y'all don't understand, because you get timelines wrong to fit you like to put square pegs in your little round hole anti-race or your anti-black narratives. The Asian excellence thing came about because of something Vivek Ramaswamy said. Maybe a little bit before that. My son was already in college. I'm not that level of racist. As you may or may not have heard, when because him coming and telling me that, because he tends to like his own space, that he told me that it was serious, at
And that's
least as serious as a freshman can be. Because I immediately, dude, I sent him a paragraph or two about what his priorities are. Okay, it's great. I'm not going to pry into it, but you better motherfucking realize what your priorities are. I don't give a shit if you have a girlfriend or not. You come first.
Oh, I'm sure she's
Until there's a marriage or some weird form of commitment, you are your priority.
Oh, speaking of, she's gonna get her. She's gonna get a ring light.
I will finish this soliloquy, period. I have my priorities, and I still know how to parent, though I'm more advisor now. I took the appropriate, but I'm happy for him. Hey, everyone should have. And the other thing is, I didn't know her race because I didn't ask until he sent me a picture, a couple picture. So all I'm saying is my first question wasn't, is she a Spelman girl? My question was, actually, my next reaction was, congratulations. I'm happy for you. Now, here are the priorities I'm going to remind you of. He decided to send the picture. I did not ask for one. Because I don't give
Can I ask you a question, though, Stanley?
I have no clue what his body count is. He's a budding man.
Fuck ass that.
Let me ask you a question as a parent, right?
Is it a question worth me considering?
It's a question from a parent. If you don't,
or is it a John Galt level? We're happy that he didn't marry a hood chick question.
Well, he's not married yet, but anyway. So, the question I have for you is,
or shit. You know what? That's the other thing I told him. You do realize, because he doesn't get me involved in his personal life. So, I that was one of my, like, you need. Here's another thing you need to consider. I'm a father. Okay. I fucking think of all possibilities that I'm capable of thinking to advise my child to success. I don't come to you. I don't come to you to, motherfucker, when I'm ready for you to ask a question.
Yeah, I thought you were ready.
I think as a parent should, I think of all the paradigms. I think of all the permutations. And yeah, probably overthink it, which probably annoys him. But motherfucker, sometimes I'm right. I know him.
Yeah, I was going to say, with all the Asian excellence that you mentioned,
I don't give a fuck. You know what? You're already going down the wrong road. Let's scrap that question. No.
Okay,
the
let me just answer.
Excellence.
Let me just ask my question.
No, motherfucker. Okay, now you are on my show. When you go to your show, you can fucking be as drunken and loose with your logic as you want to be.
Well, that's why I
but here you're going to be tight.
Right. So I want to ask you a question.
The Asian excellence has nothing to do with my son. It was a separate point, and your idiocy in wanting to connect those dots isn't working for me. So you can sit there. You can sip your morning beer and try and ask cogent questions. I'll shoot them down if I don't like them. The
Fair enough.
Asian excellence and my son, those are two separate things.
Well,
I did not talk to him about Asian
I
excellence
understand. Yeah.
because he was already in college, and it was half a joke about Vivek's point and a little bit before Vivek, because I've got Asian friends. We talked about demographics. My YouTube life and my personal life are somewhat separate, though they're getting a little too close for my taste.
Well, let me ask you a question.
Ask me a question about Asian excellence in my son, and I'm going to shit on it.
Well, have you shared your thoughts about Asian excellence with your son?
Nope, we don't talk at that level. He is not a YouTube panelist.
No, I'm just asking if you shared it with him. That's
He's
all.
not, motherfucker. I just answered your question.
Yeah, I get you. Yeah.
He is not a YouTube panelist.
Gotcha.
He's a real person.
Mm-hmm. Do you think, would you ever share it with him? Like, hey, you know, these Asians,
Nope.
you should.
He's not interested. He is his own person. Quite capable, by the way. He forms his own decisions. I've told you before, I've never talked politics with my son. I never really talked it with my wife.
Do you think it's possible that he just recognized the Asian excellence like you did?
No, I think it's possible that he's smarter than you.
Yeah, that's possible. But you know what I'm saying?
It's at this point after your show yesterday,
right.
I think it's probable.
Yeah, he got to enjoy it.
He doesn't drink. He does not drink to your level. So he actually can form a cogent, non-comic, I don't care about content sort of thought. You went too far yesterday, John.
Well, if it
and I asked you not to in a very subtle way, and you, in whatever state you were in, didn't realize that you went too far. There will be consequences.
I thought it was a good show. It was abstract. It wasn't about
Yeah. Of course you thought it was a good show. My question is, were you in your right mind to think that?
I've been wanting to do an interracial dating thing for a long time. I think a lot of people saw it coming.
And you know what? Is it really interracial dating?
Yeah, I've been wanting to do that for a long time. I'm going to do another one.
In your worldview, light skin and dark skin blacks are interracial dating. You are literally, your views of black culture, American culture are literally obtuse. And I know this. Now, your little minions in the chat may think you're funny. And I think half of it is you're more funny than profound. Yeah, you can do all that hucklebuck chuckle.
I can yuck it up a little bit.
The bottom line is they recognize your comic value. I'm not so sure they think you're profound. And maybe that's not your goal.
Right,
maybe comic relief is what you do. And I appreciate your comedic skills.
Yeah, we had fun yesterday. That shit was funny yesterday. That was a good show yesterday.
That's pretty good.
Hey, look at that, Uncle Fatty.
I was listening in the background for sure.
That was
you guys are fucking heartless, though. I'll tell you that. No heart.
Well, you know,
great for the eyeballs.
As HB says, funny nickel. But when you're raising kids, being a funny nickel is not enough.
It's true.
And you know what? I'm guessing your kids will probably be the ones to tell you that.
Yeah. The best way to teach them how to laugh is to laugh. Yeah.
Oh, that was good yesterday's time. Oh man, I think a lot of people honestly were happy for you, man. Like it's a treacherous world out here dating.
Well, I appreciate all the warm sentiments, but you know what? they don't pay my bills.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't get my son into college. While I appreciate it, you need to understand that it stops in the YouTube chat. Your caring, your warm thoughts, I'll make sure and convey them.
Yeah, I may do a stream on is college the gateway to interracial dating? That seems to be where it really kicks off in college. It'd be interesting.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
high school.
NFL draft is coming up, man. That's gonna be. We gotta cover that. So, John, you guys, I'm not part of the channel, but you know the trend of all the players with white girls. And you
I
never
can
see the
hardly hear you.
reverse.
I don't know if it's me or if it's you. Your mic or something.
A little muffled.
Oh, it's probably my mic.
Well, it's him. He's trying to reinforce your uninteresting point. Because basically, it depends on the college. That's obvious. If you go to Morehouse, you're more likely not to
Right, yeah.
interracially date.
Yeah, I should have.
It depends on the college.
It's going to a PWI.
Why
Like,
that, I don't know why that's not obvious.
yeah, you know. Mm-hmm.
Well, we should
Trying to
see.
go
We should take notes. Let's take notes on it. Let's take a score.
And goddamn, if you're that little 13-year-old boy who will get to college, probably John Galt Jr., you might not just date at all.
Hold on.
Interracially or not.
MGTOW.
Oh, God, we can only hope not.
Man, you know it's crazy, man. Like, I've told you, man, I have several white guy tenants and one Arab, no dating at all, period. For years, man, years. I'm talking about upwards of 3 years, no dating at all, period.
Jaded.
And I'm concerned about that. It's interesting because
we're
hypersexual as Ray.
Oh, I can't hear you, Dave.
God damn.
You low. I can hear you, but you're low.
I'm gonna get out of here, man. Y'all have a good one.
Oh, same to you, Digging Dave.
Hey, appreciate you.
No doubt, Stanley. Even though you didn't let me make my point.
Yeah,
Somebody's got to be the whipping post
what?
around here.
You actually made your point. You just don't realize you did. Hello?
Oh yeah. Oh shit.
Oh, I was guessing he was going to stay longer to make his point.
My fucking hip.
Fred, you know what? Fred,
That's your buddy right there, Fred, ain't he? That's your buddy, right?
He is. Talk politics with him now that he's a young man. I'm more interested. I'm really more interested, Fred. If he ever comes and says, I mean, shit, there are books around, he can read them. I'm really reluctant to influence in politics. Now,
Nah, Stanley, you made the right decision, man.
you might not want to talk right now, HB. I'm in the middle of making a point, and I understand that y'all are finding this funny for one reason or another. I'm literally trying to address a point an old friend of mine is making.
Go ahead.
So, y'all can run off to your own Chitlin circuit and come back if you want.
That's ironic.
I'm actually kind of reluctant to. I don't want to influence his politics. He has a brain. I would much more prefer, and I don't really care what his politics are, as long as he's not anti-black or a tiki torch carrier. He's smart. I raised him to be smart. I raised him to critically think. I want to. Maybe I'm just curious. I want to see.
You may not be able to
what he forms for himself. It's much more in line with my thinking to let a smart person come to his own politics.
Yeah, you probably can't
And
change his
I
opinion.
respect him. He's earned the right. He is actually smart.
Hey, and my bad, Stanley. Good morning, man. My bad. My bad.
You've been up all night.
No,
I
no, no,
hear
no, no.
you were behind the scenes on a show.
Oh yeah. I was I
Okay,
was trying to
Fred.
help her out a
Now,
little bit.
Fred, hold on. I hate to interrupt.
No, go ahead, go ahead.
Now, Fred, I think I've influenced him. I mean, shit, we've been like literally together since he was 7 going on 8. He knows. I think if I have an influence on him, we never talked about which race is better to date or another. I think if I have an influence, it is to be open-minded. I hope. He's never shown a tendency to, he's a thinker. In that, if I can influence him to actually critically think through his opinions and be able to justify them when it comes down to it, that's all the influence. Now, Fred, I know you're a little bit more military in that way. I'm a little bit more laissez-faire, maybe, if that term fits.
What do you
No,
guys
Stanley,
think about?
Stanley, I was about to say, man, I feel like just hearing your story, like you're one of the best like fathers that I've heard. And I can
How
I
do
can
you know
tell
I actually am? I'm just on YouTube.
no, just the way that you go about it. Like the way you go about it, Stanley, I've heard a lot of your stories about raising a son and stuff and how
Yeah,
you
but
go about it.
motherfucker, who do you think I was raised by? My parents. I've literally said I don't have heroes.
He's trying to give you a compliment.
Frederick Douglass comes close. My father, who's still around, I don't measure up because he's a lot more even tempered. Fortunately or unfortunately, I'm more like Hurricane Dolores.
No, no, I mean
I
in
will
the
fly off the handle, but then I forget about it. She would get pissed off, and then a day later, it's like, yeah, it's okay. Let's move on.
no, I'm talking about more so the whole, you never talked about dating or you never like influenced them dating wise or politically.
Well,
And
no,
I
of course I influenced him dating. You can do shit without being direct, dude.
right.
There is such a thing as nuance. There is such a thing. I'm not gonna come out and hand him a box of condoms. Go, don't, keep a raincoat on when
Yeah.
No. Parenting is, I'm gonna say, 50% subtlety. Make a point without actually. You don't have to fucking hammer it into their heads. Lead by example. Talk about other things and then relate it to other things. There's such a thing as subtlety. In my opinion, that's how you weave a fabric. Okay. My son does things a certain way, and he doesn't even know why. That I raised him to do it.
What? Let me ask you this.
Okay,
Why?
and it takes years. It
Why?
takes dedication. It takes intent.
Well, let me
Okay,
ask
that
you this, Stanley.
motherfucker did not make his grades of his own volition.
Yeah.
Okay, because when he was in 7th grade, I tell the story all the time. Well, a C is passing, and I laughed. That was the subtle hint that a C is not a passing grade. I fucking laughed. And then I had to tell him a B is barely passing. Subtlety, sir. Not beating your kids over the head with the obvious.
Yeah.
You train them, you raise them, you cultivate them. Cultivate is probably a better word. You train them.
Absolutely.
like one of Uncle Fatty's roses. They will, if you train them, if you cultivate them, and it takes patience,
Yeah.
it takes time. And I know I sound like some fucking Mayberry Andy Griffith dude, but I've lived it. I'm not fucking kidding.
Nah. Well, so why did you avoid the political talk with them?
Well, I literally just said it. He's a critical thinker. Why should I influence him? Let him come to his own conclusions.
And I think that's
If you raise a critical thinker,
Mhm.
why would you not let them critically think?
Yeah. Well,
Now that motherfucker, he might wind up being, when he shows up with the red hat, I'm gonna tell him we don't wear hats inside the house. But other than that, I'm not gonna make. I might
Mushrooms
make
on
a
his
joke.
pizza and make sure he really is into it.
I mean, he's squarely in line with the demographic that would go get a red hat.
Motherfucker, you have no clue what my son is like. Stop presuming you do.
Well, I mean, in terms of his
No.
career.
I don't care what you mean, John. You went too far yesterday. You make a lot of drunken presumptions, and I simply don't appreciate it. You went too far. I told you this. Now, motherfucking chuckle.
Yeah, John. I think what you really went too far on, John, was the yellow fever. That was a little too much, man. That was.
I don't know who helped me with that, but I
Oh, you know what? I don't really care who helped whom. As far as I'm concerned, you are the Bobbsey twins. These are two Thomas Soul brothers.
Yeah, that was crossing
You
the
two
line.
are what Thomas Soul wrought.
Raccoons come up on the porch, mom will just chase them off with the broom.
You know what? They're mighty cute animals, and they wash their hands.
No, but I think on the surface though, Stanley, like it really is an accomplishment, man. Like I know it's not for you.
You know what? And see, that is the problem.
I know.
It's de rigueur. It's what, dude. I assumed it would happen. Okay, that might be part of the mindset, motherfucker. It's not an accomplishment. It was expected.
You know. I think just in this
And what
today's climate,
you two, hold on. What you two, and maybe, dude, it's not an accomplishment. Now, I didn't go to an engineering school, but I went to a top 50 school. Okay, my mother went to an HBCU. She never said, Stanley, you need to go to an HBCU. They expect, dude, Black success is expected in my family, and it's not I'm the first one to go to college. Shit, my grandmother, dude, it is expected that every generation does a little better. But this isn't, we're not climbing mountains here. We're maintaining the farm.
Yeah.
And that's honestly, I think, and not so much you and John and Uncle Fatty, of course, but I think there's some people in the panel, or I'm sorry, in the chat that don't fucking understand my mindset. This isn't an accomplishment.
Oh, that's for sure.
It's maintaining. Okay. Now we must do better.
Yeah.
But this is not like it's expected, not goddamn the celebration. It seems a little premature because my son hasn't graduated yet. He hasn't got married yet. I don't have a grandchild yet. Why are we celebrating? Okay, but what? Because
not so much the celebration, though. It's the ability to accept somebody saying "good job" without saying it directly.
Well, it's the way they said good job. You know, if they
Right.
just said good
Yeah.
job without all the yellow fever bullshit, I'd be okay. You know,
True.
that did
True.
seem a little much.
True.
Because again, I didn't ask him. He sent me a picture. Okay. Because he said, see, that's what I know this is a little bit more than a flirtation because he usually keeps, again, the phrase, he keeps his own counsel. Daddy doesn't need to get involved in my day to day because daddy trained me how to think, how to be.
How hot
Motherfucker,
was she, Stanley? How
look,
hot was she?
this dude has gone through his first year of college. He's not going to get a 4.0, but he's not going to get a 2.0 either. Motherfucker, I've gone 2 weeks and not heard from him. I know how I trained him. And by the
hot was
way,
she?
there
How hot was she?
are safeguards, there are checks. Dude, a parent, and I did not want to send him to Harvard, up to the Northeast. And he could have gotten into one of them schools, Cornell. If he hadn't insisted, sure. But motherfucker, there's a grade 2 schools because I wanted him to apply to Emory, and he just said, basically, he didn't say this, but he didn't apply because he didn't want to go there.
Yeah.
However,
You know, Stanley,
everything's perfect. And this is how you plan it out, HB. Dude,
yeah.
top,
No, because and that's
top
why I
30
say
school, hour and a half away, warm climate, girlfriend, fucking 24-hour fucking, I want to call him a mess hall. That motherfucker can eat 24 hours a day. The fuck? They didn't do that when I was in college. Dude, you plan this shit out if you are a parent. You game it out.
Yeah. No, and that's why
And
I
I
say that.
don't want to hear the bullshit. You game it out.
That's why I
And
say that
Renato
it seems like you're
Manioni,
a good dad, you know?
you know what? I have a show coming up calling you Dr. Quinn, the medical Manioni. Wait for it. I'll get to you later. Asian Standard. Yeah, I'm serious about that. I'm not stuttering. I'm just saying people were too drunk to get the timeline right.
You know, I think honestly, Stanley, I think a lot of black people might take some exception to it. I think they get where you're going with it.
They're not my brothers.
No, I understand. And, you know, I'm just saying in general, if you're telling one group of people to live up to another group's standards,
I don't give a fuck about them taking exception. Do you honestly think I'm so stupid I didn't know what I was saying?
No, I know. I'm just saying. I
was
think
provocative. Have you ever heard of provocative?
Like Black Lives Matter.
Getting content. I've heard of getting content.
Yeah, I totally get it. Yeah,
motherfucker, I knew what I was saying, and I happen to think it's true.
Yeah. Hey, you know, I'm not disagreeing
Lucky
with you.
me, I hit 2 birds with 1 stone.
You know, I just know, you know, I've dealt with so many. I deal with so many.
I don't give a fuck what you think, John.
I mean, you know, I'm just saying what the other people probably.
No. You're just saying, and I just responded that other people that you are suddenly so concerned about as an anti-black, you being concerned about what other black people think is fucking laughable.
I mean, I'm just saying, like, it seems interesting.
Oh, no. Now I'm not doing that shuffle. You all of a sudden being the voice of the black community, it makes me, I'm almost shit because I'm laughing so hard.
I thought Be Brave was the voice of the black community.
The voice of the black community.
Did I miss them?
Yeah,
he's the voice of the white community.
Yeah. He's the voice of the white man.
You seen the title of the show, right, John?
I like that. See, yeah, you come up with pretty good titles too, Sam.
Yep, I'm clever that way.
Yeah, that's indeed.
Stanley, I think this is one of the things that we tend to miss in these conversations about just society and culture, the parenting aspect. I listen to
Well,
so
we
many.
don't miss it because I keep stressing it, and you know what? You gotta live it. I've motherfucking lived it.
Yeah, but
And you know what? Through some stressful times, losing your wife in the middle of what you thought was going to be quite, a journey. I had to reorient, had to refit, had to, went through a bunker mentality for a few years.
I think that's why
you're a Navy man?
I think that's why your story's so inspirational too, man.
Yeah,
It should not be inspirational.
It is.
But it is. People do resonate with it, bro. People do.
Yeah, it is to me,
recognize that you've done a good fucking job.
Yeah.
Well, it was.
I know you.
Now,
did it.
motherfucker, believe me, had I not done it, my parents would have intervened, and maybe it was just like, I want to hear, I'm gonna do excellent because, God damn it, if I don't, I'm gonna hear from Hurricane Dolores or my wife's side of the family.
Yeah,
I'm not
another
interested in their
aspect
thoughts. I'm just going to do it myself. And now the other thing is, I did not do it all by myself. I mean, my family, my wife's family, my father-in-law, he was just here last week. It just so happened that we, as a matter of fact, come May, my father, my wife's father probably hang out in Savannah. They're family, even if they're in-law.
As I say, everyone was happy, I think, yesterday, Stanley. I don't think anyone begrudged.
Yeah. I got that vibe.
Yeah, everyone. Shit. You know what's crazy, Stanley? I'm gonna tell you, my buddy Philippe.
But happy about what?
Well,
it's the rigor.
I'll tell you a funny story.
To be expected.
I'll tell you a funny story, Stanley. My buddy Philippe, I've told you about him, and he's dating Travails, and he's settled with an Asian woman, a Filipino. And so I was just telling him about the stream yesterday, and he's like, not everyone can date those people. Like, they're not just going to date some random guy, black guy. And for them to accept him means that he had to show her something, right? And
wait, are you talking about Philippe or my son?
Well, Philippe is saying,
because this is college.
Well, but
the other thing I neglected to mention is you'll never marry her.
Maybe not, but I guess
most people who date don't get married.
But I think it starts. You
start pregnant.
But you start to kind of indicate a pattern. If you like big booty women, right?
Yeah.
If you like Asian women,
that's not necessarily true.
Well, and if you can be accepted by them,
in a dating pattern,
right? Well, dating leads to marriage,
Okay, what if you mean if you can be accepted? My son.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Well, if you let me finish, then like you can be smart, tracking excellence, all that, but culturally,
smart isn't excellence,
right? But what I'm saying is culturally, he's able to assimilate and.
There's nothing to assimilate into.
I think
no. I must interrupt you.
Sure,
he was already there. If anything, that Asian chick should be lucky to meet him.
Okay,
he was excellent. This motherfucker did not come from one of your boarding houses.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, he came from me. He came from a situation. This is a meeting of equals, Mr. John.
Okay.
This isn't. This is motherfucker. Do you understand how black excellence works? This is a meeting of equals, not like he is lucky to meet this girl. She's fucking lucky to meet him.
There you go.
Where the fuck do you get these warped, fucking half-assed views of how black people are, John?
Hey, John, and I think that's the difference
Motherfucker,
between.
no.
No,
Let me tell
because
you a
I
little
think
story before you
John.
interrupt. Dude, one of the funniest things when my wife met my parents, my wife was kind of talkative, she's kind of a bubbly personality, but she babbled when she met my mother. And I was sitting next to my mother at the time, and I'm thinking to myself, holy fuck, what is she doing? Oh, she was just a chatty Cathy. And you know what? My mother, it might have been days later. I literally, said, Mama, she was just nervous. And I somehow or another it wound up she and I, my wife and I talking about it. Motherfucker, she knew that my parents were people to be nervous about because she knew me. Motherfucker, the excellence drips. Okay. Don't you ever goddamn hold a show about my son stepping up to some Asian girl? Motherfucker, do you know who we are?
Hey,
Okay,
Stanley, I was gonna
it's a
say that's the
meeting of
difference,
goddamn fucking equals.
and I
We
think that's
don't
the
step
difference,
up
Stanley.
to any goddamn body. And motherfuckers, if you, I say it with confidence.
Hey, John, and I think that's the difference between. It's the mentality. I think that's why Philippe
It's
has
not a
kind of.
mentality, motherfucker. I can back it up.
No, Stanley. What I'm trying to say is, you raised your son to think
No,
that
no, 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 no. You
he's the
don't
standard.
understand that we're not like Rockefellers, but motherfucker, my son doesn't have to come to me to ask can he take his girlfriend out to dinner. It's
Stanley,
a
remember?
meeting of equals, and if you can't fucking do that, and not everybody can. I'm not saying, but y'all got this shit all wrong. My son isn't stepping up to an Asian standard. Motherfucking, there's a cross standard. There's a
No.
goddamn Stanley Cross standard.
And
It's
and
a
I think
meeting. It's Stanley Cross meets an Asian, and that Asian goes, "Ooh, you're excellent."
and Stanley,
This is
that's the
not
whole
a
point, though.
motherfucking step up.
That's the whole
When
point.
I said Asian standard, I wasn't talking about me.
Stanley,
I've already
that
met it.
that's the point, though. Stanley, that's the point. We're me, John, and Philippe. We have
You know what?
the.
I don't know anything about any of y'all, but
No,
what
no,
you
no,
need
no.
to
I'm telling.
understand is we don't do Asian standard. I was talking about it, from a political standpoint. My son had already met that standard. Fuck,
Stanley,
I met that standard years ago.
Stanley. What? And what Philippe really represents
That
is
goat
the.
snort is real funny, John. You got
Hey,
something to say?
What you say?
hey,
Nah, I'm just
Stanley.
listening.
Hey, Stanley.
Well, motherfucker, maybe you should listen.
Yeah,
You
I'm
got
listening.
kids. You got young kids.
I'm
Hey,
listening.
Stanley.
I ain't
Stanley.
interrupting nobody.
You know what? Maybe what you need to do, John, is switch to Saki. That'll be the start of your meeting an Asian standard.
I'm listening now.
Oh, motherfucker, you
Take care
better
of it.
listen because
Yeah,
I'm talking.
it might be some good advice.
Hey,
Saki.
Stanley.
Oh,
Stanley.
might be.
Stanley. As successful as Philippe is, he still has a nigger mentality.
I don't give a fuck about Philippe. Now,
No,
wait,
what I'm
hold it.
saying.
Why are you bringing Philippe up to me? I don't give a fuck about Philippe. He's John's
Because
hero, not mine.
no.
Okay, see, this is the other thing y'all motherfuckers don't understand. Dr. Kim or Dr. Seuss, Philippe, I don't give a fuck about those motherfuckers. Who cares? They're successful. Great. I wish them success. I love hearing them, but motherfucker, they have no influence on me. I'm as successful. They are just peers.
Gotcha.
They are motherfucking peers. They're not. If I need something to learn, I have a father to go to. I have a father-in-law to go to. I don't fucking come to YouTube to learn from Philippe.
Can I ask you a question, Stanley?
Oh, sure, John.
You know, by your description there, and based upon, you know, what we see, a lot of young men see, the standard that you have, it would seem to me that a lot of young black women would not be able to meet that for your son.
And if they don't, they don't.
And so, you know, and that's fine.
But that's also saying if some can't, some can.
And so I think that's what, you know,
Okay, I need you to acknowledge that. If
Yeah,
some can't, some can.
Or some can.
And if they can, then you know what? They
and I think what we, you know,
I did not ask. Maybe the subtlety was lost on you. Take another step and see if this soaks in. I didn't ask what race my son was dating, and actually could have waited till the next time I saw him. He sent me the picture.
But see, Stanley, I think a
How
lot
do
of
you, John? Let me ask you a question. If it had been a Spelman girl, how do you think I would have reacted?
well, you know, the range of Spelman women,
Okay,
you know,
motherfucker, how about just answer the question instead of philosophizing off your drunken ass?
I would probably say you would respond negatively if you got him a Spelman girl.
You would be wrong.
Okay.
You want to know why you would be wrong, John? Because I raised my son to be selective and have standards. If he had selected or sent me a picture of him and a Spelman girl, I would have literally gone, well, goddamn, that girl must be special. Motherfucker, I raised my son to have standards and be selective. If he selected a Spelman girl, then she might be one of the better Spelman girls, and that would have been my reaction.
There you go.
So, motherfucker, once again, you don't understand Stanley versus the world, and you get it wrong so many times. It's stunning that you actually can build a show, and congratulations on getting all those views on not really getting me. You are, John.
It wasn't about you, Stanley.
You don't get me so much that I rarely listen to your shows. You get it so wrong that it pisses me off to a point. I made a comment in your chat yesterday. I listened to John until I can't. Okay, dude, you might do better if you have a question about me or what I'm doing or my son. Might be better just to ask me directly instead of theorizing to the nigger extent you tend to want to do. Take a motherfucker, goddamn it. HB, you'll want to sit this one out for a minute.
I just want to ask you a question.
No,
go
motherfucker,
ahead, go ahead.
I literally just asked you to sit this one out and let me address the source of my irritation. Dude, John, do better. If you want to bring me up. See, I expect that of a Be Brave. I expect that of a hood pink goddamn faggot conservative. I don't expect that of you, John. Okay. You have my phone number, you have my text, you have many ways of asking me questions, not online. You have that opportunity and direct access. That's why I'm disappointed.
What was I
If you motherfucker, I'm not going into details. You see, this is the thing, John.
I'm just asking
You want to pretend to be ignorant right now.
Mm-mm.
Okay. Yeah, motherfucker. My point is that if you have questions, you don't have to surmise. You don't have to predict. You can always ask me behind the scenes. That is why I'm disappointed. Do better.
I'll do better, Stanley. That's why I wanted to ask you for clarity here.
That's all I need you to say, John.
What could I have done better on that stream? I
I
plan on
don't
doing
give a shit. Figure it out. You're a smart man.
I plan on doing another one.
Hey, you know what? You might not want to talk to me about it because I'm not going to help you plan it. If what you're saying is I'm going to continue to do this, plan it on your own, and then I'll react accordingly.
Mm-hmm. Someone said the NFL draft is coming up, so we probably talk about it again.
Well, good. You won't be talking NFL draft on this show.
Hey, I got a question for both of you. Why do you think so many black men put other races of women on a pedestal?
Because I think they're ignorant and don't know American history.
Okay. John, what about you?
I mean, I think it's a competition. It's a sexual marketplace, and somebody's going to win. Somebody's going to come in second. Somebody's going to come in third, so on and so forth.
Yeah.
And, it's a pecking order.
Let me address beefing right here. That's not a bad idea, Mr. Brock.
Because when I hear Philippe,
I don't get. Whoa. When you hear Philippe, what do you hear? I am actually interested in this because I think Philippe is as big a piece of shit as John is.
I actually
same relative anti-blackness. It disgusts me. Philippe, another one. I listen to Philippe until I can't.
Why do you think people are so anti-black?
Motherfucker, don't ask me what I think. I just told you what I thought.
No. I'm not gonna lie. John is successful as Philippe is. He still kind of sounds pathetic to me a little bit.
Like I ain't gonna disagree with it.
The way that he worships other races of women, it's pathetic. Honestly, it's it's kind of sad. It's really sad to me.
No, I won't disagree with you. I think that it's things. These are always kind of nuanced, right? So I somewhat agree with you. Like the story about the Jewish person. I wouldn't have done that.
That shit was pathetic. That shit was pathetic to me, man. That was sad. That was sad.
But I think, man, honestly, I think you hear people like Sam I Am express some of the same frustration. I think Sam I Am maybe, have a few pounds. So you're not, the physical physique. That's your problem. You could change it. And his demeanor is probably not.
I'm motherfucking confused here. Sam I Am is an example of what that I should care about.
What I was saying is,
it's actually a question to you.
But when you cut me off, I lose my
Sam
whole
I
point.
Am as an example of what black people shouldn't do.
Let me know when you want me to respond. I don't want to.
Motherfucker, don't respond. I'll live.
Okay.
You're gonna do it on my terms. If you can't accept that, we can end the show and we can do a morning roast. Sam I Am is in the John Galt and Philippe show category. So I don't listen to Sam I Am. I don't listen to him for none of y'all motherfuckers. John, you think you often take the position that you're teaching, especially me. Motherfucker, I knew the shit before you. Dude, don't let me go into the software engineering piece. Because I remember that part. Well, Stanley, you might, motherfucker, I have resources. I don't come to YouTube to teach my son shit. And I understand you want to help, but you need to help. You got kids to help. Okay. Bringing Sam I Am up, motherfucking name in a panel. Nothing he's ever said on a panel has made me do more than laugh. That's what he's done. If you want to teach people in the chat, or you want to pretend that you're teaching black people something about landlording, motherfucker, it's dubious. The lessons you're teaching, don't teach them on my show.
Hey, John, is Philippe also kind of out of shape too?
And Sam I Am can barely take care of himself.
Hey, John, is Philippe out of shape too?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, there we go. That makes sense.
Thank God he wasn't there having to fight a fire.
Yeah, that makes sense. You know, because I truly believe the being out of shape thing, it's not that.
You actually want to change the topic? HB, start a new show.
Well, okay. All right.
No, the usual thing is to wander off into some anti-black topic about Philippe and being fat and Jewish and Asian girls. It's all boring.
All right, what do you want to talk about?
The
Stanley?
news, motherfucker, in the show. You know what? It might be more interesting to hear the
you
latest,
control. You can end this.
the latest hair-brained, half anti-black point you're going to make today. What is going to be the? Oh, motherfucker! I wish Universal Jones was here.
He's probably listening.
He's probably listening.
Yeah. Good morning, Universal. Good morning.
Universal.
I
got. Well, he will basically go, well, Stanley, you're right. Yeah. That motherfucker. I made and you know what? It's not that I don't respect you, John. It's just you can be who you are, but when my name crosses your lips, you need to be very careful. Okay, you're not talking about Philippe. You're not talking about Sam I Am. You're not talking about Universal. You need to be more careful, sir.
Gotcha.
Yeah. It was a little crude, John. It was a little crude.
You think so bad? You be
crude, motherfucker. That's par for the course.
Yeah.
Right, look, you see, people say that. See, I'm trying to work on that, man. You got me thinking I'm.
Motherfucker, you're almost 50 years old, and you literally said you're working on it. That's not going to be. That's not going to be
nigga. I'm a rough nigga.
I'm 60 years old, and there's some things that people I used to say the same thing 10 years ago when I was your age, John.
It ain't changing, man. I realize
it's permanent.
Hollow words, Stanley. I ain't trying.
When they cut a tree open, you have all those rings. You got rings, John.
Get rid of them.
You got rings.
You know, my mama, my daddy, everybody said, "Man, you just a little too rough."
Your mother knows who you are.
Yeah, you just too rough. You know what I'm saying?
Your mother knows who you are.
Yeah, my dad.
When's the last time your mother said? And I, with all due respect to your mother, she's not telling you to change, John.
No, she does. You know what I'm saying? She said
Let
me tell you.
Still has hope.
Let me tell you a funny story. I was telling her about 2 days ago, and she said, "I can't talk to you like I talked to you the other day." And she had my high blood pressure.
Oh shit. Okay, I know that talk.
You know, I'd be so rough, you know what I'm saying? And you know, I probably just the way I'm just talking, I ain't even thinking about how rough it may sound to someone on the receiving end. And she said, "Oh my goodness." She said, "Oh my goodness." So you know, it's something that I'm cognizant of, but it's probably no change. You know, it's probably just baked into the cake.
Yeah, John, your mom reminds me of my great grandma, man. She was from Alabama too. When I heard her talk, I was like, yo, she sounds just like Minnie Pearl, man. My great grandma sounds just like her, man. You gotta be careful how you talk to that lady, man.
I mean, I wasn't talking to her real, I was talking, just more about, my business and shit. I get up in the morning, man. I be like, this, that. And maybe the night at the long stream, and I like, these motherfuckers ain't got no money. Yeah, I ain't cursed, but I like, these blacks ain't got no money. They be up all night.
Yeah, you can't
She's
talk.
like, oh my God. But she does it too in her own way, because she lives in a black senior citizen building, so she has her own frustrations, you know what I mean? So, we vent on each other, I guess.
Yeah. Hey, good morning, Virgo.
Hey, Virgo. But I am conscious of it, Stanley. HB, people in the audience, try my best.
Virgo, hit the link if you want. She's had a rough night.
Oh, rough night. Virgo, what happened?
Well, not in a fun way.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I think I heard her in the hospital or something. Right?
Well, she's out. She's got her. She's got her egg McMuffin. No, Virgo, it's just a joke. It's just a joke.
She went to Wawa.
Mr. Virgo is there with her. We don't want to start trouble.
Damn. You're in my prayers, Virgo.
And you know what? I'm gonna say salute to Mr. Virgo. I'm happy for Virgo that you're there, sir. So that's his. You know what, Virgo, you got it going on.
Hey, Stanley, since you have my name in the roast here, again,
roast
in this topic? I'm sorry. When you talk about some of the things that what I do find kind of interesting in the from yesterday, and again, I try my best to abstract it as much as possible. Sometimes people start talking.
I didn't watch the whole show, so
what I'm saying is, so if you
might have to remind me.
If you had watched the whole show, sometimes people, I would constantly reiterate, like, this is not, although Stanley's in the title, this is not specific. This is abstracted out.
Yeah, they're smart enough to figure that part out.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah,
or not.
Right, but the bigger thing is that as a man gets upwardly mobile, right? He has
motherfucker. This is where you go wrong. I was never not upwardly mobile.
Well, as a man becomes more and more upwardly mobile, and I would say it's probably more acute today than it was 30, 40 years ago when you were dating.
I don't think it was.
Well,
you either are or you aren't. There's some things. There's some John, finish your question because I think I am.
It was more or less.
I know where you're going, but
it was more or less. It was more or less.
I'm the wrong example. I never was not upwardly mobile. It was expected.
Well, I'm not saying it wasn't expected. Everyone can have expectations, but once you start to realize those goals and you become moving further and further up the ladder, then more and more options become available for you. And so, be it your son.
When do those options start becoming options, John?
Well, I guess as you start to realize your goals.
No. I'm talking age, education level. When do you start realizing that, the harder I work, the more options I have? That's an honest question. When do you start realizing that? And it's not so much a male or female thing.
Wait, Stanley, hold on 1 second. Can you drop the link for Virgo? She's asking for the link.
When I was a younger man, Stanley, I would say probably in my 20s, you start to separate yourself from your peers.
Okay, and gotcha.
But I would imagine now, because a young boy.
Okay, before we move on to now,
let me
tell you. No. This look. You talk about in your 20s. Let's stop there. You can finish after, but I want to challenge the 20s being soon enough. I think you start realizing those options 8th grade, 7th grade. No, maybe earlier than that.
Well, Stanley, what I'm talking about is the women marketplace, the sexual marketplace, the The marketplace
Okay,
for women.
motherfucker.
What? Let me
Why
finish.
didn't you? Why weren't
Let
you
me finish.
specific? See,
Well,
this is one of your problems,
I thought we
John.
were talking about
You
women.
say the marketplace, then you
Shit.
change the conversation.
HB, did you know what I was talking about when I said
No,
the market?
motherfucker. No.
I didn't. Okay, all right.
Okay.
See, but
When
okay,
you
so now
say
that
marketplace,
so
when
now
you
that
say marketplace,
Stanley,
what
now that
do you think of? Not sexual marketplace,
all right,
John.
Stanley,
See, this
so now
is
that
where you
clarifying, go on.
motherfucking go wrong. You start with a generalization, then when you get challenged, you go, "Oh, I meant weakness in your argument." Motherfucker, when I heard marketplace, I thought like opportunity for jobs or career success. Motherfucker, how about start in the gutter, then we'll know you're in the gutter with your arguments.
I don't know what you're talking about here, but go ahead.
No. Of course you don't, but you're pretending you don't.
Oh,
Marketplace, if we're talking an actual marketplace, when you start recognizing opportunities or you have potential, that should start I don't know, grade school. Okay, and if all you want to talk about is sex, then motherfucker, when your daddy pays you to go be a lasagna didn't learn this shit on his own, by the way.
I don't know. I don't know how we got the lasagna, but carry
There
on.
are a lot of things you don't know, John, and you don't seem to realize that you pronounce on shit half drunk that you have no clue what you're talking about, probably most of the time.
Okay.
Motherfucker, humble presidents, you think John was talking about Facebook Marketplace? Well, how about save Facebook Marketplace, and you think means you're not sure, just like John wasn't sure. Y'all need to be. Let me tell you something. In Virgo, I see you there, but give me 1 sec. Part of the problem is not being precise with your language and meaning what you say. My father used to say, "I say what I mean, and I mean what I say." That might be the fundamental problem with Black American males. If you meant what you say what you mean, there would be no red pill. Now that's a hot take. That's a goddamn hot take.
You're giving us all
But
these
I'm pretty
I
sure
really appreciate it.
that might be a starting point to say y'all red pill motherfuckers are idiots. So saying that, Mrs. Virgo, sorry. How are you?
I'm doing well, actually.
Oh my goodness. Is your microphone sicker than you are?
Try again, Virgo. Try again.
Hello?
There we go.
Hey.
There we go. I fixed it for you. I fixed it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I can't stand this damn iPhone. Let me tell you, I want to throw it in the garbage.
Well, give it to me.
I might send it to you.
iPhone Virgo.
Man.
How's
Urban iPhone.
So hey, before you get too far along, salute to Mr. Virgo for being there. I'm impressed.
Oh, that's my ride or die, my day one.
Yeah, I don't care about all that. Just salute. That's enough.
Virgo,
Stanley.
Virgo, you throw your back out, throwing it back.
Oh, for God's sake. Yeah, there you go. There you go. He do it. He moved the blood bag out of the way just to get there.
Yeah.
threw her back out, throwing her back.
I told Stanley earlier, I was like, forget that blood bag that y'all giving me. Let me just go bite somebody.
Oh, straight from the tap.
Yeah.
Straight from the
Virgo,
tap.
you're not helping.
I'm gonna be a vampire.
Straight from the tap.
You are not putting down those never mind. I was gonna make a Harlem Renaissance joke, but never mind.
Virgo, your mic is cracking over there. Hold on a second.
It's crack-a-lacking for real.
Yeah.
Damn,
Yeah, you gotta leave and come back, Virgo. Your mic is.
Well, Mr. Virgo, you know that bag gets crackly when it's empty.
Yeah, Virgo, you gotta leave and come back. Your mic is cracking. You know, John, no, I do think Stanley's right on that, man. I do think the red pill is really fucking like warped a lot of guys' mind about like success. Like a lot of guys really believe that women is a success. And it's to me it's really not, man. It's like it's a blessing to have a good woman, yeah, but it's not a success marker, really.
Yeah, I don't really like. Who would be red pill? Is that Fresh and Fit?
Well, hold on. You got that exactly the other way around. How did you do that,
Like, who would be red pill, Stanley? Who would be
Okay,
red pill?
no.
I
We'll
don't know
get to
red
who
pill.
is red pill after I correct HB's point.
Go ahead, Stanley.
A successful man gets a successful woman. They attract him.
Who is a red
Okay,
pill?
so bullshit that now Kevin Samuels gets a lot
He's
of
red pill.
details right, but not necessarily how the relationship starts part right.
Can you tell me who is a current red pill channel?
Success.
Come on, Stanley, just tell me who's a red pill channel. Does anyone know of one? Because other than Fresh and Fit,
Let's start with John Galt, the urban landlord. Have you ever
What
heard
is he-
yourself?
what is-
Have you ever heard yourself?
I wouldn't consider John red pill. I would consider more
Motherfucker, I
red
didn't
pill.
ask you what you considered, and neither did John.
Of course, I've heard
He
myself.
asked me.
But I've never heard red pill, so I don't know how what I'm saying aligns with red pill because I've never really listened to it. So that's why I'm asking, who is red pill, so I can see what they're talking about. What are their topics? Would DJ Hemp be red pill? I know Fresh and Fit is red pill, but I don't really enjoy their show enough to watch that. Just having a whole bunch of women around. It's not
Here's
very,
what I'm going to suggest.
whatever,
Educate
Andrew, whatever. I don't find
Motherfucker, educate yourself.
Does anyone have any?
When
anyone-
I don't give a good goddamn. You don't get to stretch this. Start your own show.
But on red pill, and we'll just ask people, hey,
Oh,
what's a red pill?
motherfucker, tell me to end this one, and then you start another one.
I just
I'm good
merely
with
asked.
that. Okay, I answered it.
Stanley,
You
can end the
are
show
the
when-
you, and I
Stanley,
think
you can end the show right now if you
I
want to. You
think
don't
of
have to wait
John
on
Galt,
anyone.
the Urban Landlord channel.
Stanley, you can end the show whenever you like. This is Stanley versus the world. You can say right now,
Oh,
but
motherfucker, you own the channel. Tell me to.
It's up to you. Whenever you, I'm telling you that you have. these-
Yes, it's up to me
Right. So whenever
as
you want to,
host
go
of
ahead.
this show, and
Yeah.
it's also up to me to tell you. You asked me a question. The answer is when I think of red pill, I think of John Galt, Urban Landlord channel. It is a source.
Okay, fair enough.
There's the answer.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
See, that was simple.
Yeah.
Stop resisting.
Do you know any other ones?
You know what? I don't travel the world.
Mm.
Now, I guess you could say Hood Conservatives is, but he's just weak. You know, it's funny because I heard Hood Conservative up on your show yesterday. It was something about faggot Stanley. That little boy, that motherfucker, he probably said it while he was delivering water or something. That little motherfucker, he is so facile with his, hey, he can't stand the heat. The motherfucker avoids me like the plague because he is weak-minded.
I thought
He can only exist. He can only exist. John Galt, he can only exist with you and HB. Because y'all don't ask him the hard questions, you don't challenge him. You two are the biggest red pills on the channel.
Okay. Fair enough.
Oh, in my opinion.
I'm not disagreeing because I don't know much about red pill.
Motherfucker, then ignorance is your detriment.
Yeah, I don't agree, but you know, gotta let
You know
people have
what?
their
You
opinion.
don't have to agree, HB. It's just my opinion.
Yeah, it's just your opinion. I don't.
What do you guys think in the chat? Is this a red pill channel?
It's more about landlord being a landlord.
Also add anti-black. It's deeply anti-black.
I can see that.
Anti-black,
I don't agree with
as
that.
in you missed the MLK speech that I found somewhere and put up.
I saw some of it.
Oh yeah, man, that reminded me. Much of that speech applies to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. It was amazing. Bet you never heard that speech before, did you?
I don't think so. No.
Don't hate your skin.
Yeah, I definitely would buy the anti-black. The red pill. If so, that just probably comes naturally.
Yeah, I love bitches. I don't know how I'm red pill.
Yeah.
A lot of ladies, man.
Yeah, do you now?
Yeah, a lot of ladies, man. Ladies love me too. I'm try to be a gentleman. Try to be a
Somebody
gentleman, Stanley.
Somebody call you stinking gross.
And you know what? Guess who was the little third grader who said someone called you stank? Motherfucker, that is so elementary school. Keep laughing. Keep laughing. It's someone called corn pop.
These people come on, it's interesting. It's funny.
And beef and Brock, it is deeply red pill. Bring your dumb ass up and we can chat about it, but it's red pill. And if it's not pure red pill, what you're thinking is, oh shit. They're not deeply red pill, they're a little bit red pill, therefore this is excuse me. No, it's red pill.
Yeah,
red pill land.
Yeah.
John, you keep saying that. I thought you didn't know about it.
Well, I just repeating red pill. Hey, did you hear about this Telegram thing? Was it Signal or Telegram with the Trump selling?
Motherfucker, I did a story a while ago. Would you like to watch the replay?
No.
Do you ever read newspapers?
I read about it. I just wanted to hear what your thoughts were. Anybody else would, if they maybe.
It was a fuck up. That's my analysis.
Yeah, I kind of agree with Beef and Brock. It's more like Cheers.
That's not a horrible analysis, but Cheers was red pill.
Whoa.
What about Cheers was red pill?
Yeah, that's
I don't remember it very well.
Go back and watch it in What You Know Today. I love Mr. Vegetables bullshit, but it's not like Cheers.
That's a hot take right there.
So was Married with Children.
I don't even really remember Cheers that much, so maybe I don't know.
Yeah, you don't remember it, but yet you feel comfortable saying Cheers wasn't red pill.
No,
do you know how silly that sounds?
No, I said it was.
I don't remember it, but I don't think it was.
I didn't say I don't think it was. I said it was.
Motherfucker, I literally just quoted what you said.
Okay, if I say that, I stand corrected. I thought I said it was, but.
Hey, Deacon Dave, Married with Children was very red pill. It was kind of
really.
Married with Children was very red pill.
What was red pill about Married with Children?
It was trash. It was trash.
The man was just lazy.
Married with Children was hilarious.
He was
And
in
by the way,
shoe salesman.
if we want to talk about sitcoms, different show.
I thought we were talking about Red Pill.
Motherfucker, you brought it up. I'm not interested in the topic. I pronounced. This is a red pill way station, for that matter.
Are we supposed
People
to
come here
right
to
now,
get
or
red
what?
pilled.
You
didn't notice?
I didn't know. Mm-mm.
Well, motherfucker, your show yesterday about some random son about a host. By the way, I did not mention that, you're not a good ally. You're not a good teammate. You don't go after. Hey, I literally just told you my father used to say, mean what you say what you mean. So now you want to ask me, do I really mean? Motherfucker, I meant it.
Yeah, well, it wasn't.
Okay, and then I can go farther unless you want to keep interrupting.
No,
Hey, Kimmy. Hey, good morning, Kimmy.
Here is my other point. I think, and by the way, I had mentioned it to Portia a day before, and I told her don't mention it until I mention it when I'm ready to, and y'all passed my expectations. I mentioned it just to prove a point. Y'all motherfuckers are racists.
Well, that's an understatement.
You did a whole goddamn show. Oh, it's an understatement. You say that like it's a badge of pride, HB.
I mean,
Are you
I don't.
proud? Are you proud of being a racist, HB?
I would say so. Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's to be expected. You never surpass my expectations, but you never go below them either. How about you, Mr. Galt? My comment about you is you don't have balls enough to use your real name. You hide behind an Ayn Rand pseudonym.
I mean,
Are you a racist, Mr. Galt? Motherfucker, why do you constantly, when I say John Galt, you answer? Are you John Galt, HB?
I was just gonna say,
Because I think you are. I think y'all might be symbiotic. Maybe Ben Carson needs to go and separate your Siamese brains.
Oh, that was a good
You
one.
you seem to be thinking alike.
That was a good one, Stanley.
Motherfucker, I'm full of them. John Galt, are you a racist?
Racist?
Do you mean anti-Asian?
I draw
Anti-Asian?
between people.
Why are you interrupting? Apparently we have Siamese triplets. Didn't know that was
I'm just
physical.
asking a question.
Motherfucker,
12th man.
wait your turn.
Okay, sorry.
I draw distinctions between people. I can't help that.
Based on race, right?
Race tends to be a good indicator of behavior. You know what I mean?
Okay, so you're a racist. Do you believe that skin color basically separates people for one reason or another? Correct?
Well, I think the skin color is a expression
Okay,
of the DNA.
motherfucker, just answer the question. I don't have this kind of
I think it's the DNA.
patience that's required.
Well, I think it's the
Motherfucker,
DNA.
you have no
He
clue
said
about
DNA.
DNA.
Well,
Okay,
DNA.
I'm about to clear this panel, so it's just me and John.
I think it's the DNA. If you ask me.
So race is a proper separator of people, correct?
Yeah, people act differently.
Okay,
different.
so if you believe it is a proper separator, what would you call yourself?
Good morning, motherfucker.
Motherfucker, you are gone. Don't disturb my panel with your silly Mayberry bullshit.
Yeah, if racist is what you call
Okay,
it.
if you think skin color and DNA, which you're nowhere near an expert in, obviously, you're better software engineer or better biologist. Which is it?
Software. Yeah.
Okay. So, have you ever done software simulations of DNA?
No.
Okay. So, if you think that skin color is a proper separator, in skin color, I'm assuming that's race, that's a
Hold on, Stanley.
marker of.
Have you done it though?
What
Have
a
you done?
motherfucker you will go to, Ron. I'm
I'm just
not in the
asking. Have
mood.
you done it?
I'm
I'm
not
curious.
in the mood.
All right, that's fine.
Don't make me treat you like Be Brave treat you.
All right, just go ahead. Keep going.
So someone who thinks skin color is a marker of distinction between people is a what? John
Racist.
Galt.
Racist.
Okay. Well then, thank you for proving my point.
I don't run from that.
So Virgo, how you feeling?
I'm feeling good, Stanley.
Better?
Yeah. Got a
Well,
couple of gallstones I gotta pass, but
oh, well, please, are you gonna do it on camera, ma'am?
I should cam up and pass the gallstones. I
You
should.
better not. You better not.
Virgo's gonna like it. She's gonna like it.
If you do it on John Galt's racist roundtable.
Oh Lord. No, I'll do it on Be Brave's.
Black women have more gallstones than any other race of women.
Is that
That'll
true?
be a topic that will be forthcoming.
Is that true? Wow.
Oh, you know what? It was race, and I said it. It sounded funny. Must be true.
Be brave will be like black crime is the reason why I got gallstones.
Nah, we need to study that. There might be something to it, Virgo. You never know.
Yeah. I gotta stay out of high crime areas.
Okay. Well, Ryan looks like his lips are pursed. Yes, Ryan.
No, I'm just reading about the fucking stock market and
Oh my
what this
God.
idiot is doing. And I'm really
Save
annoyed
that.
right now.
Save that for another show, unless it's relevant to racism.
No, it's not
Or
really.
gallstones.
I don't think so. Or gallstones, that's right. Or gallstones.
Gallstones are that's a synonym for gold.
What about DNA? Is it about DNA? It's about
Hey,
DNA.
Stanley, what's wrong with being racist?
You know what? I'm going to leave that to you to explain. Do a book report on it.
You know, I've always heard of
That is literally the dumbest goddamn question I've heard in quite some time.
Well, I mean, if you
Are
can't
you
answer it, I understand.
should you park the truck? Because you might be too dumb to drive it.
I mean, if you can't answer
No,
it,
no,
I
no, no, no.
understand.
You want to turn this into a joke and witness while I turn it back on you. What is wrong with racism? You, as a very well-read person, I need you to tell me why it's right.
Well, I think when you put your race above other races and think in a collective, it can be very beneficial to a certain extent. Now, I do think racism and discrimination are two different things. I'm not a big fan of
Okay,
discrimination.
motherfucker, let me stop you right there and please continue afterwards. You don't understand what racism is.
Well,
You don't understand the difference between racist and racist behaviors and racism. They are two different things. Let me recommend a book called Race Craft by Barbara Fields, and I can't remember her sister's name. You must read this book so you fucking can step up and make sense to me. This is what I mean by black excellence. Your dumb ass wants to come up here and be all flippant about something that has killed people and then make us all chuckle whilst you do it. Motherfucker,
I don't agree with
don't
that part.
step to me. No, motherfucker, don't you step to me without doing your homework. HB, this is ridiculous. Live up to your potential.
Well, no, I was gonna say to me.
No,
What,
don't goddamn tell me what. No, go eat a chicken basket and dance, dance, dance. Don't step up until you're ready to step up.
Well, I'll give you my definition of
Well,
racism.
motherfucker, I don't give a fuck. You asked a bad question, and I think I'm not your first grade teacher who told you there's no such thing as a bad question. Motherfucker, there are stupid questions. There
I
are
get
bad questions, and I expect someone close to 40 to know the difference. And if
Well,
you
no,
don't, I'm not, this
I
is
get it. I
not,
get it. You
this
can't
is
answer it. I
not
get it. I get
entertainment
it.
value. I
I
don't
get
give
it.
a fuck about the content. I don't give a fuck about who's watching.
Oh,
Do
clearly.
better.
Clearly.
Hey, not only is it clearly, it's intentional. I am intentional in driving away the fools. Save them for the morning roast.
Yeah. Well, you
Is
guys
the
hit the
morning
like
roast
button.
happening today, HB?
Hit the like button, you guys.
Oh, you know what? I hope you do. Shit, I hope you subscribe to the Stanley Cross 6000 channel
Yeah. All one word. All one
and
word.
the Urban Landlord for more quality content of me telling HB he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Don't ask me dumb questions. My son never asked me such dumb questions, and he's a lot younger than you are.
Well, he's a lot smarter than me too, Stanley.
You know what? I would never think that. 40 years old, has a lot of wisdom in theory that an 18-year-old doesn't have. Smarts is not going to get you to 40. You have to have some common sense. But
That is true.
you might be changing my paradigm, my thinking
That
on
is
that.
true. That is true.
How did you get here, HB?
You
Don't know the difference. You will talk about this stuff and not know what you're talking about. Racist is
go where I'm
not
celebrated, not
racism.
tolerated. You know.
You know what? You are celebrated on the morning roast.
Yeah, that is true.
Now, this panel tends to be a little bit more critical in its thinking. You survived thus far. Please tread water better.
Yeah.
So, Ryan, what were you saying?
Oh, nothing. Now I'm reading about how Trump is shitting the bed on the shipbuilding industry as well. I think I'm moving to regretting voting for Trump.
Oh, come on, Ryan. Jesus Christ.
Well, look, okay, listen. When you take office, you want to kind of tiptoe into it and move slowly and make changes, right? This guy is just insane with this shit. Like he's fucking it out of his mind.
Ryan,
And
you know what you were voting for, Ryan. Stop it. Stop it, man. Just stop it.
I was voting.
Oh,
I think
hey, let me
Hold
interrupt
on,
this.
hold on. No, let me just say it,
No,
Stanley.
you hold on,
Stanley, you
Ryan.
cut everyone off on the
No,
panel at least
what
20
you're
times.
going to do is
HV didn't even
hold
finish
on.
what he was saying. All right.
What you're going to do is hold on anyway. John, look that poll. You had to actually go out and do a poll about whether you're a racist or not. Oh, that is so high school. That is
let me vote.
so funny.
Did he do it? Let me see.
That is fucking funny. Dude, you
what is
are
it?
a fucking pussy.
Nah,
You have to,
What channel? I
motherfucker.
gotta get on
You
that.
need people. You need people
gotta do
to decide if you're racist or not.
I
This
casted my
is a
vote, John.
sad little man moment.
Actually, hold on, Stanley.
This motherfucker needs a poll to know how he thinks. Oh, this is epic. Oh, motherfucker.
Well,
Caster
by
vote,
hold
ladies
on,
and gentlemen.
Oh
hold on.
no,
By
motherfucker,
HB's definition.
Ryan, let me celebrate a man who needs a poll to know how he should think.
No, I want to know:
Oh, this
is it
is
by
so
HB's
goddamn.
definition?
Ryan, I don't know.
I didn't
I
even
don't
give
know
my
what
definition.
Civil
Well, none
War
of us do.
novel
None of us
you
do.
read today.
None of us do because you didn't let him say it.
Ryan,
Yeah, I
I
didn't even
don't
give my
know. I
definition.
don't know what white supremacist tract you're the Baltimore Sun delivered to you today.
No,
But what
hold
you're
on.
gonna do is let me speak.
All right, well, go ahead,
I'm
Stanley.
gonna say I'm
What you
gonna
have there?
celebrate. I'm gonna celebrate that John Galt has realized he does not know his own mind. He needs a poll to make it up for him.
I'm trying to find the
Now
channel he's on.
motherfucker. I'm done with that bullshit. You keep interrupting. Don't interrupt is my request. Stay here or don't. And it's been quite some time since I've been this annoyed with you. John Galt needs a poll to figure out how to be black. I could probably figure out how to do a poll. Is John Galt a worthy black man? Is John Galt a good father? I'd be interested to know those polls. Does John Galt motherfucking dude, John, that you put a poll on my goddamn show is a problem. Do it on your own show. If you wanna toss me off your fucking channel, have the balls to do it, but you're not going to do it on Stanley versus the World. It is my show. Period. And yeah, I'm being a little ballsy here, but if I'm too ballsy, toss my ass off your channel. I will learn my lesson. But don't you motherfucking ever put a poll on my show without telling me you're doing it. And I voted you are a racist. And if the other idiots who voted that you aren't a racist, they're as fucked up as you.
Aw.
No, the motherfucker's fucked up. Who hurt you, son?
Stanley, we have voters'
Oh,
rights in this
motherfucker,
country
don't you dare, HB, because I'll start it on you next.
to
You
protect.
want to stand down. Oh, motherfucker, you think you're immune? You better stand down. HB, I'm more annoyed at you as a young and relatively sane man than this old drunkard. Okay, Otis the drunk as a black man can be fucking like the town drunk. You gotta know where that's going. But motherfucker, you are still young. You got a chance.
Hey,
Is he drinking box wine?
I
John is
have no fucking clue.
John is probably the best town drunk I'd have ever seen, man.
You know what? He's the best to you because you're his fucking apprentice.
Name a better drunk than John. Name one.
Oh, motherfucker, Otis the drunk. He made me laugh. I just literally named him. He was funnier.
Okay. I got you.
That motherfucker could let himself out of jail.
I just put a link in the chat for an upcoming show, guys. Make sure you check into that. I'm not sure when I'll do it, but it should be fascinating.
Fascinating. It's crazy.
It's going to be entertaining, no less.
Yeah, and you know what?
The thumbnail, I thought was too. Look at the thumbnail. If you get a chance, take a look at the thumbnail.
John's
Y'all
so
kill
fucked
me,
up.
man. Y'all kill me.
Try not to laugh too hard, Virgo, please. Just had surgery over there. Was it invasive?
I did not have surgery. I just got some blood.
Yeah, you know what? These black men like HB and John, they don't pay attention to black women.
I didn't
Oh.
even know. I didn't even know. I just heard you were in the
You
hospital.
went to the fucking hospital. Did you have
John's so
surgery? Is it
fucked up.
gonna cost me?
Yeah, how much is this
How
gonna
much
cost?
is it gonna cost?
How much
Is
this
gonna
shit
come
cost?
out of my alimony?
I want all the things. All the things.
I feel like when Stanley sees a thumbnail, he's not going to be happy.
You know what? Hey, let me put it this way.
It's actually pretty bad, John. It's pretty fucked up, John.
Make Stanley
I'm
too
gonna embrace
unhappy.
I'm gonna embrace my
Stanley does not need to be a part of the John Galt channel.
No,
So
it ain't about you, Stanley. It ain't about you.
when it gets too unhappy or too difficult or just too ridiculous, I will come up and replace you, Ryan, as Be Brave's co-host.
I love you, man. Look, I love you, Stanley. You make me laugh.
Don't love me too much. That sounds weird.
It's gonna be epic.
I can't help
am interested in hear people's opinions, so we probably do open panel for that one.
Well, you know what? I have no illusions about where I stand on this channel. And I haven't given a fuck so far. And now I have to give you credit, John. You do give me latitude. So I'm not gonna pretend you don't.
Yeah, I deal with all kinds, Stanley. You know what I mean? Like for a lot of people, it's probably difficult to understand me. I do all types of people, man. You learn not to take things personally.
Oh well, damn it! I have to do a better job.
Yeah.
Bottom line, and I'm not actually. I'm actually serious about this.
No,
you went a little below the belt yesterday.
No.
I was actually offended.
If you
took the time to spin a narrative. But I have see, this is what surprised me. I expect that from Be Brave or Hood Conservative. I expect that from people who either have not worked with me or I consider a teammate. That was a little different. It was motherfucker, let me finish.
Well, I was going to ask you a question.
A little unexpected. You have ways that Be Brave and Hood Conservative don't to go, hey, let's talk about this. This is the angle. You had ways.
Well,
it was I'm gonna be honest, it was below the belt and rather niggerish. I was not disappointed. It was kind of an expectation. And as I said, it was mentioned before I mentioned it on this show. And I'm disappointed. And I'm not kidding about that.
Well, honestly, I think a lot of people probably feel
I don't give a fuck about your honesty. What's done is done. Don't be a pussy and try and explain it away.
No, I'm not explaining. I said
I don't think you can. There's almost nothing you can say without pissing me off more.
Well, I was trying to ask you a question.
So how about motherfucker? I don't care about your questions. Right. When did I start caring about this sort of stuff? You lost the right to ask me questions when you didn't do it day before yesterday.
No, well,
motherfucker, you have no right to question me. More so than you, dude. There were so many questions before you did that show that you could have asked me, and you have easy access. You could have gotten the timeline right. There are a lot of things you could have gotten right, and what you chose to do is do a fucking Chitlin Circuit nigger show. And I am not. It was expected. It was expected, but I am also disappointed. I expected better from you, John.
Yeah, John. Comparing the young college boys' relationship.
You know what? You simply will not do HB. You were part of the clown show. You were in the clown car, motherfucker. You know those training cars where there's steering wheels on both sides of the car? There were one, you were the passenger, but you had a steering wheel too. I heard that much of the show. Don't
I heard HB drove the whole car.
Oh, that motherfucker! No, they were fucking co-pilots.
I didn't sign off on the yellow fever part. Like, I'm not gonna. I didn't sign off on that.
HB.
Yeah, I didn't even come up. I wasn't there.
Yeah.
It's not like you had to sign off on it.
I didn't sign off on the yellow.
You just had to laugh like the Black Ed McMahon.
No, Stanley, I called this Monday.
Oh, no! I want to hear your bullshit.
I called it
It's a weird thing.
Look, I fucking watched a good portion of the show. I watched till I couldn't.
I called it
I hopped up on the panel, said what I said. You know what? I'm still not satisfied. There are gonna be repercussions. Oh, you hustle buck.
Well, don't kill me,
you
Stanley.
don't know. No.
Yeah.
This is what Mr. Galt doesn't understand. I'm not coming. My son meeting whoever he meets in college, there's no come up. Like he should appreciate having an Asian girlfriend. It's goddamn expected that you don't understand this orientation in the Black community is on you, son. Okay, there are Black people who don't get that wrapped up about motherfucker. If you are in a space, I was surprised he didn't meet a Georgia Tech girl. I'm talking. Which part of that can't you figure out, HB? Black excellence in my family is to be expected. It's why I got with my wife. It was so easy anyway. I wasn't John Galt. I was Stanley Cross. It's easy when you are Stanley Cross. You earn, you get where you need to be. Period. I raised my son the same way. In this bullshit about, it gets so much easier when you actually work. John Galt. You may smile, but you know I'm right.
Stanley?
Ma'am.
Good morning.
Good morning.
What did HB do to you? Because I feel like you're getting on him. And he said, but too
Okay. Did you come up here to ask to be the Inquisitor?
I mean, I am naturally inquisitive.
No. Inquisitive is not the same thing as inquisitor.
I know. One's a
okay, if
noun.
you don't apparently you don't know. I asked you, are you inquisitor? That was my question.
I'm just a little lost. I don't know why you know.
Okay, well, go back and rewatch the show. You can catch up.
Was it because of his question about racism? Like, what's wrong with it?
No, it was yesterday's show.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I missed that.
Okay. You think I'm just up here about what happened on the panel in the last few hours?
Yeah.
There was a whole show that I found, quite frankly, offensive. Especially from someone I considered in the past tense a teammate. It was too much. It was below the belt, and there is lasting damage.
And that was on the roast, the morning roast, or your show?
Okay.
That's the show.
Ma'am, did you not? Okay,
Not
I
really.
don't
I'm
I
not
don't
trying
I
to be
don't
picky.
take the internet as lightly or as loosely as the other harlequins on this panel tend to.
Oh, that's a big word.
When you start bringing children you don't know into something, that is below the belt.
Yeah, I
I
agree.
have been asked, um, you know, will your son come up on the panel? There's a reason I never considered bringing him up on the panel. It's because of this tendency towards taking everything and making it racial. My son, um, I have no clue whether he listens to my show. I've never mentioned it to him. I've mentioned it to my sister. He may know, he may not. His choice, one way or the other. Bottom line is this show took the low road, took my personal life in, and just fitted it into a hugely racial narrative. We don't live by the John Galt aesthetic, and I'm offended.
Stanley, but you said it was racial though.
Motherfucker, don't you dare, HB.
You said it was racial though.
Don't be the little lapdog, because that's what you're doing right now, and all you're going to do is piss me off.
Doesn't
Let
take much.
the owner of the goddamn channel speak for himself. He does not need your dumb ass. No, motherfucker, you didn't hear me. Laughing is your defense, sir. I'm not talking to you. You don't own the goddamn channel, do you?
I'm sorry that happened, Stanley. I think
Shut
people
the
should leave
fuck
children
up,
out of it.
HB. Let
That's everyone's weak spot.
John Galt defend himself. Kim, I'm offended. And you know what? When I'm offended, there are no rules.
Well, I do apologize.
No, I think the rules was that your son
I
shouldn't
don't
have
need
been
your
roasted.
apology, HB. The damage is done. Now, it's not like I'm going to be mad forever, but there needs to be a reckoning. And Kim, please don't step into the middle of this.
No, I guess I am. I'm sorry.
I'm literally asking you, please don't.
I won't.
Thank
But
you.
honestly, having you explain that, it makes sense.
Okay,
now.
you're going to keep doing this. You're going to do a John Galt. Don't defend him. He
I'm
can
not
defend
defending him. I
himself.
said thank you for explaining what happened
Okay.
because it makes sense now.
You can
I didn't
go
know.
all the way back to yesterday's show.
I'll do
It
that.
was offensive.
Yeah, I
It
had
was
no
offensive.
idea.
You know what? Neither did John. He was drunk off his ass. And he does that sort of ridiculous shit. Motherfucker, you started talking about something you don't know and you felt comfortable doing it all because it was numbers.
Man, we did that motherfucker like 7 hours too.
Motherfucker,
Goddamn.
you are a carnival barker.
Yeah, a little bit. I got a little showmanship in me. What I want to do, what I want to put it on. I can do it.
Is that what you call it, John?
Yeah, I could.
Is that what you call it, John?
With
It was showmanship.
Showmanship.
Like I said, and you seem to have forgotten, there was a teammate aspect that even at this stage, I kind of had. I no longer do.
Oh,
There is lasting damage, and it probably means nothing to a person like you, but there is.
Yeah, no one mentioned your son.
Motherfucker, I don't care what you meant. I got an idea of what you meant. And at your advanced age, what you do is who you are.
Could I ask John a question, Stanley?
Yeah.
Oh, please do.
Yeah.
I know people have in the past brought their family members on screen. So was your thinking like, okay, other people have done this before, so let me just ask? I'm just trying to understand on your side what happened.
No, Stanley talks about his son a lot. I mean, we've been hearing from the time he's been, accepted into Georgia Tech. A lot of people, consider that an accomplishment, and I think a lot of people like to hear. You hear about someone so much. I think it's only
Well, let me ask you an odd question. Did they hear
you
the
liked him, invite him
term
up on the show.
yellow
That
fever
wasn't
from me
anything.
or you? Did they hear the term yellow fever from Stanley Cross or John Galt?
No, I made up the title of that. But again,
okay, motherfucker, did I do a show about my son and his dating, or did you?
I did a show about interracial
Okay,
dating.
motherfucker. Did my son, was he invited to the show? Was I invited to the show for that?
When you jumped on the panel.
Not a goddamn part of it. Dude, I already know the answers. I'm just asking you for the formality of it.
Well, you jumped on the panel.
You were a motherfucking heel. I'm offended. Okay, I understand in your ghetto hole that you don't understand. You don't understand this shit. But in the larger black community, that's not your next door neighbor. This is offensive. You need to meet other black people outside of where the fuck it is you live. Where the fuck do you live, John, that you think black people accept this kind of behavior?
What kind of behavior are you speaking of?
Oh, John, really?
I
really want to ask me that question? Motherfucker, should I replay your whole show from yesterday?
Well, there was
you are talking about people you don't know. You've never met my son. You have no fucking clue who he is.
That's why the show wasn't about
but your dumbass felt a need to make your racist point. Okay, what's my son's first name, motherfucker?
That's why it wasn't about your son.
Motherfucker, answer the question.
I don't know what your son's first name is.
Well,
you told us that. I don't remember.
Is that irony?
I'm sure
you don't
told
know
us.
what his first name is. You're talking about a motherfucker. You don't even know his first name.
I wasn't talking about him.
No, motherfucker. You talked. If you're talking about Stanley and his son, you're talking about my son, or is that the other fucking white dick you suck to get to your level of intellect?
Whoa.
Wow.
Yeah, motherfucker. You want to roast? I'm gonna fucking char.
I was hoping you'd do a roast.
Okay, you know what? You need to answer the question, sir. You don't even the person you're talking about, who he's dating and all this, you don't even know his name. You don't know him. You've never met him. You never even talked to him on a panel, but your dumb ass thinks, hey, you know what? This is the sad part. There are too many black people like you, John. This is why the black community is failing. It's the John Galts in it.
So you think the black community is failing?
No, motherfucker. I told you what I think. Digest. I don't know that you are Umar. You are all those. You are Sean Bracey. You're all the same. John Galt, you go on their panels just to learn to be like them.
Don't put that on me, Sam.
Motherfucker, I just did. I watch you. I watch you on other panels. All you're doing, it's going to become the Borg of black people. you'll be just as toxic,
Always
but
feel
just as
like
incapable
somebody's
of a
watching
critical thought
me.
as they are.
Who's playing tricks on me? Oh.
It's been a good show, Stanley.
Yeah. Jesus Christ.
Motherfucker, it can go on, or your ass can leave.
That's
You
been a
can't
good
leave
show.
your channel, but I can.
I say it's been a good show, Stanley.
Well, y'all turned my not so good day into a pleasant one, I guess.
Yeah,
Well,
really
that's
pleasant.
yeah, that's always a positive. Yeah, that's always a positive. Yeah, you know, John, I do think you gotta be a little bit more have a little bit more compassion with
Yeah.
how you like come to your conclusions a little bit,
I could agree with that.
especially when you know real life people are involved. You know that you work with and stuff, and you gotta now your tenants. Not you could keep your foot on their necks, but when it comes to
Well, that's an interesting point. All the world's John Galt's tenant, and that's not even your real fucking name. Do
Man,
we
you know,
really? Do
and
we really know?
I
Do we
think
really know who we're sending a cash app to?
you know, the thing is, as I say,
Motherfucker,
yeah,
I don't care about the answer. I already know it. We don't know who you are. We just fucking listen to your bullshit. Okay, and that's the other thing. And I don't care how you treat your clients. What you do is who you are. So I judge you on your actions, and I'm not impressed. Um, now, this is the interesting parenting point. I raised my son to be someone that I can respect, and I'm sure you're going to do the same thing with your two young children. But we might have different levels of respect or standards or whatever you want to call them.
Yeah, man,
Your standard is something I would never
hell yeah,
tolerate.
hell yeah, man.
Oh,
Listen, man,
motherfucker. Yeah, motherfucker. Bob your head.
I'm
Bob
agreeing
your
with you.
head with
I'm
the
agreeing with you.
headphones on. You want
I'm
to
agreeing
put
with
on
you.
some dark glasses and sing some Stevie Wonder?
Oh,
I agree with you 100%, bro.
You
You don't know
look
how I agree with you, and
fucking
I'm
ridiculous.
agreeing with you.
Ridiculous is as ridiculous does, and you do a lot of ridiculous things.
Yeah, I'm definitely agreeing with you, man. Like,
Motherfucker, I don't really even care what you have to say.
okay, well, fair enough.
I'm
I'm
talking.
acknowledging what you're saying. Yeah.
Your headphones are on, so I know you can hear me.
Yeah.
Okay, motherfucker. You know what? You are raising your daughter to be a room cleaner, and I wasn't impressed with that shit.
Yeah, man.
Your son, you didn't even have balls enough to put on camera.
I put him on.
Son, take your headphones off, go up to New York, take your daughter by the hand, and tell her she can be better than John Galt. Okay, because that bullshit you did about she can clean behind the faucet better. Motherfucker, I can hire a Mexican to do that.
Yeah.
So are you raising black man? Are you raising your daughter, your black daughter, apparently, to be like a La Quinta room cleaner? What the fuck are you doing, John? She cleans good. That's the best thing I heard you say about your daughter is she cleans thoroughly. Motherfucker. That was embarrassing as a fellow black man, and I'm not sure if you still identify as black, quite frankly. Yeah. You do?
No, I'm listening to you,
No,
Stanley.
motherfucker. You need to
I'm
listen and
like to
stop
interrupt you.
talking. You
That's
need
what I'm saying. I
to
don't want to
get
interrupt you.
what an older man who has raised a successful child. I don't see you on the same glide path, sir.
Same, fair enough. Yeah, hey man, we all have to
Oh,
strive.
motherfucker, it's more than fair
You give me
enough.
something to
It's
strive
gonna
to.
No, John, this is the problem you don't see.
Uh-huh.
You are your kid's problem.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, okay.
Hey man, you know, I
Dude,
try my best to get better.
someone told you that karma is a thing. Don't make your kids suffer your karma.
I am a different nigga than you, Stanley. Different
Oh,
man.
you're
We
nigga.
different, right?
You
We different.
a
You
destructive
want to phrase it, we are different.
You literally are a destructive nigga.
Yeah.
I've seen niggas like
Sure,
you before. I
I
have
will.
seen niggas run off the rail. Dude,
I
I'm
have too,
sorry.
man. I have too,
I
man. I
know
just
you want to over talk. You want to laugh it off like the jive ass turkey you are to bring it back to the 70s. You know, hey, jive ass. I've been seeing jive ass turkeys like you. I've been seeing jive ass turkeys like you since I was a kid. And you know the
Did
funny
you just
part?
say jive ass turkey?
Yeah, motherfucker.
Yeah.
Miss Virgo, forgive me. Because I'm in a groove now. There was a
Mute myself.
when
We getting the numbers up.
I was a kid, motherfucker. You're over talking, John.
Nah, be quiet.
I have a story about jive ass turkeys and why you remind me. My father, PhD from some funny story. You often tell stories similar to this. My father points out a black man on back then it was East Broad and Gwinnett Street at a gas station. Dude looked like a fucking failed academic, and he was. His name was Chuck. PhD in psychology from some fancy university, but he was a drunk. He failed because he could not control his habits and what he said, and he failed. Now, you have the advantage, John, but you remind me of him. Oh, wait, you didn't see where this story was going, or apparently those big dumbass headphones on your head, you don't listen. If you were that smart, you'd know where I was going with this. You are going, dude, keep doing what you're doing. You're still young at 50. I don't give a fuck if you turn it around, but my guess is you won't.
What do I need to turn around, Stanley?
Why shit, I'm just telling a story. I don't give a fuck if you turn around or not or what you turn around. I'm just giving you the benefit of my knowledge, son. Turn it around. Don't turn it around. They're not my chillin'. Your chillin' are not my chillin'. I already had success with mine. Let's see what you can do with yours.
That's correct.
And raising them to be a fucking Ramada Inn clean behind the sink girl didn't impress me.
Why gotta be Ramada Inn though?
You know what?
Yeah, why not like a Motel 6?
Hey, I haven't. See,
What about La
the
Quinta?
one advantage you have. The one advantage you have is your friends that will stand in front of you to not allow you to face your own truth.
Ooh, that's a good. I like that, Stanley. You know,
Hey,
man.
motherfucker. Hey, play it off all you want. Uncle Remus. Play it off all you want.
Stanley.
Don't even bother. I've said what I said, and I meant it. Do not do no motherfucker, but do let me give you this one last warning. Don't do what you did yesterday again to someone else.
All right.
You took a liberty that was just Black people don't do this shit. And you proved that you will do anything just for a glance or two or a laugh from the chat. You're not impressive. And quite frankly, I have some words for Universal Jones, but he's a pussy in the chat or not here.
He may not be here.
No, he's listening. He's listening.
Oh, you know what?
He's
I
hiding
have
now,
even,
buddy.
but less harsh words, because I don't think Universal is as far gone.
Oh, he's listening. Go ahead, Stanley. He's listening.
Oh, I don't give a fuck. He can replay it if he's not. I don't think he's far gone. Is my point.
In terms of what? Far gone what? In terms of what?
Motherfucker, if you don't have enough common sense to get my gist, then I can't help you.
Okay.
You mean in terms of making fun of Asians?
Come on,
Hey, Ryan, you know what?
I'm partial.
You're just
I'm a
little,
percentage Asian.
Ryan, you're one of the best second seaters I've ever met. You will be the
I don't know
Ed
what that is.
McMahon to John Galt. You'll be the Ed McMahon.
I don't know what that is.
You will be an Ed McMahon. Dude, you are second seater to be brave.
I don't know what it is.
I don't take you that seriously. Interject
I'm partially Filipino.
Interject
I have a Filipino
comedic
stepmom.
point. Interject a comedic point, and I'm impressed that you even had something to say. And don't do the graphics on my show. We can end it. If you want to do your clown show, John, tell me to end it and we can move on, because we are at 5:20. It is getting a little long in the tooth.
Stanley, you're cooking right now, man.
You know what? What I'm cooking is not boiling.
Nah, it's getting there though. It's getting there.
I'm losing patience. You can't cook stone.
Come on, Stanley. I got about another 10 minutes. Get the roasting there. Get the cooking.
John, you were cooked. If you look at the title of the show, that was your cook. I took the time to name a show after your debaucherous, degenerate ass. So the cook was in the title, but your soaked brain doesn't understand subtlety these days.
I'll figure this out.
Wow.
So Kim looks like she's on a phone or something.
I think she's doing sign language.
Oh my Lord. I hope she's not
Maybe
doing
not.
sign language of what I'm saying.
You think so?
You
I hope not,
motherfucking
too.
bitch.
Yeah.
You motherfucking degenerate.
Motherfucker.
She is. It's sign
That
language.
woman is gorgeous. God
Yeah.
damn.
She is stunning to say the least.
Yeah. Oh well. I will,
Subscribe to Kimmy Cake's channel.
her husband is a lucky man, is how I describe it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Make sure you subscribe to Kimmy Cake's channel, guys. What's Kimmy Cake's channel? Brooklyn Watson?
Why are you taking over my show? Are we
Oh,
ready to
I
start?
wasn't taking over your show. I was just
Why is she up center screen?
My bad. I
You know what? This isn't someone else's show, dude.
my bad, Stanley. I just thought you would like
believe me, Stanley, we
have
know it's
made
yours.
a lot of bads that I've noticed over the past 24 to 36 hours.
Yeah.
Well, Ryan, I know you want to hear us comment on your strife?
No, I'm just saying,
I
there's
don't
a
want to
person
hear
that's
Ryan. I don't want to hear. I
I
don't want to
don't
hear
partially
Ryan
Asian.
complain
know
about
to
Trump.
say.
Oh, okay.
I'm
You're going
partially
on that.
Asian,
Okay.
and
Okay.
I'm partially
You know what?
Asian, and
You
I have an
are personally Asian, and you know what? I'm not that level of racist. Tell it to someone who cares.
All right, that's fine.
You know
How
how
the
it
hell
is.
are you Asian, Ryan?
My step grandmom is Asian. She's Filipino.
Well, that's your step grandma. That has no. You have no blood ties.
Maybe.
Calm down.
I've eaten a lot of noodle. It's cultural.
Yeah, I've eaten a
Okay.
lot of noodles too.
No,
bet you
noodle.
have,
They call
Virgo.
it noodle.
I bet you
And
have.
also, she used to get these pigs with the head on. The pig with the head on.
And what do they
So
call them, Ryan? If you're so Asian, what do they call them?
I don't remember. Okay, I haven't talked
Mm.
to her in a while.
She's an adopted Asian.
Lechon.
Nah, Trump deported her. No, I'm just kidding. No, but no, I seriously do have an Asian step grandma, Filipino.
Yeah, what the fuck is a step grandma? Yeah, what the fuck
Hey,
is a
Virgo.
step grandma?
My
Hey, Virgo.
granddad was a fucking man whore and used to get around a little bit.
Hey, Virgo, I
Okay,
took
there we
that cake one down. I'm going to cook it
Yeah.
probably tomorrow. I'm glad.
Oh, good.
Yeah. Oh, shit.
Yep. Well, I'm sure
I
you'll
hope you
do
enjoy it.
a morning chicken roast. So,
A morning
Hey, Stanley.
capon roast.
Stanley,
hey Lou, come on up. Free Zone Lou, please come up here or Deacon Dave for that matter. Talk about something I'm interested in, which is politics. Um,
Stanley,
black people, these two black men don't disappoint me generally. They actually are interesting to listen to,
Hey,
and
Stanley.
they don't abuse children.
Oh, Stanley, have you
No,
you ever
motherfucker, I said it. And truism, come on up. Let's
Oh, you don't want truism up here. That thing was on fire yesterday.
Yeah.
let's flood the stupid nigger zone.
That thing was on fire yesterday. You probably don't
Come on.
And that's why I can kind of see why Stanley
John,
says
do you
it's a red pill.
often when you laugh go he? Motherfucker, have you ever heard of Joel Chandler Harris? No, seriously. Google Joel Chandler Harris, Uncle Remus Tales. I know you heard of Uncle Remus, right?
I've heard that, but I'm not very familiar with it. But I'll
Yeah,
look it up.
well, you know what? That kind of knowledge would probably change your demeanor.
Okay, I'll take a look at it.
Yeah, I'm sure you will.
Stanley in the kitchen this morning.
Yeah.
Hey, Stanley, what
You know
mean by
what?
flood
I'm
the
just
zone?
no. That show yesterday was fucking beyond even my pale, and I it was below the belt.
Oh, I ain't mean it to be below the belt. I'll tell you that.
Motherfucker, you don't mean a lot of things, but you do it.
Deacon Dave, would you say, Deacon Dave?
I said, what did he mean by flood the stupid zone?
Oh, well, it's a takeoff on your buddy Steve Bannon. You've never heard that before?
Yeah, I've heard it. I thought you
Okay,
meant
so he said flood the zone. I added stupid. So what confused you? Why did you not know where that was
You see
coming
this?
from?
I'm not gonna be a
Well,
part of your
motherfucker,
stacked body session.
you don't remember half the shit you read, apparently.
I'm not gonna be a part of your stacked body session.
Nah, Stanley's taking names today. It's
No,
a
you know what?
bloodbath.
I'm not taking names as much as like taking
Stanley.
fucking tickets. Y'all motherfuckers talk about a lot of shit you don't know. I say flood the zone, and a Trump voter goes, "Who said that, motherfucker? Your God and Savior." Y'all are
You had two adjectives that you added
this
to it.
actually amazes me how much these motherfuckers, dude, flood the zone in MAGA territory. Why do I know this and you don't? and I didn't vote for Trump. Why do I know this and you don't, Dave?
You didn't use the exact way he said it. You had two
Motherfucker,
adjectives.
flood the
You had
zone.
you had
Flood
two
the
adjectives.
zone. Flood the zone is a direct quote.
So
You
free zone
didn't
and
know this?
truism are gonna flood the
Okay,
zone.
this is what y'all fucking illiterates do.
Hey Stanley, can you drop the link for Free Zone?
You know what? It's at the top of the chat.
Is it? Yeah, I don't know why he's.
Portia put it there.
Oh, okay,
Portia, she's efficient. And by the way, let me do the quick commercial. Subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel, please. In spite of me, please subscribe to the Stanley Cross 6000 channel. In spite of me, there is a video essay every now and again. Hit the like. That's more important than anything. And pretty much it.
Also, make
Helen,
sure
good to see you here, Helen.
Also, make sure you subscribe to the Urban Landlord Clips. It's our Clips channel. We're trying to get it monetized. Be great if you could subscribe there. Urban Landlord.
Well,
Clips.
also add that to the script. I can promote it as long as I'm here.
Oh yeah,
Dude, you know what, John? You are literally your behavior yesterday gives me doubts.
Oh, Stanley,
And I'm dead serious about this.
And
I've had doubts for quite some time, but yesterday was the icing on the cake. It was literally something. The funny thing, and I'm reading E. Franklin Frazier, and hold on, Lou, because I know you have something to say. There's a book by E. Franklin Frazier called The Black Bourgeoisie. And yeah, look at him. His neck hurts. Dude.
That's my neck. Fucking ain't my neck.
You know what, motherfucker? It aches because you probably need sleep. Those big ass headphones are holding your head in an unnatural position.
I don't like headphones. I ain't gonna lie to you. I hate these headphones.
So I was disappointed. John, what can I say? You just disappointed me.
Hey Stanley, did he write the
motherfucker?
Negro family?
Why is your chihuahua talking?
No, Stanley, did he write the
HB?
Negro
Stop
family?
fucking being chippy.
Stanley, come
John
on,
Galt can fucking talk. See, this is the weird thing about y'all manosphere idiots. I address John, and you feel like you're his bitch.
No, I was asking
seriously.
about,
If I'm asking a question to John, why do you feel the need to respond?
Oh, come on, Stanley.
No, motherfucker. I will clear this goddamn panel. If I'm talking to Mr. Galt, why does Mr. B feel like responding? Unless he's John Galt
Mr. B.
Oh, you did not. You thought I picked.
I never heard you call him Mr. B.
You thought I picked a random letter, didn't
At the
you?
end of the day, just go around.
No, not at all.
Y'all need to do better, dudes. If you're gonna be black men, do better.
No, Stanley, I was actually saying,
Motherfucker, you're still talking. Why are you still talking? The question was to you, John Galt.
No, I was just saying, I read one of his books.
Oh, no, I must be heard.
No, because usually you say books and I never read them, but I actually
Motherfucker,
read
I don't give a shit about books. Did I mention the book in that last?
Yes, yes. Well, you mentioned E. Franklin Frazier. I read The Negro Family. It's a great book.
Okay, motherfucker, I read Black Bourgeoisie, different topic. So get your books right.
Well, yeah. I didn't read that one, but
okay, of course you didn't, and you didn't get the context. You heard E. Franklin Frazier, and you wanted to dip your toe in this warm piss water.
I got a little excited.
You
You
like
know,
dipping your toes in piss, don't you, son?
I got a little excited, Stanley. My bad. My bad.
Well, I noticed the focus of my ire has skipped to his loo. And Helen, I appreciate that comment, by the way. I'm glad you kind of at least understand my perspective. There's some things I don't expect from my teammates, and John disappointed me. And that's you can't fix that. In HB, you did too.
Yeah, no, I apologize, Stanley.
That cannot be fixed. I'll forgive. I forgive. Fuck the apology. You don't mean it.
No.
I forgive. I forgive. I do not forget.
No, I actually do apologize.
Motherfucker, it is so fake, HB, that you might as well. It would have been it would have been better just to say, hey, I'll do better. Your apology means nothing to me. Dude, I do not do your style of anti-black semantics. Because you're gonna do it again. So will John. And now that I see Dr. Universal is here, that's just gonna be that I have words for you. They'll come up in contact.
Slightly
Because
below.
I am not
Slightly below excellent.
I am not amused.
No Roll Jones in the middle.
You know, John, it is all your little circus, and some of us are getting a little tired of your drunken fucking. Now, I have to give you compliments. Your camera angles change almost weekly. Is it because you knock them over or you reposition them?
That's a good one, Joe.
Damn.
You're the only person that knows.
Motherfucker, you actually think. No, this motherfucker thinks I'm some mild-mannered person. Motherfucker, I know where I'm going to go in my critiques before you know. And then I know where you're going to go.
I'm glad you noticed him.
Now, motherfucker, answer the question. Did you knock it over fortuitously or did you reposition it intentionally?
Intentionally,
Which is it, John?
I intentionally reposition them, yeah. All the time.
Yeah, I bet you do. Now, where's your second camera? Is that working?
Yeah, let me put it up.
Is that working?
Mm-hmm. Let's see if I can put it up.
Where's your big ass computer? Is it working?
Yeah, it's working. I got it.
There's a third camera.
Jesus.
Is it working?
Let me see where. Oh, I don't have it.
Yeah, motherfucker. It might be too much for you to think about right now. Reach and pull, reach and pull, reach and reconnect. Yeah, motherfucker. Let's see if it all works. And then give us a tour.
Mm-hmm. We do need another camera.
Give me another what? Another joint? Another joint. I need another joint.
John, we had this coming.
Nah, motherfucker. He doesn't know what's coming.
We had this coming, John.
When I say karma's a bitch, it'll be a bitch.
Man, how bad did it get yesterday? I just when I hit the link, they was punching on Keisha. How bad did it get?
Oh, we really just punched on Keisha's and shit. To be honest with you, man, in my opinion, we really didn't cover Stanley. We didn't talk about Stanley.
I didn't see Keisha in the title of that goddamn show.
Well, that's it. Other than the title.
Tap dance, bare necessities, Uncle Remus.
Not the Jungle Book. Come on, bro. The Jungle Book. No.
Hey, truism.
Leave Mowgli out of this.
Hey, you got the joke. I'm impressed.
But, Negro, get the hell on up out of here. Everybody done seen the Jungle Book. If you don't shut your IR baboon ass up,
you're the only one who got the reference, motherfucker.
Oh yeah, man. I got it. You Scooby-Doo. We can go there too.
Oh yes, it's true.
Hey,
it ain't black you.
Turn down your lightning.
I can't turn down the lightning, baby. I can't turn it down.
Okay, then
It's hard.
here, you will be silent or silenter. I'm not. You know what? I'm not in a mood for your jig.
You know what, Stanley. I apologize, bro. You know what? You're right.
Thank you.
You're right, man. You're right, fam. You're right.
You're the only motherfucker who knows how to.
You're right. You're right, man. I apologize. Look, man. Hey,
By the
look.
way, you were on that bullshit show yesterday.
Indeed, I was. Yes, I was.
Talking about a boy you don't know, but yucking it up.
Hey, look, man. Look, I'm congratulating him. I cannot hate. I can only congratulate.
See, this is the weird thing about y'all. You think other Negroes don't know context. What you were celebrating is your own warped logic.
Is it really warped?
Yeah, no, motherfucker. Are you married right now, Truism?
Yes.
And how many
Successfully
kids?
for 13 years.
I didn't ask you the state of your marriage.
I just feel like I want to throw that in for because you say people don't understand context. So
do you want to crow about it?
Some people want to say
a raven or a crow
because people say that they have a problem with context because the context matters, right? So the context matters. So I got to give you the context.
Guess what I'm not going to say. No. Listen to this.
Wait, you're not gonna congratulate me for having a happy marriage, bro.
No,
that's a hater in you. That's haterism, bro. That's haterism.
No.
Come on, bro. Come on, bro.
You're not gonna let me finish.
That's haterism, bro. Come on, don't do that.
What you're gonna do is let me finish. I was going to say, I'm not going to congratulate you. That kind of black excellence is expected. Okay. I don't have to congratulate the normal. Now, motherfucker, tell me why I should congratulate you. I'm interested in your counterpoint. Don't ever predict what I'm going to say, Truism, on this panel. Ever.
I see, sir.
Wait, did you get my point, or do you need to go again to hear it again?
Oh, I've heard.
I wasn't going to congratulate the expected.
So you asking me how long I've been married? Yes, and that's the question. Yes.
No, I just asked you if you were married.
Then the next question you asked is for how long?
That's literally all I asked you, and you wanted to tell me more. And that's not a bad thing. I'm not fussing about that. What I'm going to fuss about is you expect congratulations. Why? It's expected.
Because it's so hard nowadays, especially nowadays.
Oh, motherfucker, you expect too much from me.
No, but I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about in general, brother. Come on, we got to come on, brother.
I don't think about the general. The
brother.
Okay, this is not your show, son. I don't think about what other people do. I think about what I do. Okay? This is the mistake y'all are making. Think about what you do. It will influence, it will generate, or it won't, but you'll still be okay. Stop the nonsense. And I can't seem to. Oh, there you are.
Yes.
I don't. Hey, all I asked is if you were married. That was it.
Yes. I've answered already. Yes, I am married.
And I'm not going to congratulate you because it's expected. Excellence is expected.
You know what? I do appreciate that. I appreciate the compliment, even if it's constructed in a weird way.
Appreciate it. You are doing what's expected.
But I will receive it in the spirit that it is given.
And you know what? Truism, you are a good guy.
I know. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you.
Okay. Well, before I swell that big purple bird head, So it's expected.
Pause.
And
Pause,
see,
nigga,
this is
pause.
the other thing. I expect black excellence.
But I'm
And
not
it
black. I'm white.
deviate-
I mean, I got the paperwork to say I'm a newly minted white man. You don't remember that?
Motherfucker, I could give a shit less. That's your problem. Again, I have no control. Why would I? If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't know.
I told you last week. I told you last
Take
time.
that as the lesson. Motherfucker, if you told me last time, yeah, I'm gonna carry that to
No,
bring it up again.
no,
It's
you're not.
not
Because you definitely would
dude,
not.
it
Because
is not important to me. What you do is your business.
I got you. I got you.
Unless I have to pay for it. Do I?
I mean, hey, look, bro, look. I got membership, so I mean,
Oh,
look,
motherfucker, you are still going to belabor this point.
Hey, look, you said it.
Other than you being excellent, that's good. I don't care after that. Don't raise your kids to be hotel cleaners working with the Mexicans.
Oh, trust me, that's not gonna work.
They'll
That's
raise
not
your
gonna happen.
girls to clean behind sinks thoroughly and be impressed. That's
Mm.
all I care about.
Oh yeah. Well,
Raise
we
them
go to
to
this
do
part.
better.
Yeah, we go to this part. Actually, but my kids are smarter than I was when I was their age.
Mine's smarter. But you know why they're smarter?
I mean, I know why mine are, but
No. I want to hear shit. You're a parent. Why are your kids smarter than you at that age?
Well,
Does it have something to do with this ridiculous icon, or does it have something to do with their father?
Well, I mean, that's been more or less both, but and also a good woman goes a long way as well. Good woman goes a long way in helping that.
The reason your kids are smarter is because you know better. You are their age. You know the pitfalls. That's what parents do.
I can give you that.
Or should
I can give you
do.
that. Yeah, I can give you that.
Motherfucker, I don't care about all this manosphere fucking YSBM.
YSBM.
When I saw BM, I thought bowel movement. It's a big ass bowel movement.
YSBM.
Motherfucker, all that matters is your family and your kids and your family's relationship to other families, the community. All this fucking red pill bullshit is just that.
But that's why SPM isn't red pill.
It is a bowel movement.
Oof, come on, bro.
Hey, what does the BM stand for? Hey, I remember I had to look it up, and I looked it up and decided the BM stands for bowel movement. Now it's my own interpretation. I'm sure you're gonna have something to say.
Man, that flavor of Haterade must be fucking that's purple drink flavor.
Okay, tell me who I'm hating right now.
Oof, it's just I can just hear it. I can feel I can just emanate. It's just
I asked you a specific what you do. Who am I hating right
the hateation poison.
Dude,
yeah.
This is what folks like you do. You want to get Gallop past my point. My question is
get Gallop.
See,
I love that. I love that term. I love that term. Get
a little dance, a little soft shoe.
Hey man, people love the soft shoe. Come on now.
Who am I hating?
Oof. Just oof. Just oof, brother. Oof.
Yeah, I'm hating oof.
Brother.
Yeah, I'm hating Marvin Gaye.
Yeah, hey man, look.
Motherfucker,
his dad hated on him. His dad hated on him.
This is what I do not like in our supposed black community. Motherfuckers who can't answer direct questions.
Sorry, brother. I leveled up a little out of that. I'm sorry, brother. I can't be in that no more.
Sit in the back. Answer direct questions. This is not This is not the Apollo Theater. Consider this your hook. Answer the goddamn question. If I'm drinking Haterade, who am I drinking it for?
What you know about the Apollo Theater, man?
Motherfucker.
Was you the first one to lay the first block for it?
Once again, you ask a question and I'm not allowed to answer it.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Dude, I'm 60 years old. I've been to Harlem a couple times. I have a mother and a father who grew up during Jim Crow. I know about Harlem Renaissance. Motherfucker, I know more than you do. Is my answer. Now, again, motherfucker, I don't even wonder whether I know. Because the first thing they taught your dumb ass to do, if you were there, is answer a question.
And at the Apollo?
Who am I hating?
They taught you to do that at the Apollo? I'm just asking questions. Sorry.
Mention Haterade. See, this is the dance away from the question. Slowly but surely. Motherfucker, if you say I'm drinking Haterade, who am I drinking it for? Someone help this poor boy.
Oh man. Yeah. See, this is the kind of back and forth we need to be having, bro. This is what I don't mind having something like a back and forth like this, bro. I don't mind that. Early in the morning, I just got through eating some good old fashioned, homemade eggs with the vegetables, with the homemade vegetables, the homegrown vegetables too, bro. The sausage. Yeah, I'm powered up and fueled up and ready to motherfucking go. Let's do this motherfucking thing, bro.
Who am I hating? Was the question.
Brothers who've escaped the Daggleverse.
Oh God.
You wanted the answer, you got it.
I have no clue what the Daggleverse.
I told you that before. Come on, it's the Daggleverse.
You see, this is the problem.
So I need you to pronounce it all the way out.
You speak in cliches.
Really?
If it's important to know, I'll find out. Daggleverse.
Daggle. So you got to put the L behind your tongue behind the tooth.
So I hate the Gaggleverse?
No, I said you hate those who've escaped the Daggleverse. Pay attention. See, now you need to keep up.
Okay, dude, I'm about to get bored with your fucking Ben Carson. You are literally, and I said Ben Carson, I meant Ben Vereen.
Ben Vereen, I haven't heard that name in a long time.
Hey, I'm 60 years old.
I haven't heard that name in a while. Salute to you, sir.
You are a good tap dancer.
Hey, man, look.
Ben Vereen could do a little soft shoe too.
He can sing too.
Honestly, truism.
Yes.
You're not a bank. Dude, you need to be careful. When you talk to me, I'm going to ask hard questions. And
I don't think so.
I've seen
it
now, you are not a smart black man.
That's fine. That's okay. I'd rather be a dumb white one.
I'm not your standard.
I know. Yes, that is.
So let me move on to someone more interesting.
Fair enough. Slide, slippity slide on over.
How you doing, Lou?
He done fell asleep. Look how much you bored him. You done bored that man to sleep.
You know what? And sometimes talking to boring motherfuckers like you and I, that'll happen.
Oof.
Dave, please, Dave, rescue me.
Rescue me.
Yeah, I know you want to sing. That's what your type does. That and a little soft shoe. So, Dave, help me out here.
I'm here for you. What's the topic?
Motherfucker, why can't people just answer direct questions and stay on topic?
He asked you were doing the exact same thing. He asked you what the
Oh no, no,
topic
no.
was. You
I
tried to
always
judo flip it on him.
I always
You
answer
tried to
the
judo flip
direct
it back on you. How the hell?
Yeah.
Oh,
Except I
oh man.
always I always answer direct questions.
So that's so
It was-
you asked a direct question by saying, motherfucker, why can't
ask
people
me a
answer direct
question,
questions?
bitch. Ask me a question. You
Okay.
got a question? Ask me.
Okay. All right, bro. All right. Look, here's a question.
Don't take too long to
If
bore me.
I was gonna say,
I do get bored easily.
I noticed that. How much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? Easy answer.
You know what? He would hire you to do it. So next,
Stanley. You
Hey,
didn't even
BK,
you didn't
I
even.
don't have to take this motherfucker seriously now.
That was
Stanley.
racist.
Stanley, oof. Come on, bro. That was the easy answer right there. I gave you the easy alley oop.
Hey, I'm moving on.
I gave you the easy alley oop, and you just let it just
Say,
fall.
I
Oof.
don't care.
Stanley.
Dude. I know people who eat woodchucks.
Mm.
That's how much chuck it'll be a chuck steak. Just stop that nonsense. Save
Hey,
it for your,
Stanley, I got a question for you.
Save it for your kids, Tourism.
I got a question for you, Stanley.
Yes, sir, Dave.
Like, you're not. Part of me says that you're not really mad at John, but this is a great opportunity for payback.
Oh no. I'm incensed at John. It is a total lack of
incensed. Oof.
The motherfucker may be many things, but classy wouldn't be one of them. I'm incensed.
It wasn't that you're the butt of the joke or anything. It's
Okay,
just
goddamn it,
using as
it
an
does not
example.
matter. You brought a kid you've never met into it. He's never
Yeah.
been on the show. John's kids have been on the channel, not talking, but been seen. My son never has been. Now, the reason I even bring up all this shit is it's a kid in college. It is the parenting part. And I actually brought up his girlfriend in a different show. And John popped on to make his little dumbass yellow fever point. I'm offended. Okay, the motherfucker can't think. He can't think beyond his Miller Lite can. And it's annoying, and I've had enough. So you're putting words in my mouth. I'm not that pissed. I put another one in. I'm incensed. It is a total lack of class.
Like how Hood Conservative gets the avatar for.
Oh yeah, you know what? I
Yeah.
would have compared John to Hood Conservative until now.
Well, he gets the avatar for like woman problems, right? But
I
your
don't
son
give
could
a
be that.
goddamn. Why are you even bringing up Hood Conservative?
Because I'm trying to make a point.
No,
Your
no,
son
mother.
could be used as
I've
the
already.
avatar for a solution.
I would have never compared the two because I think John or thought John was a little bit more classy or smarter, but now I know he's not.
And I know you're not good. You're not going to miss an opportunity to punch on John. I get it. I
Oh
get it.
no. What I'm trying to do is figure out whether I even belong in John Galt's channel. That's what I'm like. Motherfucker. It's bigger than Hood Conservative or John. I don't get
Do you prefer an echo chamber?
motherfucker. John Galt is not necessary to my life. I've been here because I enjoy the community. I enjoyed John Galt, but I don't. There's a reason I'm not in Hood Conservatives chat when he does shows, except occasionally to troll. If I have to compare John Galt to Hood Conservative, then I have no respect.
Your son could be the avatar for success.
Motherfucker, it is not your insinuation that I'm not really mad at John Galt. No, mad. I'm incensed. Take the word, look it up if you don't understand it.
That's fine, Stanley. He could be the avatar for.
Don't explain John Galt to me. I'm a member of his channel. I have a show on it. It's a total lack of class. It is a total lack of respect, which is part of class. John's out of control.
What if I want my son to be like your son?
It's not my call me for advice.
That's an honor, if you ask me.
No. It's not an honor. It's expected. And Dave,
I knew you were going to do that. I knew you were
Dave,
going to say that.
you are actually a lot like me. I can hear it in your voice. You're pretty serious. Now, we don't agree on politics or even kind of like that manosphere bullshit, but I know you're serious about your child and your children. That motherfucker, like I run home to hold my son. Motherfucker, I heard that or read it. You take parenting seriously.
I do. I also would be.
No, accept that honor, but I
I
expect
appreciate it.
you. I expect someone like you, Virgo, takes it seriously.
I appreciate that.
So,
that's a compliment.
Dude, I actually take you seriously, even some of your bullshit. I know you think.
I do entertain both sides of an argument, and I'll take the less popular route.
Don't take it overboard. I don't think John is capable.
I would be honored if people thought that my son would be something to aspire to.
Let's not focus. John's brains are at the bottom of that Bud, or it's not even Bud Light, it's Miller Lite. His brains are the next pull tab.
No further questions.
So with that out the way, how is everyone's day? I know my morning started off fairly nice, but how did everyone? Stanley, how was your day? How did your day start off? Aside with wanting to choose violence on John today.
How was I violent?
You're doing it now. You've been, from what I've been hearing, you've been punching on John for a while now. I mean, I get it. I get it. You can feel
what I witnessed.
Yeah. Okay.
I haven't done enough. When I say incensed, I literally mean it.
I believe it. I believe it.
Pissed off.
The simple fact that you use the word incensed.
Yeah, motherfucker. I take words seriously. How about you?
Yes. That's why I say I when you conveyed it, I said, yeah. Ooh, he used convinced. He used incensed. Ooh, properly in the sentence at that. Yes.
So actually the question is whether I stay here. I've had friends leave this show because of the anti-blackness, and I like the people.
Describe anti-blackness in one word.
Oh, motherfucker! If you're not, if you describe the blacks in your body cam video, like those blacks, and you're black, then you're anti-black.
Are all blacks the same? Because actually, I think it's subjective.
So let me make sure I heard that correctly.
I don't in America. And let me clarify this. I tend to look at even 2025 through a historical lens. It's just the way I look at things. If you're anti-black, that is a separation that doesn't seem justified given American history. And the reason I say that is it's an internal view versus an external view. If you go walking down the street, are people gonna say you're black? If the answer is yes, then you're black. And there, I can expand that argument, but racially, phenotypically, you're black. So if you share a phenotype or even a heritage or a culture with other people, and I can expand even that part with the phenotype, too much time to do it. But separating yourself when you are black and you go, those blacks think that it's a separation that if the people you are separated from in that body cam video, that crack hoe, if John Galt and that crack hoe walk outside the the Walmart at the same time, some person coming up is going to go, are they husband and wife? There's an identification that is cultural. Is it fair? No, but it's also American history.
So I have a question now. Is it anti-black or anti-nibber?
So let me finish this. Whether we want it or not, that crack hoe and John Galt are because of American culture, American history, are connected at a phenotypical level. It's not fair, but it is.
So is it anti-black or is it anti-nibber?
Motherfucker, that's gibberish.
No, it's an actual question. Is it
No,
anti-black or is it
literally
anti-nibber?
truism. It's literally gibberish.
Why can't you just answer the question?
Because there's no question. You asked me gibberish.
Right. Okay.
Can you put it into like regular?
Okay. So my apologies. My apologies. Allow me to elevate the question.
In a non-truism way.
Let me elevate the question for you a little bit better. So
in the chat.
Okay. So
figure out what you're saying.
Put it like this. Why is it that black folk have a hard time with class distinction?
You had breakfast.
I'm trying to. I'm giving you the question.
Cheerios.
I'm giving you the question.
Run around the front lawn and
I'm giving you the question, Stanley. Just can you let me do that? See, now why are you running from the question, Stanley? Why? Why are you running from the question now, Stanley? Why? Why? Why are you running from the question, Stanley? Stanley, why are you running from the question?
This dude does not understand that.
Stanley, why are you running from the question, Stanley?
I told you your question was gibberish,
and I was going to reword it for you.
You don't seem to. You want to fuss about whether the question is gibberish. Deal with that it was gibberish, and then rephrase. Do it in a much more organized way, sir.
You didn't even let me even reword it for you.
I don't have the patience
but
for
you
John
didn't even do it.
Intelligence.
Come on, Stanley.
If you want to go over,
I implore you, Stanley.
Keep deployed, motherfucker.
Stanley.
Did you mean deplore or implore?
Implore. I implore you. No, I was going to ask. It seems like that particular wording didn't suit you. Okay. So now I ask like this.
Wait, hold it. Let me address Ryan's point because there's more stupid people up here today, Ryan. And you're here, so you're just adding to the problem.
I'm sorry. I just thought I'd say it. I'm sorry. Okay, sorry.
ask your question, but
So,
ask it in a way I can understand.
no problem.
Truism.
Okay. Why is it that black folk have a hard time with class distinction?
Because they haven't read about class distinction.
Because they haven't read about it.
No, yeah. If
They
you
or
want to
we?
know, what do you do when you want to know something? Truism. Do you theorize in the blind? Do you do a priori, or do you actually go and study it or get it taught
Can I
to
say
you?
something, Stanley?
No, please don't.
Oh,
the reason people don't know stuff is because they don't go out and take the time to learn stuff.
Cannot a person learn just by observing things in the world?
No,
They can't.
they cannot. They actually have to.
That's
They
actually called
actually.
wisdom.
Okay,
That's been referred to
motherfucker.
as wisdom.
Okay, I am going to be bored because I can't tell you why. You ask a question, you either have to do it. Observing might be the beginning stage, but you have to do it or read it, whatever your learning style is. Very few people can see stuff and do it. Now,
Oh,
there might be the odd genius,
uh-huh.
but you're not one of them.
Can I ask a question? If you saw someone get
No,
their
I want
hand
to know
You
ripped off
have
next.
by
to
an
ask
alligator, do you
more
think it's a good
questions.
idea to stick your mouth in an
Whoa!
alligator's
Before
mouth?
we move on to the next question, did you understand my answer to your last one?
When I try to, when I'm trying to
Motherfucker,
work through the
stop
verbal
trying.
Rubik's cube of what you're trying to
It
say,
is not
but
your
when I,
panel.
when
I
I,
control the pace.
when
I
you
control the
know,
pace.
when
If you,
when I get figured it out through that, yes. When I get
I have a
to,
question for Truism. I have
Kimmy,
a question for
go ahead and
Truism.
ask because this fool wants to ask.
My question was
Lightning's
actually for
his
him.
brain.
I mean, you can bring him back after I ask my question. But my question was for Truism, and I don't have the exact numbers, but in every group there are people quote unquote at the bottom in every ethnic and racial group we can imagine, and they're typically the minority of all of these groups. They're not necessarily the majority of any of these groups. So my question is, why pay so much attention and put so much energy into, I guess, the people on the negative end that are outliers on the bell curve? Like, why is there so much attention dedicated to a small minority group of people within a group of people that are not, I mean, really worth that? Like, why is there so much emphasis on that small minority of people?
I'd love to answer that question, but
Great question.
Do not answer that question, John. It was to Truism.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I would love to though.
firstly, Kimmy, correct? Thank you.
That
Yeah,
is going to be
that's fine.
Ms. Kimmy to you.
Thank you, and that's great. I appreciate the question. Here's the thing about it, right?
Let's hear
Can
Ms. Kimmy.
I have the
Okay,
question? Can I answer the question?
motherfucker, you will do what I say or be gone. Ms. Kimmy, in your answer. Yeah, I'm being a bit of a dick, but I'm in that mood.
Pause. I'm not interested in dick. Anyway.
Then you're not interested in asking the question. John,
Wait, what?
You were going to answer?
Yeah, I was going to say. Well, I was about to type in the chat. Universal, we should do a topic on that on Kimmy Cake's question.
Yeah, it's a great question.
Yeah, I think it's a good question, and I think I have some thoughts about it. But let True answer since she asked him the question.
Ms. Kimmy will be his preface.
To answer your question, right?
Did you say Ms. Kimmy?
No, I will not say it.
You will not.
No, I will not.
Do you deserve Truism? Dude, you're a cool man. You're a cool dude. But God damn it, you are stretching my patience.
I know. But I would like to answer the question that was given, right? I would like to answer her question if possible. Am I allowed to answer her question?
Please do.
Okay. Here's the thing about that, right? Let's just go with the premise that you're correct, that it is a minority, a very vocal minority, right?
I'll just motherfucking answer the question.
The
Let's
problem
not
is
do hypotheticals.
I'm going to answer it the way she gave it to me.
Oh God.
Let's just
These
say that that's the case, right?
motherfuckers. Okay,
The
is this
problem is
some
with that.
tradition of telling stories to get to an answer? Y'all anti-blacks, I thought y'all were about data and direct answers. Which is it going to be?
Yeah, I can't. But can I
Are we
answer through
going
the
to do
interference, or
an no, motherfucker?
just
You will
gotta?
hear what I have to say.
So I can't answer the question.
Answer the question directly, or do your
Can
African parable. Choose your method.
Can
but
I just answer?
I'm not interested in your rebuttal. Answer the question directly, because y'all believe that Negroes can't do shit right. Or say, I'm going to answer it African parable way.
First, when are you available to do this?
Okay, John.
So now I should answer the African parable way, my brother.
Parable or
Now,
Western style?
my brother,
Which is it gonna be?
my brother. Let me to answer the question, my brother.
You're not Nigerian.
My brother.
You're
my brother.
American.
Sir, let me answer the question.
Brother,
the way that I went to answer
brother,
it.
not brother.
My brother. Anyway, the problem is that these particular individuals are so vociferous in their foolishness that unfortunately, as the good brother IR Baboon stated, they are tied, as he says, culturally and phenotypically, so that even though they may be the minority, they have become the icon of what it means to be black.
Please explain the connection.
I'm sorry.
You're getting ahead of an answer that actually is just ridiculous in the first place.
Was the question ridiculous?
Connection between phenotype and culture.
The question is not ridiculous.
I'm going to you.
It is ridiculous.
Okay, my bad. You're right.
Yeah,
You're right.
It's like in a school. It's like in a school. The majority of students do well.
It's not like a school. You either know the answer and you do it quickly, or you fucking stutter and stammer and just, dude.
Stanley, I'm just framing my question a different way. So in a school, the majority of students
in a way
do well.
that this truism guy can understand and answer
So
quickly.
in a school, the majority of students do well. There is a minority of students who don't do well. But why would all of the school resources go and time and attention go into maybe the 10% that are not doing well, when 80% or more are in good standing?
Could it possibly be?
Put that in context of race and ethnicity.
Could it possibly be, right, that maybe, just maybe, what you're thinking is a minority is actually the majority, but you just don't want to face
that's
the fact
bullshit
that's the case.
in and of itself.
Can that not be just the case?
It's not the case. It's just not the case.
Okay.
Hey, can I take a stab at it?
Please do, Lou. Save your brother.
My brother.
And I'll use your school example. Okay. The reason why is because people don't want to kick those students out, and they stop the progression of the class. They get in the way. Per your example, it's the same. It'd be like me asking you, why does everybody bitch and complain about the top 1% of the wealthiest people in this country? It's the same question. It's the same answer.
Stanley, how come you didn't shit on Free Zone? You never shit on Free Zone.
Because Free Zone doesn't.
Man, fuck that.
Whoa. Don't call me out yet. I didn't understand Free Zone's answer any better. I think the answer to Kim's question is that 10%. You have to figure out why they're not learning as well as the other 80%. Could be because they're dyslexic. There could be reasons. And then there might be a portion of that 10% who are just, they're not going to learn.
Or there
For
could be that
whatever
there is
reason.
no minority at
Okay,
all. And this is
motherfucker,
just,
I'm
you know,
talking. It is
sophistry.
not for you to interrupt.
Oh.
And
Can I ask you a question?
Lou,
Him mailed.
sure I
I
understood.
was keeping it
But hold
succinct.
on.
I wasn't trying to.
Hey, it's like a test. That 10%, some of it can be saved, some of it can't. It's really the down and dirty.
Yeah, but you have a lot of people that will advocate to protect that
I don't
10%.
give a fuck what people advocate. That's what y'all don't seem to understand. Save the ones you can. The rest, you will have to worry about, but not that much.
I agree with you, Stanley, but that doesn't answer Kimmy's question.
Kim's not here to evaluate, apparently.
Was that Kimmy that asked the question?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
The 10% that can't learn, take special measures, save, or not even save, just teach who you can. There might be a diamond or two in the rough. I've known people who were different ways of learning. And you have to consider that. But there are people who, for whatever reason, they don't want to learn. They grew up in John Galt's house, whatever. They're just not, not going to be able
Right.
to cut the
And those
mustard
people got to
in the
and those
top.
people got to go. But people
Now,
will
Kim,
advocate for those
can I
people not
say
to go.
something
Why
to
they got to
you?
go?
I'm assuming when Kim talks about this, these are kids, so their deeper thinking is needed. So I'm not going to toss those babies out with the bathwater, but you can
Well, I'm
only
using her example. Let's say you have let's say you have a neighborhood.
Education system. So
No. It was an analogy, Stanley.
I'm
It was
also
an analogy. We're not
understanding
talking actually about kids.
a motherfucker, but it's what I'm talking about. So here,
Okay, continue to not answer the question. Go ahead, Stan.
you didn't
Yeah, take
propose.
that, Lou. Take that.
Lou, what you did
Take that.
Look at
is
Dave.
your version of a question is hood-servative versions. Okay, hood-servative is a moron. Okay, he wouldn't know how to ask a question if he was asking a question. Hood-servative has many limitations, and most of them self-created. So don't ever tell me I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know everything, but I do know some things. So be careful.
You don't know a whole lot about a whole lot, but you know a little bit about a little bit.
No, I just know stupidity when I hear it.
Gotcha. But a better question about that in regards to Kimmy's school example, right?
Lou's a friend. I'm not going to just abandon him there.
What if
rephrase Lou?
I was going to say though, what if part of the problem is that a lot of those students that are doing well are so concentrated on trying to uplift
hey
10% that are not doing well? That's also a problem as well.
Lou, if I was too harsh,
No, I'm used to it, Stanley.
Oh my God, I see what's going on
I
here.
just leave you hanging. So rephrase.
The free zone Lou glazing is amazing. Anyway.
So if you had a neighborhood full of people and you had 10% of the community that was causing crime in the neighborhood, the idea would be to get rid of those people.
Okay, finish your question, but I already know what I would do.
Right, you would get rid of those people.
No, I would move.
Okay, you could move. Absolutely, you could move.
And I assume I could. No, it gets to a point to where 10% of a neighborhood is committing that kind of crime. What am I supposed to do? Unless I'm a community leader, and I probably wouldn't be, I'd move. It's easy.
Fascinating.
I agree.
And
And you have a lot of community,
why the fuck would I raise my
YouTubian community leaders that
level
will
of
advocate for
now?
that goofy
Here's the
stuff.
other thing.
And that's the problem.
Okay, motherfucker, you wouldn't know a problem if it lived next door to you and you had to answer Lou's question. I told you what I would do.
As soon as I
Listen,
figure my way out through the Rubik's Cube of what you just got through saying, I will
motherfucker,
appreciate your
you know
point.
what? You never that you know what a Rubik's Cube is amazing. It was probably a Christmas ornament. Back
No,
in
it's a
my
Christmas
day,
toy.
I
Christmas
bought a
toy.
motherfucking Rubik's Cube, oddly enough, John, from the Landover Mall when we were kids. My Rubik's Cube came from the Landover Mall. And it was a real Rubik's Cube. I asked my parents if I could have one, and they said sure. They tended to be like, "Hey, we're on vacation." And you know what? I probably still have that Rubik's Cube in my old room somewhere. And motherfucker, yes, I solved it.
I can believe it. I can believe it.
Now I had to get a book to help. So it wasn't like I'm some pure genius, but motherfucker, I could do it without the book.
You know what? I actually designed a puzzle kind of similar to that.
Really?
Yeah, I did actually.
What kind of puzzle? Was it the Negro when do we move out of crime puzzle? Now that's a
No.
joke. It's a joke truism.
I know, but I'm gonna show you this. And this is the first time I've ever shown this outside of
Oh,
a few
really?
people. I'm gonna show this
Okay.
to you. All right? So when you see this, you're gonna say, "What in the fuck is this?" But it is something that
I'd
I
ask
actually.
you, where can I get one?
I can tell you where you can get one. Hold on a second. Let me.
Can we put them on the big screen so everybody can see?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hold on.
You know what? I'm not YouTube savvy.
Hold on a second.
Sorry.
Let me see something.
Thank you, Lou.
Hey, Universal, you about ready?
Yeah, let's rock and roll. I'll hop on now.
All right.
Hold on 1 second. Let me go to the settings. Camera. And
Oh,
you should be able to see it.
Okay, what does it do?
Oh well, when picked up, you spin it and you put the pieces into it in a different kind of way. I designed this when I was kind of
Rubik's staff.
I call it a spinfinity.
Well, you know what?
There you go.
You didn't tell me you were a toy designer.
That's nice. That's nice, Truism. Good shit.
I'm a man of
No,
many different interests.
that seems like something that are you trying to market it or what?
Yeah, actually I am. I want to make sure I get the design down. 'Cause that's the prototype. I got to get the design finalized to something that people can actually either make themselves and something like that. Yes.
Much respect.
Appreciate it. Thank you. I get bored easy, so I come up with a lot of different stuff.
Yeah, motherfucker. So toy makers are not philosophers. and when I say toy maker, I don't mean that in a disparaging way. You're an inventor. Good for you. I'm impressed.
Thank you. Well, thank you.
No, motherfucker. When I say I'm impressed, I mean what I say.
I know.
This is some fucking.
I know. I believe you.
Very impressive.
Thank you. Yeah, well, I do them kind of stuff. Again, I get bored. My kids love it when I start using my 3D printer, as a matter of fact, because
okay, now the jokes are gonna start.
Because they know daddy gonna make something, so they can
Do they call you Willy Wonka?
No, they don't. But I get the reference. No, they don't. But no, my daughter, she loves it when I use
kids must love you. Do you make them toys?
Yes, I do. I actually made them.
God damn it, dude!
I made what was it?
Didn't you tell me this before? Oh, this is fascinating.
I made an Amogus. They were when they were back into Among Us,
What's
right?
your background? Are you engineer?
No.
How the fuck did you start designing toys?
I just had like random ideas in my head, and I just kept testing and testing, prototyping, testing.
Do you ever
Some
do
work didn't
like
work.
board games and stuff, or is it more mechanical toys?
I guess I can do both.
Wow. God damn it. Why didn't you tell us this before? Motherfucker, you've been hiding this? God damn it. I have a whole
Whoa!
Seriously.
What was that?
I don't know.
Lord have mercy. That hurt my ears.
Dude, there is a show. What the fuck?
Huh?
Dude, newfound respect. Now I kind of understand your style of asking questions. Okay.
You see what I mean, Crow? People want to know, man. People want to know about your creative side, bro.
Yeah, it changed. Dude, you know what? I'm not gonna apologize, but I would have approached you differently. Motherfucker, your ideas must come 1,000 miles a minute. Okay.
Yes, it does kind of. It gets a bit
So,
crazy. So yeah.
Hey, and
do
can
you
I
ever
ask?
get,
Can I ask
you
one
ever get
question, please?
tired? How do you rest? Do you ever wish that those ideas
Excuse
don't
me.
come at that speed?
Sometimes, yes, I do.
Excuse me.
Sometimes I do.
Oh wow. Okay, truism. I'm like I said,
My wife complains.
I'm
I
not
get up
gonna
early in the morning
apologize,
for her.
but I have to kind of approach
Yeah.
the way I question you differently. I understand now.
Well, thank you. So I know someone was going to ask a
Motherfucker,
question.
it's obvious. If you had told me this is how you think or this is what you do, I'm adaptable.
Well, see, the thing about it is, in most cases, unfortunately, when I've tried to, I guess, let people see the things that are in my mind, most people will think that I get the kind of, nigga, what kind of shit is you on look on my face. So it's like, okay, no problem. So I've kind of learned to kind of maybe keep a certain kind of, I guess, facade.
Well, motherfucker, this crowd is fascinated.
Yeah.
Oh
Well,
wow.
thank
Okay.
you. Thank you guys for being
I'm
interested in my
not
little
gonna give
bit
you
of
toy
idiocy.
ideas, but this is fucking fascinating.
Thank you. I do. I'm just working on getting that finalized, making sure that everything is can be used. The prototypes, some of them were kind of painful. My wife
Well,
was
have
telling
you
me about that.
sold toys before?
No, I have not. No, I have not.
Okay.
No. If I had, trust me, oof, you'd know it.
Yeah,
You would
you
know
wouldn't be here.
Yeah, Stanley. Stanley, you never know who you're shitting on.
Oh no. It's not gonna stop me from shitting on you.
Of course.
If you make a point that is worth shitting on, make a toy out of that. It'll be, how do you do a turd tumbler?
That's a way. That's the way. You can think now. You think about it. That's the way you could probably do that. You could. You probably could. Yeah. You could.
No, Storm. Truism. I'm, dude. It is interesting to get to know people, and yeah, I'm glad I asked you those questions. Apparently, I'm not the best person at asking questions, but once I know, I know. So, but that now I know how to ask you questions, which is interesting because I don't know that I'll change my style. You know how to deal with complexity. That means you can, dude, you can deal with the subtleties. You just don't want to.
That's the thing about it, right? There are different kind. Okay, people have a different definition of what is subtle and what is not. That's
Okay.
the thing. So
explain.
Because what may be something that may be a nuance to one other person will not be to someone else because they already have an understanding of it. You know what I'm saying?
Well, let me ask you a question. If you already, dude, if I know the background of something, now I have and my son used to get extremely annoyed. You don't ask questions you don't already know the answer to. Now that used to, like, he knew when I asked him a question. Now it's not, let's say 80% of the time, it was I already knew the answer. 20% of the time, it was a genuine question, and 80% is enough to keep him guessing, and that might have kept him honest. So the reason I bring this up is I do the same thing here. I don't ask questions I generally don't know the answer. Like if it's a historical question, I know the answer. I might ask it. Excuse me.
You like to do what my father likes to call a not what I like to call a not so stupid question.
No, I actually think they're stupid questions, especially now if a 9-year-old asks. But if a 29-year-old asks, there's some things I assume you know. And if you ask me a dumb question, I might not react. Honestly, I'm true to my word. I did tell my son and told him several times there are such things as stupid questions. No, I believe that.
I can see why you would think that. And yes,
Well, no,
given certain
if a
circumstances, yeah, it can
person
be. Yeah.
if a person who lives on Earth asks me about the temperature on Mars, I don't know that. That's not a dumb question. Okay, if a person who literally is in this house asks me what is the temperature outside, that's a fucking stupid question. You could answer this yourself. Why are you asking me? It is a stupid question. Don't bother me with something you can solve yourself.
Okay. I see
You
what you're
don't
saying.
agree?
I know. I'm starting to see it. The layers are starting to peel back a little bit. So
Yeah,
yeah, I'm starting to
motherfucker.
understand.
If
Yeah,
you
I
know
got
how
you.
to solve your own problem, don't ask.
Yes. Yeah. That's exactly what I got. So okay, I got you now.
Now, if there's for some reason, shit, if I don't know the answer, then I'm as dumb as you are. We will solve this problem together. But honestly, if you can figure out, and God damn it, this is how you raise children. Once they get up in age, you're not going to say, hey, 2-year-old, go out and figure out, the temperature. You will teach them how to do it. And at 2, you may have to teach them several other times. But a 10-year-old, don't ask me the temperature outside. You got an internet, you got a rope, excuse me, a thermometer. You're 10. So, and I'm sure I'm beating a dead horse here by now. So Lou, Kim, Virgo. And Virgo, if you're there, how are you feeling? Virgo was a little verklempt overnight. Yeah. My Yiddish is not that good. Well, hopefully she's asleep. She needs to rest. Dave, you there? All right. Well, thick as thieves.
Yeah, I'm here in spirit. What's up?
Ooh, he said here in spirit too.
Now,
Hey, you see,
Dave is waiting to beat my head over this tomorrow morning. No, but seriously, there are stupid questions, and don't bother me with that bullshit.
I can feel that. I can feel you on that. I can feel you on that.
Unless you're a kid. Now, kids, you know what? You adults teach kids. But if you're fucking 25,
Yeah, at that particular point, there should be something you should know. Some things.
well, there's some things you shouldn't tolerate. And you know, I kind of got away from you know, Universal and John have run off to probably piss me off again, or hopefully not. But no, what they did yesterday, or what John did yesterday, it was a little bit. I expected it, but you know, one of these things you expect but you hope doesn't happen, and I was disappointed in that way. I was hoping for better behavior. I say classy, yeah, you know, and you know, someone said, you know, don't put your personal business out. Uh, um, you don't know my son's name. You don't shit. I don't know his girlfriend's name. Um, you know enough to at least give you an idea of, you know, my arguments or who I am. So, I do think my point is that if some idiot like me can put a boy into Georgia Tech, an elite college, it can be done by any regular old black man. It is not fucking rocket science. It's a matter of having expectations and don't waver from them.
So do you think that what's holding the quote unquote black community back is a lack of expectations?
No, it's way more complicated than that and historical. But I do think that, you know, that's such a complicated question because, dude, I did not grow. I know there are things I don't understand. I'm not so presumptuous. I cannot walk into, you know, a hood and go knock on a door and go, hey, single mother, you and your children, you can get all your children into Georgia Tech. I'm not that. That would be just. I don't know what that would be. But I do know that you need to have a longer view, and I'm going to go out on a limb here, and I know I'm going to get castigated for it to pull out a word. It may not be me. It may not be my son, but his kids. There has to be a plan. We must be much more deliberate. And I don't give a shit about the Air Jordans and all those fucking they're valid arguments, but they're kind of short-term arguments. We need a plan. Okay. And you know, the part about the community, that is a joke that, in my opinion, is valid because there never was a community. the communita ceased to exist after 1865. When slavery ended, there was no longer a communita. Well, and that's a point that could be argued, but in my opinion, if there ever was, because there were free blacks, there were, enslaved, but I think in 2025, there is no black leader. If there is no black leader, then there is no one to lead. There is no communita. And I think fools like SKC,
Oh no,
conservative, they want to make jokes about a communita. The communita, if and SKC is not unaware of history. He has his way of thinking, and I actually have great respect for SKC. Believe that or not, he's not dumb, but he is weird. All I have to say is that he does not actually know shit. He has not thought shit through. There couldn't be a communita if there is no leader. And I'm not sure post Civil War there ever was. You have factions, you have communities. Okay, you have Booker T. Washington, you have W.E.B. Du Bois, you have Malcolm X, you have Martin Luther King. It's always been factionalized. Now, the problem, well, that's not obvious.
No, it's not actually. But I was going to ask you something about Booker
who
T.
has
Washington.
been the Moses of the black people. There's always been factions. Even if you go back before the Civil War, Frederick Douglass was not the one true leader of the blacks. And unfortunately, I'd have to go back and look in a book because it's not taught in school, but there's Martin Delaney. There are people there were black people who thought Frederick Douglass was an idiot. Black people. There were abolitionists who did not think Frederick Douglass was the one true leader, and there never has been. There was a Back to Africa movement in Frederick Douglass's lifetime. Black people have never been of one mind. And if you don't know that, you don't know American history. And this is the annoyance I have to fucking deal with. There are people who want to go the blacks who don't know the blacks. Because if they did, they would go the many blacks. It is easy to treat any demographic as a group. It is harder to actually deal with the realities. Tell me where I'm wrong. If you think all black people are the same, then you would be John Galt. The blacks. They all live in my rooms. They all live in my neighborhood. The blacks.
Man, this
They
is amazing.
think like this. They think like that. The blacks. It's fucking ridiculous.
Amazing, bro. Amazing.
No, dude. If he were here, I'd do the same thing. You know, I would. I've done.
I know.
All I have to say is, at this point in time, and you know what? Y'all go on pro-black. I'm not anti-black. if that is pro-black, then I'm pro-black. I'm not presumptuous enough to say the blacks think this way. Motherfucker, I'm 60 and I have known many different types of blacks from blacks in Rhode Island are not the same as blacks in Georgia. Motherfucker, I lived in upstate South Carolina and I literally had someone call me English. And I looked down at my wrist and I'm like, English? Black people are diverse as a group, as a demographic, and we really need to start thinking more demographically. Excuse me, in my opinion, if we need to move beyond skin color, and for there are reasons that phenotype matter, mostly for medical reasons, because of heritage. But we're making huge mistakes. And quite frankly, I made a point about America being a racist country, and we all are affected by it. White people, black people. That is the truth. Black people know things that white people don't, but there are those amongst us, and I use us loosely, who are anti-black. And the problem is half the time they're describing themselves. So I know I went on a diatribe, but motherfucker, put a boy as a single father into Georgia Tech, and then I might fucking listen to you.
Salute,
But
salute.
no, it's not a salute. It's expected. This motherfucker, we're not moving on up. My family, at least, we're already there. We meet this Asian girl if we ever meet her, and quite frankly, whoever marries their first like college girlfriend, no one, statistically. We don't. If I'm ever invited to meet this girl, I'm not gonna go, yes, ma'am. Glad you dating my son, ma'am. Fuck that. I'm her elder. This motherfucking bullshit about let's be happy that my son is, Asian excellence. Motherfucker, it's just a standard. It's something you meet. That standard of excellence, motherfucker, he is Stanley Cross's son. Excellent. That's a standard in and of itself. And people like John Galt and HB2N, they don't fucking get that part. I am excellence. I raise excellence. This isn't a I don't look outside my goddamn house to Asians. Motherfucker, I know what the standard is, the external standards. And in my house, this is where you need to be. The fuck are these drunk ass motherfuckers who, by the way, have never been married or are married and currently aren't? Motherfucker, I am not married, not by choice. It was imposed. And I motherfucking raised my son because I knew where he would need to be in that stage. He lost his mother. And motherfucker, if nothing else, half of why I do it is not because of my parents or my in-laws. It's because my fucking wife would expect it. She would never fucking She didn't marry me for my beauty. She married me because I had a standard. I met hers. She met mine. And the odd thing is, you know, the only thing my wife would laugh about actually, when my son was like 3 or 4, I wanted Naval Academy with Marine option because I wanted a motherfucker who could fight and think. And you know what? My wife and I talked about it. She's like, well, yeah, okay. She fucking had no problems with it. Now, my son is obviously not at the Naval Academy, but it's good enough. My wife and I agreed on how my son would be educated, so I'm perfectly comfortable. This isn't even a Stanley standard. It's meeting my wife's expectations. This, it really, John really does himself a disservice by mocking something he obviously doesn't understand. I don't motherfucking have to ask what excellence is. I was raised with it. I don't have to go to John and ask him how to, motherfucker. John would be the last person I would go to. HB, the last person. If I want to know about excellence, I'll go to a Kimmy Cakes, or I will go to Deacon Dave and now Truism. And I don't need to. I have a father who's still alive, who actually raised me from scratch. My parents were married for 59 years, maybe 58, who knows. But I am lucky enough to have resources if I need advice. But there are other resources to go to, but John Galt would not be one of them. Motherfucker took a kid he does not know, questions he did not ask, got fucking loaded, and wanted to meet some weird anti-black, mostly racist point about yellow fever. I didn't know my son was dating an Asian girl until he mailed me a picture. I didn't ask. Shit. Now I also have to say that I knew what I was doing. Um, and to prove that point, I mentioned it a day before to someone on the team. And I said I would mention it when I was ready to. And it came up in an overnight show. We weren't necessarily talking in this vein, but you know, racists pop up when they pop up. They fucking go and beclown themselves when they beclown themselves. And you know, I know them better. And that is probably enough. These motherfuckers are deplorable. They are part of why the black community is failing. John Galt is part of the problem. He describes it, but he's literally part of it. Describe the fall. HB, part of the problem. And motherfucker, I would say it to their face, may go over to their show and say it, but they pretty much know how I feel. I'm not shy about my criticisms. And
Yeah,
luckily,
I think I was right, Stanley. You like punching on it.
oh no, you know what? I'm disappointed in them. They didn't stand up to my standards of excellence. I don't like it, but it must be done. They don't measure up. At least, and it's somewhat arbitrary. It's what I think. John Galt thinks he is that nigga. He thinks he is doing something because he's a real nigga. That is so fucking cliche. That is so fucking motherfucker. You are in the ghetto because you can't survive outside of it. Okay. What John Galt does not want to, and I'm just taking a guess. I've known motherfuckers like that before. He's not he's not an archetype. He is a repeat. Um, he he can't do better. And what he wants, he thinks he's doing good, but he's not. I've seen outside of his fucking hood if he can. That might be when I say karma, I mean exactly that. It is not young motherfuckers. And maybe John's biggest problem is he thought he was going to teach me something. Motherfucker, I know what you know. Um, yeah, I'm sure there's some things about the ghetto I don't know because I wasn't motherfucking raised there. But if I need to know, I'll ask you. But you have no lessons to teach me. Period. Not a one. So, any last questions? And Kim, you've been rather silent. Might be busy, but I said what I had to say. I'm disappointed more than pissed off at this point. It is a sad day when we pretend. And yeah, see, this is the clever little white boy bullshit thing that John NHB will do. Ooh, we're celebrating. Motherfucker, I looked at that title. That's not celebratory. Celebrating is quite a different thing where I grew up. And eh, I bring it on myself because I do tend to be a little look down my nose, but now they've proven why I should. Lack of class, lack of breeding.
Hey, Kimmy had a question yesterday, and she didn't get to ask it for truism. I was wondering if she was there because I think I know where she was going with it.
I'm here, but I don't remember my question from yesterday.
He was going along the lines of SYSBM, and I believe you said that it was liberal. If this will help you, help you remember, you said that it was liberal or it was a liberal acronym. Right before you said, I have a question, they was going back.
SYS, Sis Boom Bar. It just sounds like a share team.
Sounds like a what?
The Sis Boom, the share team. It just sounds like share team language. Like, I can never picture my dad talking like that. I can't picture my brother. My dad probably punched my
She
brother's
says
head.
this boom by like a 50s white cheerleader.
Oh, you saying by going by an acronym is not manners?
Oh yeah,
Just
you know what? I
sounds
don't
like-
disagree with that point, frankly.
Yeah, like don't talk like that. It's very.
I mean, women do not, females are not going to be the standard of any male attribute of anything. You can't even take that seriously. That's the same thing as a chick
I could never picture my dad using language like that.
clearly mateless, talking about what a real man does when she does that, not even able to maintain a relationship herself. That's just crazy. You
I'm
don't
just
listen.
saying.
Let me ask.
What is he talking about?
Hold on one sec. Let's stop you right here. So can a male describe what a female does? Triv?
Yes, because you got
Okay,
balls.
then
You
mother,
set the standard.
you have.
No,
Oh,
no,
whoa,
you
whoa,
are a
whoa!
man.
Who
Don't
can't
bother.
maintain a relationship?
Don't
There's so much
bother with the
happening here.
dribble.
It's
You
not dribble.
Hey, you answered my question.
Okay,
It's just Q.
but I
It's
have to
just
go.
QUEER. They're the only other people I know that use acronyms like that. I can never picture my dad
Well,
speaking
he
with
lost
acronyms.
me, and I'm sure he had to go. It is late in the morning, but it's like, so a female can't describe what a male role or anything like that is, but a male can describe the obverse or the opposite. You know what? That is ignorance.
I mean, we just know how to identify weakness in men.
He's
Kind of avoid. It's like
literally
road rage. We just
truism.
avoid.
Yeah, well, I respect
And
him a
that's
little
when I
bit more
hear
now, so I'm not
that
gonna
coming
shit on him.
from a male figure, it just doesn't. There's no strength in that.
This
I don't
black
know.
manosphere is just ridiculous.
I'm not going to try to make a
Like my
point out
husband
of.
doesn't even speak like that. He thinks it's just GAE. Like
I don't even know
men
where to
don't
go
really
with
use acronyms.
Go ahead, Dave.
But there are guys who have different perspectives, but this different perspective
I
is
can't hear you.
never accepted.
Yeah, but the thing,
Hi.
the odd thing
Good.
about
I'm sorry. It
no,
took me a
go
little
ahead.
while to
Dave.
get here. I ran into a student who needed help with the application. Thank you so
Well,
much.
the thing about
I was gonna come visit you
perspective
tomorrow.
is you go, it's my perspective, and then proceed. That was a pronouncement. Like he actually knew shit.
I didn't even hear her question. There's a lot going on there. What was her question?
She couldn't remember it, but I was trying to.
Basically, it was.
Or what did she say to make True say what he said? Because I couldn't understand her.
You know what? You weren't paying attention in the first place, were you, Lou?
Nah, she just had a lot. There was a
I
lot
think
going on there.
I think when
So,
a woman like Kim speaks, y'all males are just trained to basically. Now, I used to do it with my wife too. She could talk, and you knew she was fussing, and it was like selective hearing or like husband selective hearing. There's a term for it. Like, yeah, and then when she would go, "Did you hear me?" Yes, dear.
yeah, I did. What did I
Okay,
say?
that's what y'all did, and it wasn't called for.
But
Nah,
there's this thing.
her audio is just unclear on my side, so
Oh,
I couldn't really
bullshit,
understand what she said.
Lou.
Hey,
You are
Tree, don't back me up. There's this thing that happens when women are around. The guys start chest beating.
here was hood conservative.
Guys definitely do switch up when chicks are on panels.
And you should stop that.
No, it's a reverence. It's the mama gene that comes out that says, "Go ahead, let's hear her talk." It's the
If
it's
Kim,
the
if
we're not all adults here. We got to reverence the woman, and guys don't get the
no,
respect.
motherfucker,
I'm just saying. I'm just
see,
saying. It's something that you notice.
where no one asked you to revere, which is actually the word, not reverence. It's revere.
Thank
Um,
you, Stanley. Thank you.
yeah, that's what I'm here for. If a person is up on this panel, you treat them like a panelist. Let's dispense with a chick on a panel logic. That does not work here.
No, I'm not. I'm not doing that. I
You
actually
didn't
wanted to
say
hear
the
her
term.
question.
You didn't say the term.
Revere.
Mr. Mr. Manzone Lou did. All right. Well, this has probably gone too far.
it's funnier when you shit on Luke because I know you have a high respect level for Luke.
I do, but that doesn't mean I can't fucking roast him.
The feeling is
Yeah.
mutual, Stanley. Absolutely.
Checking in one more time with Virgo. Virgo, if you're there, how you doing? Oh, she's probably asleep and
Yeah, she
deservedly
probably
so.
out.
Well, I hope so. Hopefully, she's had her. She better get a cheeseburger for lunch. Damn it! Don't make me food tube or whatever. Don't make me send you a cheeseburger by Uber Eats. Kim, you're back.
Yeah, I am. But I do agree with what's the other guy who was there? I
I
forgot
was
his
I was
name.
asking you to repeat
David
what you said that made
Oh,
True say what he said. You sound much clearer
yeah.
now.
Oh,
He
you're
was just
talking about
saying,
truism?
yes, I think we both are. He was just saying that like a woman cannot tell a man how to be a man, and no one's saying that, but as women, we could smell weakness in a man. I don't know how we do it, but we can, and that just
It,
gives it just gives weak.
there's problems with that logic too. How does a mother raise a boy? See, this is that weird form of yes, a woman can raise. Now you can't tell him how to look. I made a point earlier that my mother taught me how to treat women. There are things
Mm-hmm.
a woman can teach a little boy or a preteen or a teen. My father can't teach me necessarily how to treat a woman, how to treat your mother, but my mother knew more women, grew up with women. It seems odd to say that a woman can't teach a man how to do something. My wife, shit, my wife taught me how to do things. Now, how to be a man can't, you don't, a woman can teach a man if she's in the right position stuff. Okay. Especially if they're a pre man, a sister for that matter. My sister taught me a lot of things, you know, um,
Mm-hmm.
it's how you grow up. So there's a lot of nuance to these brute force points that truism, the manosphere, wants to dumb questions, in my opinion. Unnuanced questions, not good questions, just so many things. These motherfuckers. The red pill, um, it's one way or the other. It so bad. And so bad for black people. Um, they're
I
good
would say
about the manosphere, but the problem is so many young men who come into that manosphere don't think about the shit they hear.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Still, I
I,
think the manosphere is just it's a little girly. It's a little girly.
I wouldn't say it's girly as much as Kim. I understand your point. I'd say it's Neanderthal. It's caveman.
it's a little
That's
girly.
funny.
No. Caveman, like me man.
You know why? Because Stanley, I've never seen manly men like gossip about women and talk about them negatively. I've never seen manly men. I can't picture my dad doing that. I can't picture you doing that. Like my husband
Oh,
doesn't do it. I just don't. It's more of the softer ones that do
well,
stuff like that.
Kim, you know what? I think you're right and I'm wrong. I still think it's Neanderthal, but your point is more modern. You know why your father never talked about other women? He had better things to do, like raise his family. There are things to do. If I have time, now maybe, at night talking to your wife about, yeah, the next door neighbor did this, but during the day, God,
Yeah, and
there
even when
are
me and my
things
husband
to
have
do.
pillow talk, he's not like bullying women. He doesn't like outright put them, even if he doesn't like their
Right,
behavior and like however they present themselves.
right.
He may just say that and that's it. He's very limited. Like he doesn't like. It's not a full on spectacle. Like it's never that.
No, as a matter of fact, Kim, like I said, you're more modern. It is girly. If you have time to get on YouTube and talk about the blacks or the woman, motherfucker, go split some wood or go do it
Right.
doesn't now now that begs the question, why am I doing it? I got an empty nest. I will have to figure out a better use of my time. But you
But
know,
that's what they say. You're not promoting the mandatory. I think you actually challenge their beliefs, and you're just a part of a conversation that's happening. But you don't ever bring this shit up.
I'm not it would never
But
occur to
he's
me to
still
do it.
wasting time. Like let's not make the conversation dictate the time wasted. It's still wasted time.
Okay.
No, I learned something about truism that I didn't know. Learning stuff, um, I have to
Hmm.
debate him differently because the motherfucker is not as stupid as I thought he was.
Like for
No,
example,
no, Lou, you
now,
snicker, but that's an important thing to someone like me. I can't treat him like like a hood conservative. And who knows, hood conservative could be smart, but all I have to say, no, and I'm making jokes, but no, I'm, dude. It is an honor to know a motherfucker like that who's dude is a weird ability. Um, I have to debate him differently.
lead in the comments that they're projecting their own shortcomings, which I could agree with
You
that.
know, lead is lead doesn't even come up here anymore because he's but I also have to say lead he watches, the Stanley Cross stuff. Um and it's so amateurish sometimes. I will get better with my video essays, but I appreciate lead because he kind of understands where I'm coming from. I think a black being anti-black, I think if all your content is body cam videos, and I've been kind of, on this, on this diatribe for months, um, we can do better on this channel. There is some positive shit. There is positive stuff. There are truisms who's apparently too shy to go, hey, motherfucker, I'm mechanical. This is what I've built. Why he felt shy about doing that, um, I don't understand. What, dude, if I had the patience to sit there and build that little toy, hell, dude, I raised a son, and you know what? I've been working on it for years, and I got a modicum of success. I talk about it all the time, motherfucker. I have nothing else to talk about,
Yeah, I can resonate with that.
but I did it. And Kim, I didn't think I could. That No, seriously. After my wife died, oh shit. It was like, oh boy, this is something to be overcome. And it worked out, but no, you can only imagine. Um it re- it was so weird for me because I'm rather sure of myself. Like I have the right wife. I have all this. And it was I remember the first time I took my son to the grocery store, from grief counseling, no less. So, I'm kind of harried. So we go into the grocery store and I get, what we're gonna have for dinner. I go through the checkout line and we get out to the parking lot and my son just fucking starts bawling. And I'm like, what on earth? And the answer was, mommy usually buys me something going through the checkout
Aw.
line. Oh my God. I was like, I didn't even think of that. I'm just trying to get home and get you dinner. And you know what I told my son? I'm not your mother. And we went to the car. I wasn't about to go in there and get chewing gum with a crying child. No fucking way. Dude, get used to your new life. Now, that's a little mean, but you better get used to it. No responses?
I'm sorry. I'm around teenagers
No,
right now. It's kind of
motherfucker, get
loud.
used. I didn't call him mother. No, you have to get used to your new life.
Yeah.
Now, there's another similar story. I guess I'll never have cookies again. He told my sister-in-law, my mommy used to bake me cookies. I guess I'll never get cookies again. But you know what? I did him one better. He makes cookies himself.
It's all things you didn't realize. The person has so much value. And when hi, how are you? When they're there anymore. This is everything.
Hey, Kim, you're breaking up a bit.
Is there a teacher here? Yes. Oh, hi. I thought first. How are you? I love this room, by the way. Is Shania Mitchell in here? Shania Mitchell? Yes. I was trying to call, but there was the phone's not working. 203. Oh, but it was 201. Oh, Mr. When you finished? Maybe a little bit for lunch? Okay, you know where to find me? Okay, see you then. No problem. Hello?
Hey there.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry. I went to
Let
our
me
music
ask you
tech
a
room.
question. Oh, that's all right.
Look at our production. Or can I? What's this?
You're breaking up again.
And then to the
Oh my Lord, where are you, in a basement? What was your last question?
Are you there?
Yeah. What was your last question?
Production spaces, but they're dead zones. The phones don't work in there.
Oh, that's all right. You are Brooklyn White.
Well, Stanley, I don't know how bad it got yesterday, but I am on record saying I know that you raised a good one, man.
It didn't get horrible, but it was
100%.
disappointing. Um,
10,000%.
Uh,
but the thing is,
I'll tell you why it is interesting, Stanley, because okay, let's take the manosphere, and Dave can attest to this. There have been guys, right, that all their content is punching on Keisha. But then
well,
here's the kicker. Here's the kicker. Here's the
yesterday.
kicker. Here's the kicker. At some point, they get on a stream and speak on their family. They'll speak on their kid or something. They'll make a mention of like, my son is not with a black woman. He's with a Becky or something. I honestly thought that he would be with a black woman. And it's like, bro, your kid has heard you talk about Keisha day in and day out. You surprised he went with somebody else?
But let me ask you a question. Now, I actually don't care. The only thing this woman, my hope for my son, and you probably know this, so I might be beating a dead horse. The only reason I know the race of this child, someone's daughter, is because my son sent me a picture. I didn't ask.
You are on record saying that you don't care about the race that his.
Why would I?
You know what I'm saying?
Now, I do care if she's smart. I would like her to come. I don't give a fuck if she's from the ghetto as long as she compliments my son because he's not dumb and she's a good person. Why would I care? Now, and
Right.
you know what? I made the point, and this is what these motherfuckers don't understand. I'm done parenting. I'm advising. Okay, I raised my son to be an adult. Now, he will fuck up, but oddly enough, he's never fucked up to this point that I can discern. He needs to be successful and happy. I don't, as long as that woman is of good character and smart, she's got to be smart because bored.
Now, when you say smart, do you mean
No,
educated
I
or
mean
just smart?
fucking like smart, like
Gotcha.
funny, like
Witty, kind of.
yeah. Who wouldn't
Yeah,
want?
yeah.
And you know what?
Absolutely.
My wife on paper was more accomplished than I was. And we never talked about who's gonna lead who. I think at our age, because I met her when I
Yeah.
was 38, we were just happy, like, fuck, you wanna fuck?
Yeah. Yeah.
And it was more
No, I get
complicated.
it.
But
My wife is
here's
more accomplished than me, so I get it. She's got a bachelor's degree.
oh no, she
So,
had a PhD in
oh damn.
pharmacology. I was just a BS degree. Now I knew more than she did. You'd be surprised at how much I know. But no, that woman, you know what? Witty repartee, to use an old-fashioned term. No, she could give as good as she got. She was bawdy. She could make a dirty joke. The woman could make a man interested in her. She knew me. And see, that's the thing. We probably dated a couple years. Now I knew I couldn't live without her, and I think she knew that too. But you still have to do your little courting dance. But there was no other after her. If I can't have you, then I will just fucking join a monastery. But my point is, dude, I was happy as a motherfucker. It was literally too short, but I was never happier. Um, and it's not even in 2020. I knew when I there's I knew when I was in it that I was happy. There's a there there's a picture of me and my wife and my son in a Winnie the Pooh costume. And I don't like
Mm-hmm.
fucking Halloween, putting candy out. I don't like Christmas trees and all that bullshit, but my wife did. And you know what? If she likes it, yeah, I'm going to grumble as Stanley will. But you know what? My boy was happy, she was happy, and I'll just sit back in the corner and drink a bourbon and go, "Hey, y'all are happy." Or, "Hey, come here and put some more candy in the bowl for the kids to get." "Yes, dear." I was fucking happy as a motherfucker. And the point is I wish that on my son. I do not care. He must be that happy. He deserves it. He lost his mother. He deserves it. He worked. I didn't fucking do his homework for him. He deserves it. And you know, well, I see Lou has left, and this show is gotta come to an end, but all I have to say is happy conclusion to, couple difficult times. And this bullshit about bringing children, especially even children of your team members you don't know, is despicable. Um, so don't be the blacks who you describe. And I'm going to end the show. Everyone, please make sure you subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. Please subscribe. Please subscribe to Stanley Cross 6000, all one word. It's the Stanley Cross channel. Hit the like button on both channels because they're simulcast going on. Hit the likes. Um, I was gonna say, if you like enticing conversation, please make sure. It can be a little raw, it can be a little edgy, it can be a little bitter. But I will always be myself. Um, I don't really give a fuck who's in the chat, what you have to say. We agree or we don't agree, but be smart is even if I disagree with you, if you're smart, I'll give you your respect. So Virgo, you're still on the panel. I hope you're feeling better. And hopefully I look forward to seeing you tonight. I know Mr. Virgo will take good care of you. Deacon Dave, you're dude, you are motherfucker, you were so good at this. Why don't you
You really
stop,
think so,
stop,
bro? I'll
stop,
just be up
stop
here.
being no, you know how to just kind of navigate the troubled waters.
I did notice I was kind of doing that a little bit, but hey, man,
Hey,
some
there's
things you don't
nothing
want to
wrong with
leave on
moderating.
thrown uncovered. Say what?
Nothing wrong with moderating, and um you should become a more like, dude, you're a valuable member, friend of the Stanley V world for whatever that means. But if it wouldn't trouble you, wouldn't hurt my feelings if you kind of could be a moderator, hop in the chat, moderate it.
Yeah, I'll do that. Ain't no problem.
Yeah, motherfucker. I said it.
Let me. I like the dynamics between you and John. It
And
probably didn't. It's probably not what you want it to be, but the perception of the crowd. It makes for a great show. I was
I
hoping that
can
you
imagine
wasn't
why.
thinking this.
Yeah, well, you know what? John, see, this is the weird thing. John has more education than I do. um, he has roughly the same background. Um, Yet I feel no need to clean up after dead dudes. There are better ways to make a living. I don't see. The other thing is, I am a real nigga. Never doubted that I was.
You keep breaking your own rule. Stop doing that.
No. Which rule am I breaking?
No niggas on the panel.
Yeah, I did break that rule. So that is my bad. But and I'm not gonna even say privilege. Um, I know who I am. Yeah, everyone doubts it back when they're a teenager or something like that. But definitely, like my uh by the time I was 25, no, I know who I am. Now, you will reform, you may grow, you may reconsider, but no. Um I I knew who my parents were. And I might be luckier than most, but so I am. I didn't ask for the luck, I just got it. I know who the fuck I am. And there's not a mother dude, John is a peon. I've stood up to bigger motherfuckers, more powerful motherfuckers. Um, it does not concern me that I hurt feelings as long as I'm right. Y'all will catch up. This is the motherfucker y'all, and not you specifically, Dave, or no, y'all need to catch up. I don't doubt who I am, don't doubt my blackness, but I also know um, Martin Luther King, and I may even close with this. Um, Mind makes the man. Dave, you weren't here at the beginning. I showed a speech of Martin Luther King I'd never heard before. Mind, M-I-N-D, makes M-A-K-E-S, the man.
Oh, I
And
heard the whole show. I was here.
so
I
that
was
means, well,
listening
Dave,
double time.
that, you know what? That, hey, it's one of those things. Content of character, kind of the same vein. Mind makes the man. And if y'all don't believe that, it doesn't matter whether you're black, white, indifferent. You better be smart.
Where'd you find that speech? Man?
You know what? Dude, I have a magic algorithm.
It just
I
popped up.
literally, it,
That was the YouTube.
yeah. Well, I had to recopy it and then re-upload it because I think it was copyrighted, but I'll find you I'll give you the original. Um,
You think that was freestyle or he wrote that?
I have no clue. Why do I care?
Because if you got away with words the way he was putting them together like that, okay, I can see.
Um, Now tell me why that matters.
Because it was creative. It was kind of like it was
You
very to the
see me
point, but it was
do it,
also
dude.
slick talk.
I do it real time here.
I used to be able to do it. I keep a lot of thoughts to myself, man. I
Well,
don't.
let me tell you. Oh, fuck it. You know what? Keep your thoughts to yourself. Look, I'm kind of like you. You're still in your 30s, right?
I'm in my 40s.
Motherfucker, you will, hey, when you get 60, you'll be a lot looser.
Hey,
Well,
I used to actually look forward to that, being able to say whatever's on my
let me
mind.
tell you why.
Absolutely.
Hey, an empty nest. Um, I don't have to worry about my son. He's, for better or for worse, so far, I have nothing to complain about. I have a totally empty nest. There's not a motherfucker in this house. Um, to a certain extent, it's kind of sad. Um, so my son left for college in August, and you know, I can stay up all night. I can do what I want to do. I can sleep when I want to sleep. So I will have to find something, more constructive. Maybe work harder, build my channel or whatever. But um, motherfucker, from the time my son was close to 8 to last August, he was everything. He was what I did. Um, y'all motherfuckers, I didn't date. I didn't do shit. My son was my goal. Now I had to work and you gotta mow the lawn, all that stuff. But um I need and it was mostly because of my wife. I would not fail her. We had goals because we knew how smart our son was. He was a awesome kid. That motherfucker, he was awesome. Um, Honestly, the only reason we didn't have more kids is because we were both over 40 and you run a risk and in my adult brain, you don't take those sort of risks. My son was perfect. He started sleeping. Um, you know, um, we used to play in the morning. You know, one of these days I'll tell you a game called Bite. And my son, he and I used to play Bite, Bite, with teeth. And his mother did not know that game. And one day I come home from work and she's like, "What's this game called Bite?" And I was like, "Oh shit." That was not supposed to.
Yeah, I
That
believe
was
me and my kids played that. I think we played that too. I got an idea what you're talking about. Yep.
Oh, my wife was not happy. I don't no, it was motherfucker would come up, bite. And I'm like, yeah, bite. Don't bite too hard. I don't know what the fuck that was. What, you know, don't bite too hard. Now, when you put your finger in daddy's mouth, he's going to just not even use the teeth, just kind of ma with his lips. Now, bite as hard as you can, but when when I tell you this, oh, that motherfucker, his mother, I don't even know how it happened, but he bit her, and oh shit, dude, she met me at the door. He was like, what's this game called Bite? And I'm like, motherfucker, you told her about that? So no, she's like, this will stop. And I'm like, yes, ma'am. Oh, it was so funny though. It's like, daddy son game, fun, fun, fun. I forgot to tell him, don't tell your mother. Don't do this to your mother. It was so funny.
Yeah, there was no way around that. That was gonna
Oh,
come out.
fuck it. You know what? You know what? I thought it at the time. It's like, motherfucker, you shouldn't have told. We could have kept doing this for a while. The lesson is don't tell your mother.
Absolutely.
I'm
That
just
trust.
getting I'm just getting in here, but the game sounds pretty weird,
Oh,
to
what's
be
up, Mulatto?
honest. What's up, fam? How you doing?
Hey, what's
Oh,
up, man? How you doing?
I'm good, man. I just came to, motivate the Americans to call ICE on all potential illegal aliens.
Oh my lord, really? Is
Yes.
that why you came over here? Do you have
Yeah.
children, Mulatto?
Yes, I do, but I try to keep my
So
private life private.
tell me Tell me about a fun time you had with your children. Cause, dude, I got an empty nest now. I'm a 6-0, and I'm reminiscing about a time when my son was probably 4, 3, 4. And we where'd he go? Did he not have fun times? Motherfucker, how can you not love a child that loves bite? He used to laugh, and I would go, ow, ow, too hard.
I'm telling you, Stanley, positive energy compels that guy.
I'm sorry, what? No, I didn't put him down. He left on his own.
Yeah, he wasn't going to stick around unless he could be a thorn in your ass.
Oh, who cares? Dude, if you've ever had joy with a child like that, motherfucker, those are memories you carry with you. I fucking, and you know what? I did not mind. Now my son could be annoying, as any child can be. But motherfucker, I'm so happy I went through that journal. I'm so fucking happy. My son is fucking happy. Dude, I'm bursting with joy. That's what parents goddamn do. And dude, Dave, you know this. All the motherfucking parents in this chat know this. This is what parents do. It's what it's for. And it's gonna be rough. But god damn it, the motherfucker needs a haircut, by the way. But no, motherfucker got in. I didn't make the grades for him. And you know what? His little girlfriend, she's not ugly. Shit. If there is she's gorgeous, quite frankly. And you know, she goes to an elite university, not Georgia Tech, in Atlanta too. The motherfucker, and I think this is what hurts John Galt's feelings. But this is the risk, and Dave, you'll know this soon if you don't. Hey, I'm sorry. If you send your kid to Georgia Tech, there are not many women there anyway. How is he going to meet a Spelman girl on a Georgia Tech campus? The girl is from Emory. Am I motherfucking? If the boy is going to an elite university, he might meet another woman, a girl from another elite university. They hang out. Okay, I didn't send my fucking son to college to go find a Spelman girl. There are no larger lessons. In the idiocy of a John Galt is thinking your personal experience extends to the communita. John Galt is more communita than someone who's center left of him. I don't think, what if my son is not for the communita? My son is for my son. I didn't raise him to be a civil rights leader. I raised him to be smart and be himself and hopefully one day have a family. My parents didn't raise me to be Martin Luther King. What the fuck are these idiots thinking? You would do better not to raise a Martin Luther King. After Martin Luther King, those were different times. I'm not raising a Barack Obama. I'm raising my son. The fuck are these fundamentally flawed and hurt motherfuckers thinking? In that
Well, I never had aspiration to be the king of culture. So sort of say,
Right. And if it happens, it
don't
happens.
care.
There's nothing wrong with it. But you raise your kids to be the best kids, the best adults.
Well,
Not
I definitely did not raise them
well,
inside
motherfucker.
of this
I'm not
culture.
talking about you specifically.
Well, I'm just using me as an example. I put in the I
Right.
in the argument. I probably shouldn't, but
Well,
as an
no,
example, say it again.
no, Dave. Look, you when I heard you talk about running, dude, you broke my heart. Motherfucker, I remember those days. I would come home and my little 2-year-old just fucking scream because daddy's home and he runs and leaps in your arms. How can you motherfucking beat that? There's not a feeling in the world like that. It's
You're
like
right. And that
it's
wrinkly
like what
forehead when they
the
look
fuck?
up at you.
I look at my wife like, did you beat him all day? Why is he so glad to see me?
Yeah, I know the feeling, man. I really do. I had to see my son
That,
before I left, and he was looking up. He
yep,
can't crawl, but he puts his head up and he tilts his head
yep.
all the way back, looking
Hey,
dead at me and locked in. So I'm walking sideways and I'm looking at him, and he's locked on me. So I was like, "That's my boy. What's up, man? Good morning."
you
Gave
know
him a
what?
kiss and had to go to work.
All I can say is, motherfucker, you know who you're working for. And what's wrong with that? I remember back in the day, and I know I have to end the show, but Dave, we rarely get to talk this late. You know what? Um my wife didn't have to work. And it was, we had to cut some corners and we couldn't buy a Mercedes and all this bullshit, but I didn't care. We had the house. We lived on a mountain. What more could you want? Um, Probably a couple things, but oh well. So my wife used to call me, you know, and I know she used to like, where are you? And I'm like, I hated it when she used to call me at work. But oh hey, so she, my sister-in-law, my son, and the dog are all at the lake. And I was like, really? You know what you're doing, right? And you know what? After, you know, just like, don't call me that bullshit. I'm like, well, motherfucker, I am I am that nigga. I'm working, which my work's okay, but my goddamn family's at the lake. The dog, the sister-in-law, who was married to my brother-in-law. Why they were there, I guess it was a woman thing. And my boy, they're okay. They are swimming at the lake. So I don't give a motherfuck. I'm raising my son to have that same life. Why wouldn't I? Now, he should own the lake. It should be on his property this time around. But god damn it, why would I raise my son to live next door to John Galt? What is that motherfucker thinking? That all motherfuckers are
Wait,
born
wait,
to
wait,
be
wait, wait,
a
wait.
real nigga will live next door to me and help me scrape up the dead bodies. What the
Is
fuck
that
is
is
this?
that is that a class statement? I hate to do that to you, Stanley, but I gotta ask.
What?
Is that a class statement?
Could be. Depends on your framing.
Well,
Okay,
we had
so
a
we actually
conversation.
no. This class and race thing has been a problem pretty much since Reconstruction. If you go back and you read E. Franklin Frazier, He talks about the 1% or whatever it is of the black community. They were free before slavery. They were a free, and they tended to be, if we have to do phenotypes, more house slaves, but they were free. They never joined the black bourgeoisie, which I think I'm a part of. We never fucking got over it. We were not the 1%. Um, and the bourgeoisie basically miseducated. Go back, E. Franklin Frazier, um, um, what's his name? John Henry Clark. The black bourgeoisie has never been well thought of by people like I would even say W.B. Du Bois, but I never got the inklings that I did by um, John Henrik, by E. Franklin Frazier, who I'm currently reading. That's why he's on my mind. And what's his name? Henrik, John Henrik Clark. So, is it a question of class? It's probably an imitation of class. The 1%, even today, is a very small shadow of the white 1%. In my opinion, the black community, if we have to look at it as a demographic, has always been a very small shadow of the white demographics class system. Now, and don't ask me about, Asians and all that, because I'm not a sociologist. I am, not a historian, but familiar with American history to know that one is a very small shadow of the other. And I know I went on too long. I don't know. I think it is class. To why? Yeah, it's class. And
Nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm with you, but you would also say at the same time that the smallest or the lowest wouldn't matter. You would never say that, but you would make a separation
whoa.
between
Go back to the smallest to the lowest. Say that
you would.
again.
Let's say if there was a low class, that's low in thought, low in everything, moral character, low in everything, right? They don't matter to. They wouldn't matter to you. Let's say if you're saying that John doesn't have the character, would you also say that his opinion wouldn't matter?
Okay, well, I think Donald Trump has low moral character. Define class, because there's several different types of ways to define class. Economic class. Uh, there you see. That's the wonderful thing about sociology. Cultural studies. Um, Economically, John's probably middle to upper crust.
I know I didn't phrase it right, but
Well, no. You phrased it fine. It was a good question. I think class, in the way I define it, can you can you've heard you can be from the hood and still act classy. And Jay-Z doesn't define classy. Um, Most rappers don't. But I tell you who I actually think does have class. Andre 3000.
I can agree to that. I think it was
Yeah,
Emperor that
it's
was up here.
not always class is such a moving target. Um, when I define class, I'm talking more behavior, not so much economics. And I think the behavior was abhorrent.
I would assume that I'm referring to the behavior. No, I'm definitely referring
Right,
to the behavior.
but that's what I mean. When you talk class, um, it's such a moving target. I did understand your question. It's hard for me to give a good answer other than class is not just economics. A lot of it is upbringing. A lot of it is just how you're trained to behave. Um, so I think that most black people that I've met, and I'm going to posit that most black people in, I can pull up the stats actually, blackdemographics.com, who, by the way, I didn't know about before Hood Servative. So, Hood Servative, has taught me things. He has a modicum of my respect. He's just gone off the deep end. But
And I
most
remember you being on his panel before.
Oh, I shit. If I came up, I'm sure he would let me up. I've been in this chat recently, trolling, of course. But most black people are not poor. Um, and I struggle to remember the stats. Most black people are not poor. Most, at least, by American, like census data. So most black people are middle class or above. A large portion middle class, but if you take, I'm sorry, large portion working class, but that's not poor necessarily. There's a working poor category too, but working class, middle class, and let's just not even talk about working class, middle class and upper, above that. I think that's at least 50%. And god damn it, now I'm curious I'm not going to do it now. Just take my word for it. And
Yo, you there?
oh, I'm sorry. I got a new microphone. Class is more than just economics. That you can afford Air Jordans or several pair. Yeah, you got economically, you're fine. It's how you like, are you going to steal the Air Jordans? How did you acquire the Air Jordans? Now that's a joke, by the way. So what was your question? I don't consider I think behavior, at least if we're all gonna be middle class, and I accept economically John and I are kind of relative to each other, it becomes behavior. And let me give you a quick reference. I saw the videos of, John putting his at least his daughter at least on camera and complimenting her how well, she was thorough cleaning behind faucets and stuff like that. And I saw it and I was like, well, that's interesting. And that was that. I could have made plenty.
Nah, don't do it, Stanley. Don't.
No, no,
Don't
no,
worry
no,
about it.
no. All I'm going to say is, and I actually made a couple jokes in retribution. I could have made plenty of comments. And you know what? That's a child. Now, if the argument is going to be, well, he's in college and he talked about it, motherfucker, I've been asked, hey, when is your son going to get on the panel? I never considered it and certainly won't now. Um, There's a reason John went too far. Okay, the kid is 18. Technically, he's adult. It's not like it is even going to affect my son. But class-wise, behavior-wise, John went too far, and he knew what he was doing. Okay, I've been, amongst this tribe for a while. He knew how I was going to take it. And I can't be totally mad because I put the information out there and it was a bit of an experiment. But he disappointed me. And there's going to be consequences. Not severe. Not like shit. I'm still a part of the channel, though I'm considering. I believe in karma, and I might not have to do much of anything. It's just this motherfucker is out of control. If and I'm gonna be honest with you, part of John's problem is I do this shit with ease. Okay, I'm retired. Maybe he should retire. But the one thing you don't fucking do is bring people's kids into it. That is a line that should not have been crossed. And John knew what he was doing. He thinks that, oh, hey, it's Stanley. Motherfucker, he knows I'm going to take it seriously. As much as I talk about parenting and all that stuff, that motherfucker knew and knows what he's doing. That is why I'm so fucking pissed off about it. He's doing it on purpose. The motherfucker is out of control. And you know what? If he were stone cold sober, he would do it. He fucking does not understand the people that he criticizes, yet he is one of them. I am annoyed, but you know what? Like my father used to say, the world is going to deal with John Galt.
Still a team. Still a team. God bless you.
I'm sorry, what?
But you're still part of the team. God bless you for that.
You know what? I haven't started in on as far as I'm concerned, the only member of the team that is redeemable is Portia.
She didn't do nothing. She didn't do nothing. Portia's innocent on this.
No, of course she is. It's the limp swinging dicks that are the problem. And
hey, where'd you come up with that gun popping shit? That was
I'm
funny.
gonna be honest with you. I have no respect for any of them. I think HB, Universal, and John, I have to give them due respect, but you don't treat teammates like that, and not a one of them fucking is married right now for a reason. They will go out and they will fucking talk about women, the women they're not getting.
Yeah, it's a whole nother level, that marriage thing, man. People, I don't know, they make excuses for it, but I don't have a problem with it at all.
At this rate, Universal was married.
Oh, he's divorced, I assume.
He is, with 3 daughters.
Ooh.
Now, as far as I never asked him about it.
Yeah, man, my horn
Now,
dog days are over, man. I don't have no desire to be out here in this.
well, let me spin a theory. since Universal was in on that yellow fever bullshit, um, I think he's divorced. 3 daughters. Now, let's see if we can spin a conspiracy theory about why he's divorced. And I'll give you a hint, half joke, but who knows? It could be true. Henry VIII. I've been rewatching Wolf Hall about Henry VIII. Uh, Thomas Chamberlain. Thomas More is a minor character. Um, how well are you versed with Henry VIII, the English king?
Honestly, not
And
at
I know,
all.
Kelvin, I know you are. Oh, Kelvin's gonna love this. The motherfucker went through several wives. The Church of England exists because his queens could not give him a son. He had a bunch of daughters, and it was a Catherine of Aragon was his first wife. Didn't give him a son, so the Pope wouldn't grant him a divorce.
Oh
So
yeah, I've heard the story. Yeah.
okay. Well, there have been tons of movies. There's actually history behind this that you can read. So, the reason I bring this up in the same paragraph with Universal Jones is, Universal divorces his wife. You're not going to, do I need to put two and two together for you?
I see the bridge you're building.
Oh, then I don't need to finish building it. These are the motherfuckers who want to contend with me. Can I construct a myth? Can I do a whole show about Universal the Eighth, who can't fucking have a son and divorces his wife? Oh, there are tons of things I could do. Had I the desire, and quite frankly, I'm sure I have the imagination, it would get boring. But here is the shit that a dumbass like Universal will get up on a panel and participate in. He might not have been an active participant, but he was on the goddamn panel. You fuck with me. Uh, John is fond of the term death by 1,000 cuts. I have that kind of patience. I will fuck you little by little. I have the patience. I have the time. And you know what? When I say I've lost respect for those three, I absolutely mean it.
I think they're just razzing. I don't know how. I mean, you can take them how you want to, but
Oh,
I don't think
motherfucker.
it's
I just
necessary.
told you how I took them.
I see. I see. I
Oh,
just
no,
don't
no,
want to
no. You
be.
don't
I don't
fuck
want
with
to.
me.
I don't want to
No,
gossip
no,
about
no.
them.
You don't
I'm not
fuck
on
with
that.
me and get away with it. That's what I mean. I warned John in his chat yesterday, you're going too far, and the motherfucker wants to chuckle like a big ass minstrel. Um, it's going to be death by 1,000 cuts. They picked the wrong nigga to fuck with.
God
It does not have to be splashy. It does not have to be all at once. They fucked with me and they picked the wrong nigga to fuck with. They didn't have to do it, but they did. I told them in the chat, came up on that panel, and John was like, he. Motherfucker, I warned you. And no, it won't be obvious. Probably won't even be me. But karma needs a push every now and again.
Man, you didn't even play Pop the Balloon today.
I haven't played Pop the Balloon. Shit, I have like 6 of them saved up. I've been doing news. There's stuff to talk about. And you want to bring up Pop the Balloon? There are more things to pop. Pop the nigga might be the next game.
It's entertaining. I mean to say the least. I don't know. I'll be tickled to death about this shit. I don't think they
And I
really.
cannot imagine why this tickles people.
You got a bloodlust for red meat, I guess. Somebody get their ass chewed. Always hilarious, I guess.
I guess. But anyway, Kelvin, you said something about Henry the. Oh, we know all about Fast Henry? Whatever. So I hear Be Brave has a show about me. And who knows what John's doing. But anyway, this has gone way too long. I'm at 8:24. Dave, I'll hop into John's chat, maybe Be Brave's chat, but I am losing interest. But,
I hear you, man. I am at work, so I've been in and out. So.
Gotcha. And folks, as far as I know, I'll be back on. I think the show's scheduled for 3:05 tomorrow morning. Might be there. Probably I'll be there, but I make no promises. I promise I will get some rest, so that increases the chances. And I'm gonna make a point. All the bullshit about black women and black men and all this shit, motherfucker, you have to be a black man that a woman wants to follow. And that goes vice versa too. I hear a lot of bullshit and examples. We will put up, you don't fucking learn how to be black from a goddamn video. Okay. And if you don't, if you're a boy or a man who grew up with a single mother, I'm gonna tell you right now, you will never get me to talk bad about a single mother, because god damn it, I was a single father. And you know what? It is not fucking easy. I happened to have had a job profession that afforded me a little bit of relief as a single father. A lot of times, black single mothers, young black motherfucker, I was 48 when my wife died. So it wasn't an 18-year-old or a 28-year-old. We were fairly established and we had structures in place. We had family in place. There were times, there were ways, there was money, there was a job. Okay, you will never get me to talk against a single mother unless she's out, doing things she shouldn't be doing. Single parenthood is motherfucking tough. And I will never talk against, even if that young mother made a mistake. As long as she's taking care of her kids, I will never talk against her. And the motherfuckers who want this lead and follow bullshit are probably not worth following in the first place. And I can bring up 3 examples off the top of my head. Y'all need to think better. Oh, you're chuckling.
Yeah,
Oh,
because
no.
I know who you. I already know who you're talking about, man.
Right.
you got.
That's obvious.
They were close to the gun line, and you ain't gonna let that go. I see.
Dude, it's my family, god damn it.
I hear you.
No,
I
no, no,
totally hear
motherfucker. You understand. You don't go after family.
you. Don't. You should.
And so these dumb son of a bitches decided to do a whole fucking show. That's motherfucking a problem. And I might have a show or not. I might just leave the channel. Dude, I'm dude, I said I'm incensed. I mean it. Those motherfuckers are pussies and failures of black manhood. You don't go after someone's family. And those motherfuckers did a whole show and tried to come on my show and justify it. They're not. They are failures to any black bullshit standard they think they're talking about. You don't go after a successful motherfucker. I'm not living in a John Galt fucking room. It's bad enough that he does that bullshit. Now he wants to come after a motherfucker who lost his wife, put his son in a position to be successful, and that motherfucker wants to do a yellow fever show? How despicable is that? It is disgusting. And the dumb son of a bitch can't figure out what is literally destructive or content. The motherfucker is out of control. And where can I go from that? He is. And it's been building for a while. And yep, I gave him some bait, and that motherfucker took it. And the surprising thing is his little henchman did it too. HB and Universal are similar failures, just younger versions. They're fucked up. And I'm perfectly willing. You know, I'll say it to their faces. They can rewind this. There will be people from this chat that will go over there and say it. They're fucked up. They're failures of black manhood. They don't know better for some reason or another. Hopefully, they can claw their way back. My lady Lisa, motherfucker. That is so, like, I think less of Lisa now.
Good Lord. You got. Hey, you're making a point that should be
Oh,
clearly
you
noted
didn't
for sure.
realize the point before I started it
I
to
don't.
make
I
it?
don't know how to.
Motherfucker, I'm not. Hey, take it for what it is, which is none of the motherfuckers have ever had a stable relationship. And see, this is the odd thing. All these motherfuckers are close to 40 or above. Okay. Uh, I was 40 when I got married, 41 when my son was born. So, I was right on that edge, but motherfucker, all the bullshit talkers, they don't have stable relationships right now. 2 of them never had one at 40 or above. And ordinarily I wouldn't give a fuck, but when you start going after a man's child who struggled, goddamn it, to get his son where he is, and you know what? Who gives a motherfuck? How? Oh, it's a celebration, Stanley. We're celebrating. Motherfuck you. Yellow fever.
Yeah, it's a
You
little
know
close.
what?
I choose to
Which one of
keep it light.
y'all? Hold on one sec. Which one of y'all motherfuckers has a son in an elite college that has that choice? I didn't pick his girlfriend for him, and I sure as shit I don't talk to my son about my politics or anything because I raised him to have a brain. If he's curious, sure, I'll tell him. But motherfucker, I'm not going to put him in a room like John Galt would and preach about, oh, you got to clean a room. Make sure you clean behind that faucet so I can be proud of you. Fuck that bullshit. In my family, we raise the next generation of success and be like your grandparents. Be, motherfucker, I'm trying to be like my parents. Motherfucker, it's not like I had to. There's some things I do different than my parents, but my parents fucking got me where I am. Motherfucker, the first car I bought, I was like 23 because I had a car in high school. None of that shit. I didn't have to worry about it, luckily enough. And it was luck of the draw. But motherfucker, I didn't. If I needed a pair of Air Jordans, my father built me a lawnmower. Motherfucker, this is so funny. I started mowing lawns before I could work, maybe 11, 12, 13. And I took my father gave me his old lawnmower because he wanted a new one. This wasn't, and he rebuilt the goddamn engine. Now I helped him, but this was y'all. We don't step up to the Asian standard, motherfucker. We knew where it was when I was in high school. Assholes.
You sound just
I
like
was
me. Ever
motherfucking
since I could
dude.
work.
I was governor's honors in chemistry in high school. I knew it the Asian standard because it was my parents' standard. It is a disappointment that these motherfuckers will be so anti-black and actually not know what black excellence is. All they see is body cam videos. That's and maybe they're from that ilk. A word my mother used. Maybe they're of that ilk. But motherfucker, don't mistake me for that shit. And don't do shows. And yeah, god damn it, I'm gonna do my show. And if you fucking can't find content other than put Stanley in the name of your show, well, you have a problem. The motherfuckers are bereft of character. So you talk about class, Dave, and I'll tell you, they have none. So I did go on a bit longer than I intended, but god damn it. I'm so disappointed in those folks. And they're gonna implode if they're not careful. You think that sort of shit is gonna get content? Not consistently. Because you won't be able to generate that sort of sensation. So, subscribe to the John Galt channel. I'm a member. Who knows? I enjoy the folks, but at this rate, I like the chat more than I like my teammates. So, Dave, any last words? What does that mean, Kelvin? It's just seeking out confirmation bias. Can you elaborate on that before I go? What confirmation bias? Confirmation of what? Black people are only. John Galt is in the neighborhood he's in because he wants to be there. No one's keeping him there. So, what confirmation? He's confirming he wants to be there. HB, who knows what his major fuck up is? John and the team and their content.
Yeah, I'm gonna get out of here, but really
All
for
right,
me,
Dave.
I was different, a little bit different than how you would handle it because I know I'm secure in what I got, and I know this is part of the team. Like the team would be disappointing coming from them, but
Well,
I think
you know
everything's an
what?
option. It's
And
all
and
options.
all I have to say is the team is smart enough to know what they're doing. Now I tend to be a little highfalutin, and I think that's their problem too. Um, but I am me, and I don't pretend to be something I'm not.
I nobody around me could disappoint me because I don't give them that. That's something that I choose myself how I deal with people.
I thought these people were smart.
I totally get where you're coming from. Hey, you didn't say nothing I could disagree with. It would be disappointing. If, you know, for me, I would have took it as like, yeah, my son is he's that nigga, like you guys been saying. But
Well, here's the difference is I'm on YouTube, but I'm not of YouTube, to paraphrase my mother. Um, I expect standards even though I'm in a jungle. So you know what? It could be, some weird paradigm. Maybe I shouldn't have expected better. But I also know these people, off the panels. Um, so I'll leave it at that. They
yeah,
could
you
do
place your
better.
faith where I
And,
probably would
hey,
not have.
and here's the odd thing: they could do better and still be as successful. It wouldn't be meteoric, but eventually the success will be there. Keeping it classy. You don't have to do videos about scraping up your clients. You don't have to do that weird shit, that ghetto bullshit. You don't have to do it. You'll be okay. None of us need the money. So we get you can do it several ways, and John's way is quickly not my way.
Right,
So
right, right. I can see that too. Well, Stanley, it's been good, man.
Dave, I will more than likely be here tomorrow. Sir, certainly appreciate your company. You're a good guy, dude. So hug. I was gonna say hug that son for me, but that would be presumptuous. But um, I remember that feeling, and it just makes your damn day. So may
Yes,
your
it
son
does.
scream for you one day,
Did you?
Daddy. Ah! Oh,
Hey,
it was so funny.
did you take pride in him preferring you over the wife or the missus?
No, he didn't prefer me. I just hadn't. Hey, look,
It's a
that's
silent
another
competition.
weird thing. I used to come home and my wife would go, "Well, guess what your son did today?" And I would tell her, "Tell me what you did to solve the problem." The problem with a stay-at-home wife is it's a form of cabin fever. They are look, kids and their mothers, if they're together, it's just gonna be like you and your wife. Dude, I remember this snowstorm we had up on the mountain, and we were snowed in for damn near a week. Okay, the only thing was that we knew it was coming, so we had food, and no one was starving. But motherfucker, the cable went out. And it was what year did it was the New Orleans Saints in the Super Bowl. Uh that fucking cable went out, and we only had like Winnie the Pooh movies and Up, I think was the name of the movie.
Well, does it
Believe
sound like
me.
2006 or 2016? Is that about right?
Oh, no, it's probably no, it wasn't 2006. It was probably more like 2011, maybe.
Okay.
No, it wasn't 2011, 2009, 2010. Because my son wasn't in school, so it might have been around 2010, maybe 11. Uh, so it was either 10 or 11. The bottom line is that we were there. It was not you're going to jump in the car and all that stuff. Wives, it's not that your kid prefers you over your wife. It's more like, well, goddamn, I'm here day to day with this woman, and daddy comes home. It's fresh meat. Someone else to annoy.
Yeah, exactly.
So enjoy the pretense as well. I take it as, oh, you're glad to see daddy. I didn't ask why.
Oh man, when I come to his door, he's already locked in and with a big smile on his face. So I'm the same way.
Yeah, don't ask questions, just enjoy.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. All right,
All right,
Stanley,
dude.
you take it easy, man.
You too. And CK, not quite sure. But John is a man of mystery, but not that mysterious. So I think John also enjoys the abuse. Confirmation bias is I know what confirmation bias is, Kelvin. So y'all, we'll probably be back in the morning, 3:05 or 3:30, something like that. So I enjoyed it. At least I got to get my piece out, and make sure you hit the like button on the way out. Subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. Stanley Cross 3000. I put out a new video yesterday. Check it out. We'll put out one because um, that Martin Luther King speech was actually kind of amazing. So I'll get the raw video to you because I had to re-videotape it to avoid a copyright thing. And I will do a video, but you're on my mind. I will make sure and get you that raw video. It's a really good. Oh, by the way, it was to school kids, like I think it was middle school little kids. So that's what actually makes it really cool. So see y'all later. Enjoyed it. Dance Party with Beyonce. Fuck that song. Dance Party with Beyonce. What the fuck? Never understood that song. Let's put on something better. If I can find it. So here we go. I had to make sure it's still there. You know, one of these days I'm gonna have to put up a song that I made. See y'all later.
When I was a little boy, growing up, I remember the old saying, girls are made of sugar and spice, and everything nice. Boys are made of snakes and snares, and puppy dog tails. But what I couldn't understand is why girls were even made at all. Until God